in the thick of things when it comes to striking the ball. And this is where I think the bowlers have to be wary about where to bowl him, because length ball is all in the stands. You got to check your lengths when you're bowling to a batsman like Shivam.
Well, Shivam Dubey is on song. Chennai is on song. Let's also talk about today's match, Mumbai Indians. And Naresh, let's start by asking you about Hardik Pandya and his captaincy. There has been a lot of talk about how he moved to Mumbai, how he was booed by the GT fans. Is he going to be very hungry to prove today?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was a bit of a distraction in the first game, and I think he'll now settle down. And he's proved himself as a leader, winning the trophy in the first season and runners-up in the second. So yes, there could be a bit of tactical errors that you can point out to, but it's in the end it's the game, and you take some instinct decisions. So that apart, I think both teams haven't won their first game, so there'll be a lot to prove for both of them. Very good bowling attack, both the teams. So yeah, Mumbai, normally they start losing the first game, but then they pick it up. So this is going to be the game where Mumbai will be looking at how they can rectify the small errors that happened in the last game. So yeah, focus will be on Hardik Pandya as a leader, but I think he's a good leader, and yes, that's the decision made to give him the top post there for Mumbai, and it's time for him to now ensure that the team does well.
Rajiv said one final word from you, and I want to talk about him and his relationship with Rohit Sharma. There seems to be some tension between Rohit and Pandya, and a lot is being said about the kind of friction that these two have. Do you feel that it is going to hurt Mumbai Indians in the long run?
Frankly, Osama, I don't see much of a problem there, because at this level, with the kind of names that they are and the kind of the status that they carry, I mean, they are too mature to be seen as differentiating points in public place. But having said that, yeah, there could be some kind of an element between, not between the two, but Rohit also not leading the pack and leading the country. So in some sense, there would be some kind of a division within the thought process of certain people. But I think overall, it will never be the case that there would be two different ends. And they're playing for a franchisee which lives and breathes and eats cricket in different sense. And it's never going to come there. And Mumbai is too good of a team to have those kind of issues. I think that is something which is probably seen in a different light sometimes, right. But I don't see there is a problem there.
Well, Rajiv says there is no problem. The fans don't really think that way. Naresh Mansukhani and Rajiv said, thank you very much for being on the show. We'll slip into a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
ट्रैकिंग की बात से इनफैक्ट याद आया, गाइस, डिड यू नो कि आप अब ट्रैक कर सकते हैं अबाउट योर कंट्रीब्यूशन टुवर्ड्स ए हेल्दियर एनवायरनमेंट? बिकॉज अगर आप ऊबर यूज़ करते हैं तो आई एम श्योर आपको अभी पता होगा कि उसमें देयर इज एन ऑप्शन कि आप इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स को बुक कर सकते हैं इफ़ यू प्रेफर गोइंग सस्टेनेबल. लेकिन अब यहाँ पे एक ऑप्शन आ गया है जहाँ पे आपको ऊबर दिखाता है कि आप क्या सेव कर रहे हैं कंपेयर टू अगर आप एक नॉर्मल व्हीकल में जाते हैं तो आप कितने कार्बन एमिशंस होने से रोक रहे हैं, और वो आपको दिखाता है इन फॉर्म ऑफ ट्रीज बीइंग प्लांटेड. तो कहीं ना कहीं ये एक अच्छी चीज़ है जहाँ पे यू कैन कीप ट्रैक ऑफ योर योर कंट्रीब्यूशन, कि आप अपने डेली हैबिट्स में जब आप सुबह ऑफिस के लिए ऊबर ले रहे हैं, जब आप शाम को कहीं बाहर जा रहे हैं, अगर आप एक ईवी यूज़ करते हैं, सो हाउ मच एसेंशियली आर यू कंट्रीब्यूटिंग टुवर्ड्स द एनवायरनमेंट. दिस सर्विस इज लाइव now in multiple Indian cities. तो next time you book an Uber, I would request कि अगर आप एक electric vehicle use करते हैं, it will kind of contribute towards the environment, or you can clearly track in form of number of trees being planted. So I'm sure normally we friends sometimes we see each other's Uber ratings कि किसको कितने स्टार मिले हैं, किसी की कितनी रेटिंग है. तो I'm sure going next, this could be a thing that we all might track कि अच्छा मैंने कितने ट्रीज को प्लांट किया by going electric, या कौन आगे जीत रहा है. It's a nice thing. Did you know this? If yes, amazing. If no, please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference and they have made us
Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea to be heard in Delhi's High Court at 10:30 this morning. The Aam Aadmi Party's legal wing to protest in Delhi's district courts, with the US stepping into the row, saying encourage fair as well as a legal process. It should be timely and transparent, is what the United States is saying. Comedian Munawar Farooqi has been released by the Mumbai police. He was detained after raids at an illegal hookah parlor in Mumbai. Mahabharat in Mahayuti, Shinde Sena, BJP and NCP lock horns and Sosa saying that there seems to be a disagreement over multiple seats when it comes to the BJP and the Sena. Now, Sharad Pawar will be holding a meeting today with his leaders, and when we talk about Raj Thackeray, he too will be holding a meeting. Mahagathbandhan in a tug of war that continues as far as the seat-sharing deal is concerned. The Congress and the RJD have a discord over 5 seats in the state of Bihar. 6 presumed dead after that bridge collapse in the United States, Baltimore, and search operations now have been suspended. They are feared to be dead. Do remember, they were construction workers who were on that bridge who helped save many lives, and it is the 22 crew membership that were all Indians. They are said to be safe. By Joe Biden says this wasn't an intentional attack. Climate activist Sonam Wangchuk has ended his 21-day fast. He was all on water and salt for the last 21 days. The fast to save Ladakh's ecology as well as a demand for full statehood. And in the IPL, Chennai beat Gujarat by 63 runs, and it's Rachin Ravindra as well as Shivam Dubey who were the star performers for Chennai Super Kings.
That's another win. Quite clinical.
We have breaking news coming in. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadwa. Well, Lokayukta raids are taking place across Karnataka. 100 Lokayukta officials have conducted raids across 60 locations in the state of Karnataka. This includes 13 SPs, 12 deputy SPs who are heading the raids, as far as those raids that are taking place and are underway in the state of Karnataka across 13 districts. And they are, as far as Bengaluru is concerned, we have about 5 locations that are being raided there, and it is the chief engineer Ranganatha's house that is being raided. We're talking about the BBMP chief engineer, whose house is also being raided. So 5 locations in Bengaluru, but 13 districts of Karnataka where raids are taking place. We have Pratibha joining us for more on this. Pratibha, we're talking about 100 Lokayukta officials who are conducting these raids. Since when have these raids started out early this morning?
Well, I think all these engineers have been waking up to the calls of Lokayukta from early this morning, where the locations have been raided. We are talking of around 5 locations in Bengaluru, and we're talking of raids that are still on in around 13 districts across Karnataka, where the raids are on. This is in connection with a few corruption cases, is what we are told by Lokayukta sleuths. And most of them involving all of these junior engineers, assistant engineers, chief executive engineers, all belonging to different departments, public departments. And these are what we hear so far. This is in connection with corruption cases, is what we hear. Remember, Lokayukta raids across 10 officials were conducted just about 1 month ago across the state, where they conducted search and seizure operations. Whether or not this is in continuation with that is still unclear, but we are waiting for all the documents that would be connected and collected, and only then further information will be revealed.
Right, so simultaneous raids that are being conducted in 60 locations. 5 of those locations are in Bengaluru itself. Pratibha, when we talk about raids that are being conducted, also includes the chief engineer Ranganatha's house that is being raided. Thank you so much, Pratibha, for joining us with those details. Switching tracks to Delhi now, and the Delhi High Court will hear a petition by Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal challenging the arrest of the Chief Minister by the Enforcement Directorate in a money laundering case linked to the alleged excise policy scam. The case pertains to the alleged corruption and money laundering in formulating and executing the Delhi government's excise policy for 21-22 that was later scrapped. Top Aam Aadmi Party leaders Manish Sisodia and Sanjay Singh are still in the custody. This is with the Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, and the party's convener, who was arrested on the 21st of March and has, he has been in their custody and will continue to be in their custody till the 28th of March. And today, the Chief Minister is, going to be in the High Court at 10:30 this morning in order to challenge the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. We have Aishwarya joining us on the phone line to get us more on this. Aishwarya, even earlier, the Chief Minister had moved the top court, but it wasn't possible due to the festival of Holi.
Well, certainly Arvind Kejriwal, who was arrested on March 21st, had reached out to the Sessions Court, and it was the Delhi High Court later who stated that the urgent hearing that Arvind Kejriwal was seeking will not be allowed. It would be only after the holidays, and March 27th was the date given. And today it's an all-important hearing at the Delhi High Court, where Arvind Kejriwal would be who had earlier requested an urgent hearing, which was earlier turned down because of Holi, now today would be hearing. Certainly Arvind Kejriwal is seeking relief in this particular arrest made by Enforcement Directorate. What Aam Aadmi Party is calling it as completely illegal and unconstitutional. It depends that whether he would get some sort of relief today from the Delhi High Court or the ED custody, which is till tomorrow, will be extended, because tomorrow what we are being told by the highly placed sources in the Enforcement Directorate that ED will be seeking further custody of Arvind Kejriwal. One very important thing also is going to be heard today in the Delhi High Court is the petition filed by an individual in which he had sought the Delhi High Court orders that Arvind Kejriwal, who is passing one after another orders from the ED custody and running his government, should not be done, and whether that will be also entertained by the Delhi High Court is something that remains to be seen at 10:30 a.m.
Right. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. And now let's switch tracks to Maharashtra. And in Mumbai, Munawar Farooqi has been released on bail. This is following a raid which had taken place at an illegal hookah parlor. The Bigg Boss 17 winner and the stand-up comedian was detained in that raid that took place because it was illegal as far as that hookah bar is concerned. We have Radhika joining us. Radhika, Farooqi was detained late on Tuesday night, but now has been released. Take us through what really was wrong with this hookah parlor.
That's right. Munawar Farooqi was, in fact, among a group of people who were arrested by the Mumbai police. This was during a late-night raid that was conducted at the hookah parlor in Fort area of South Mumbai. He's, of course, been released on bail now. In fact, this raid was conducted after a tip-off was received by the cops. This is a hookah bar targeted at Bora Bazaar area. In fact, it was suspected that these people were indulging in tobacco-based hookah under the guise of herbal. So tobacco-based hookah is illegal in Maharashtra. So therefore, they were arrested. There were more than a dozen individuals, including Munawar, who were arrested. In fact, according to cops, this hookah parlor was being run illegally, and some cash and 9 hookah pots was seized during this raid. In fact, we know for a fact that Munawar has been arrested in the past as well
but for a different case altogether on charges of hurting religious sentiments. So he is not new to arrest. In fact, he had spent 37 days in jail earlier, after which he was granted bail. Now, of course, Munawar was taken into custody for indulging in a tobacco-based hookah during a raid, and he's been released on bail.
Right. Thank you so much, Radhika. Do stay with us for our next story as well. As the conflict as far as the Mahayuti alliance in Maharashtra is concerned, a tussle continues over several seats. Both BJP and Shinde Sena are staking claim as far as those disputed seats are concerned. We're talking about Nashik, Ratnagiri as well as Sindhudurg. Question marks still remain as far as Mumbai Northwest and Aurangabad seats are concerned. Ajit Pawar has said that the Mahayuti will make an announcement as far as the seats and the candidates are concerned, and that announcement will happen on the 28th of March. While Raj Thackeray will also be holding a meeting. We have Radhika back with us. Radhika, a key meeting being held by Sharad Pawar today, calling on his party leaders, multiple meetings, and also we have something coming out of Prakash Ambedkar. What kind of announcement can we expect?
That's right. Last minute negotiations, meetings and discussions happening in Maharashtra over seat sharing. Now both Mahayuti and MVA are in a huddle over seats. Today, there are going to be a series of meetings. Sharad Pawar will be holding a meeting with his party leaders at the NCP office over seats as well as campaign strategy. Raj Thackeray to also meet with his party men over alliance possibilities. Remember, Raj Thackeray had met Amit Shah, and there were multiple meetings that had taken place post that over a possible alliance with the NDA. Now that has to be finalized. He's been asking for 3 seats. Perhaps he may get 1. But that clarity may happen perhaps by this evening. Prakash Ambedkar is also likely to hold a press conference today over his stand on MVA alliance. Remember, Prakash Ambedkar had been putting pressure on MVA. He's been offered 4 seats by the MVA, but whether he will be taking up on that offer, that also remains to be seen, or whether he'll break away from MVA. That is not clear at this point. Of course, yesterday also there were a series of meetings. Sharad Pawar had met Congress leader Balasaheb Thorat. Congress wanting more seats. There is a tussle over seats in Sangli and Bhiwandi within the MVA. That needs to be sorted out. Ajit Pawar also meeting his MLAs and making an announcement that Mahayuti will sit together and announce seats of regional parties tomorrow. There are a lot of seats that are under dispute at this point within Mahayuti and within MVA, and therefore discussions, meetings happening to iron out the differences over these seats. And of course, VBA factor is a point of contention in MVA, and MNS factor a point of contention in Mahayuti, which also will perhaps be sorted in the hours to come.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us with those details. Well, switching tracks now to Bihar, and from what we are hearing is that there is a dispute which continues to remain, and that tug of war over the seat sharing deal between Tejasvi Yadav today is likely to meet with Mallikarjun Kharge in order to resolve that issue regarding 5 seats in the state of Bihar. Now, these 5 disputed seats include Aurangabad, Begusarai, Katihar as well as Purnia and Siwan. Well, the Congress and the RJD leaders are likely to hold that meeting, and that's going to be taking place in order to take a final call on the constituencies, after which that formal announcement will be made from Patna is what we are hearing. So it will be Mallikarjun Kharge as well as the Gandhis that will be attending that meeting, in which we are expecting Akhilesh Yadav to be present in order to make that final announcement. Let's go across to my colleague Manish, who's joining us to get us more on this. Manish, according to sources, the RJD to contest on 26 seats, and then the Congress will be getting about 9. We will have Manish with us on the other side of a very short break, but it's in the run-up to the elections. And here at NDTV, we're encouraging the first-time voters to come out and cast their vote. And to support that goal, NDTV has launched hashtag NDTV 18 Ka Vote campaign to make sure that the youth are aware of that need to cast their vote. You can send us your messages as well as your videos, and we'll display them here on NDTV 24/7.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and centre. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles and it has a lot to offer. Company says the new platform PPE helps Audi Q6 e-tron achieve 30% less energy consumption with 33% better system performance. With the Q6, Audi is also introducing its electronic architecture E3 1.2, which allows customers to experience digitalization directly in the vehicle, making Audi Q6 e-tron a truly tech marvel. So here it is, all that you need to know about Q6 e-tron. Audi Q6 e-tron is the upcoming EV from Audi's stable and is expected to come to Indian shores by the end of this year. International launch is expected in second half of this year. It is a 4.7-meter SUV which will occupy the space between Q4 and Q8 e-tron. It will come in two variants, Q6 e-tron Quattro and the more powerful SQ6 e-tron. What we have today with us is the S variant. What I want to show you, the first in the look of Audi Q6 are these DRLs. They are matrix LED DRLs with active signature. That means you can change the pattern that gets projected from these DRLs and they also move while the car is on the move. That means you can actually have an active DRL. And I believe this feature is the highlight of Audi's upcoming baby. Up front is the grille. Now what I want to show you is this single frame grille. Audi is calling it inverted single frame grille and it looks very interesting. It's all closed off but looks very nice with these piano black inserts given here, and then we have seen these very flattish Audi logo in other products, but here there is a little bit of 3D element in the logo. Now you have to notice this very prominent shoulder line which goes all the way to the tail lamp. The rear looks quite interesting with its almost wrapped around feel to the D pillar. And the most interesting part of the rear are these OLED tail lamps. These are second generation digital LED tail lamps with 6 OLED panels. These light up to make various patterns and each panel has 60 individual elements that can light up with varying intensity, giving it a 3D effect. The charging point is available on either side of the car. On the driver's side, you have the AC.
Welcome back. Let's get you the very latest now. And this is climate activist Sonam Wangchuk has ended his 21-day fast, the fast to save Ladakh's ecology, and a demand as far as... Well, switching tracks now to Punjab, and let's get you the very latest from Punjab. And in this, let's get you more on this when it comes to Punjab going solo, and they have in fact ended all speculations regarding the tie-up that the BJP would perhaps be having with its estranged ally when it comes to SAD. So they have gone ahead. This is the state party chief who has put out a message ending all sort of speculations of a possible tie-up.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी पंजाब ਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਸਭਾ ਚੋਣ ਕੱਲੇ ਲੜਨ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਆ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਨੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਰਾਏ, ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਰਕਰਸ ਦੀ ਰਾਏ, ਲੀਡਰ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਨ ਦੀ ਵੱਖ-ਵੱਖ ਰਾਏ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਭਵਿੱਖ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਜਵਾਨੀ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਕਿਸਾਨੀ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਪਾਰੀ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਨਅਤਕਾਰ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਮਜ਼ਦੂਰ, ਸਾਡਾ ਪਿਛੜਿਆ ਵਰਗ, ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਬਿਹਤਰੀ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਉਜਵਲ ਭਵਿੱਖ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਆ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਲਿਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜੋ ਕੰਮ ਬੀਜੇਪੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਨੇ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਮੋਦੀ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਰਹਿਨਮਾਈ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਨੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਤੋਂ ਓਲੇ ਨਹੀਂ। ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਫਸਲਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਇੱਕ ਦਾਣਾ ਪਿਛਲੇ 10 ਸਾਲ ਚੱਕਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਐਮਐਸਪੀ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੀ ਭੁਗਤਾਨ ਹੈ ਹਫਤੇ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਅੰਦਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਖਾਤਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਹੁੰਚੀ ਹੈ।
ਸਾਡੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਅਸੂਲ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਨੰਬਰ ਗੇਮ ਤੋਂ। 103 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਕਾਲੀ ਦਲ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਾਈ। ਕੌਮ ਦੀ ਰੱਖਿਆ, ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਰੱਖਿਆ, ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਭਾਈਚਾਰਕ ਸਾਂਝ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਮਨ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਅਕਾਲੀ ਦਲ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਹੈ।
Well, switching tracks now, when we talk about in a jolt to the Congress party, its three-time MP Ravneet Singh Bittu was joined the BJP. Mr. Bittu is the grandson of the former Punjab Chief Minister Bent Singh. This is another high-profile exit when it comes from the Congress party to the BJP. Let's listen into what Ravneet Bittu had to say and some of the reactions coming in.
आज मैं ये बड़े विश्वास से कह सकता हूं, जो मैंने पिछले 10 साल से, चाहे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी हों, अमित शाह जी हों, बहुत ज्यादा पंजाब के लिए उनका प्यार है और बहुत कुछ करना चाह रहे हैं और करना चाहते थे, लेकिन बाकी स्टेट आज कहां की कहां चली गई। एक गैप पंजाब में, जो एक पुल का, ब्रिज का काम करने की जरूरत है, किसानों को साथ लाने की, वहां के मजदूरों को साथ लाने की, वहां के दुकानदार, इंडस्ट्रीज को साथ लाने की, वो काम, क्योंकि सरकार 10 साल रही, आगे भी लोगों ने फैसला जो किया है वो सरकार मोदी जी की बननी है, तो हम क्यों पीछे रहें।
सबसे बड़ी अफसोस की बात यह है कि आज जब पार्टी को सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत थी, मैं हैरान हूं कि साहब बेन सिंह जी जहां भी बैठे हैं वो अपने पोतरे के इस कदम पर क्या सोचते होंगे। रवनीत सिंह बिट्टू जी को मैंने इतना ही कहना है, बिट्टू साहब आपने ये जो कदम उठाया, अपने हाथ से अपना गर्दन आपने काट ली।
Switching tracks to West Bengal now, and while the BJP has issued a show-cause notice to senior party leader over his comments on Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's father, the Trinamool Congress will meet the Election Commission today over the issue. The BJP aims to cut into Mamata Banerjee's women voters bank, and it doesn't want any commentary or personal attacks on the Chief Minister as it runs a Modi Ka Parivar campaign in the wake of RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad Yadav's comments on the family of the Prime Minister. The BJP plans to focus on the Sandesh Khali, and it has made Rekha Patra a candidate with the objective making the allegations of Sandesh Khali a larger election issue. Now, Dilip Ghosh is widely credited building the party organisation in West Bengal that enabled the BJP to win 18 seats in the elections that took place last time. But he has also been known for his caustic and statements that he's made in the past. We have Saurabh Gupta joining us. Saurabh Gupta, we do know that Dilip Ghosh is known to be controversial. And again, his comments regarding the father of Mamata Banerjee saying, decide on who your father is, has again landed him into a soup.
Of course, Dilip Ghosh is known for his caustic and, controversial comments. He's made several comments in the past that have also been seen as controversial. But this time around, he's received a, show cause notice from the BJP. And that is significant. And why has that happened? Now, that has happened simply because of the fact that this time around, the BJP, in Bengal at least, from the campaign we've seen so far, has stayed away from any personal attacks on Mamata Banerjee or anyone else. They want to make a dent into Mamata Banerjee's women voters base. And therefore, you see, they've fielded candidates like Rekha Patra to take on this aim that they have. But if someone makes a comment like that, then it does affect the overall strategy that the BJP has embarked upon, which is why this show cause notice to Dilip Ghosh. Now, today, the Trinamool Congress is also expected to move the Election Commission on Dilip Ghosh's comments. And this is likely to play out politically in the next few days as well.
Right, Saurabh, thank you so much for getting us all those details. We will keep tracking the story and coming back to you for more on that. For now, we're slipping into a short break.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, Culture, comedy, music, future. Yuva, Youth for Change. 28th March, 12:30 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV network.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, NDTV, big exclusive.
We provide justice to common citizens, and there is no case which is too small even for the highest court of the nation.
CGI का काम करने का अलग अंदाज.
Sometimes I get emails even in the middle of the night, and I'm always available to answer those emails. 25 crore final judgments and orders. This data is available online. As on 29 February 2024, 3.09 crore cases have been heard on video conferencing mode.
Chief Justice Chandrachud से जुड़ी अनसुनी बातें.
3:30 बजे सुबह मेरा दिन शुरू हो जाता है. My best friend, who is my wife, Kalpana, both of us are vegans.
खबरों में आपका भरोसा. NDTV.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Friends, it's time now for my favorite section about this episode, because हम हमेशा जब Q&A की बात करते हैं, so ask TG is the thing जो मुझे बहुत पसंद आती है, because I get to answer all your questions. So let's see इस हफ्ते हमारे पास में क्या-क्या questions हैं.
Hi TG, which is the better phone between OnePlus 12 and Xiaomi 14 in terms of camera and performance?
Okay, so you have asked that आपको जानना है which is the better device between OnePlus.
Kejriwal's bail plea to come up in the High Court today at 10:30 this morning, challenging the arrest of the Chief Minister, and the Aam Aadmi Party's legal wing will protest in Delhi's district courts. To remember, yesterday they were stopped in their tracks from carrying on their protests, and the United States has stepped into the row, saying encourage a fair and transparent and legal process that needs to be timely. Comedian Munawar Farooqi has been released by the Mumbai police. He was detained after a raid that took place at an illegal hookah parlour in Mumbai. Mahabharat in Mahayuti, Shinde Sena, BJP, NCP, they are locking horns, and there seems to be a dispute over some seats, and that discussion is coming up today with the BJP and the Sena disagreement that continues over multiple seats, and it's Sharad Pawar that will be holding a party meeting today. And the Mahagandbandhan tug of war that continues as far as the state of Bihar is concerned. There is a discord on 5 seats, and that will be resolved. A meeting taking place in the national capital amongst the leaders. And let's get you the latest from the United States. Tragedy that took place in Baltimore when that bridge collapsed. 6 people are presumed to be dead. Search operations have now ended, and it is the United States President who's saying this wasn't an intentional attack. And Sonam Wangchuk has ended his 21-day fast. He had been on salt and water for the past 21 days. He is asking for the statehood of Ladakh. And here, Chennai beat Gujarat by 63 runs in that IPL match. And it was Rachin Ravindra as well as Shivam Dubey who were the star performers for Chennai Super Kings.
Quite clear.
Well, we have breaking news coming in at the moment, and let's talk about this breaking news coming in of the AAM MLA raids that are taking place. So, breaking news of raids that are taking place. We're talking about Aam Aadmi Party leader Deepak Singla's house that has been raided. He's a former assembly candidate of the Aam Aadmi Party. He had contested elections from Vishwas Nagar in 2020. Singla is up in charge of Goa and the co-in charge of the MCD, and his house is now being raided. We have Aishwarya joining us to get us more on this. Aishwarya, what is this in connection with when we talk about Deepak Singla's house that is being raided? Is it in connection with the Delhi liquor scam?
Well, details are yet to be revealed as far as what's the connection likely between Deepak Singla and the raids. But what we know is that Deepak Singla is up in charge of Goa and co-in charge of the MCD as well. Remember the entire money trail that Enforcement Directorate earlier had presented in front of the judge, which relates to the money and kickbacks received by the leadership of Aam Aadmi Party, which was routed ultimately to Goa, approximately around 45 crore rupees. And at that point of time, Deepak Singla was Aam Aadmi Party in charge for the Goa elections as well. But Enforcement Directorate currently is raiding Aam Aadmi Party leader Deepak Singla's house, who is a former candidate, assembly candidate of Aam Aadmi Party as well. Remember, he had contested from Vishwas Nagar in 2020 as well. So he had connections with the top leaders and of the Aam Aadmi Party. Certainly, it remains to be seen that what is this connection all about, because Enforcement Directorate has not yet been revealed. But in ED, members are at the residence of Deepak Singla currently raiding, and all the mobile phones had been completely seized as of now of Deepak Singla and his family members.
Right. What needs to be seen is why is he being raided? Is this in connection with the Delhi liquor scam, or is this an altogether different case? We will keep tracking the story and coming back to you for more on that. Thank you, Aishwarya. Moving on to Telangana now, and it's Kishan Reddy who has demanded a judicial probe into the phone tapping case, which is under investigation. Kishan Reddy has said that the phones of the BJP leaders, their sympathizers, besides the party office staff, were tapped during the PRS rule. KCR is solely responsible. He is holding KCR responsible as far as the cabinet colleagues are concerned. He is questioning their behavior as well, and has gone on to say that the judicial probe will only expose their criminal actions. Listen in.
इलेक्शन से अगर हमारा हम बैंक से पैसे उठाए, वो पैसे के लिए भी फ़ोन टैपिंग करके ऑफिशियल मनी को भी ये लोग फ़ोन टैपिंग करके, जैसा इंटरनेशनल टेररिस्ट को अरेस्ट करते ऐसा फ़ोन पूरा गाड़ी को रोककर ग्लास तोड़कर पैसे उठा के ले गए लोग। इतना जोर ज़बरदस्ती इस फ़ोन टैपिंग में तेलंगाना में हुआ है। इसलिए मैं ये स्मॉल इशू नहीं है, बहुत बड़ा इशू है। बहुत बड़ा नेटवर्क पोलियो ऑफिसर्स बहुत माफिया बन गए फ़ोन टैपिंग माफिया पुलिस वाला बनकर इस तेलंगाना में फ़ोन टैपिंग किया है। इसलिए इसमें एक जुडिशियल इंक्वायरी होना चाहिए। इतना बड़ा इशू है, ये छोटा इशू नहीं, क्योंकि आने वाले दिन में ऐसा इश्यूज नहीं होना चाहिए। इसके लिए एक जुडिशियल इंक्वायरी भी होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा डिमांड है। मगर जो फ़ोन टैपिंग में किया है पूरे केसीआर के संबंधित लोग हैं, पूरे फ़ोन टैपिंग किया है रिटायर्ड ऑफिसर्स है, उनके एक्सटेंशन किया है, नहीं तो स्पेशल ऑफिसर थे, रिकॉन्स्टिट्यूट करके इनके द्वारा ये नेटवर्क चलाया। ये प्राइवेट केसीआर का, ये प्राइवेट माफिया का जैसा बिहार सरकार ने फ़ोन टैपिंग किया है। इसमें हाई लेवल इंक्वायरी होना चाहिए। इसमें जो भी दोषी, कितना करोड़ रुपए प्राइवेट के लोगों के पास ये लोग लूटा है फ़ोन टैपिंग करके, डरा के, धमका के पैसे लूटा है, इस विषय पर हाई लेवल इंक्वायरी होना चाहिए। प्रमुख लोगों का फ़ोन टैपिंग करके उनको ब्लैकमेल किया है, उनका सरकार की तरफ से किया है, बीआरएस पार्टी की तरफ से किया है। ये पुलिस ग्रुप ने अलग अलग एक ग्रुप बनकर सरकार को ना बताते हुए पुलिस अलग, इसमें अलग फ़ायदा व्यक्तिगत उनके लोग उठाया। इसलिए ये छोटा इशू नहीं है, बिल्कुल बड़ा इशू है। इस पे पर हाई लेवल इंक्वायरी होना चाहिए। ये इक्विपमेंट भी पूरे लोग छुपा के रख दिया है, जो फ़ोन से बातचीत किया उसको भी छुपा के रख दिया है। इसलिए ये बहुत बड़ा इशू है। फ़ोन टैपिंग करने के लिए स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को अधिकार रहते हैं, इसके लिए कुछ नियम है, नाम्स है। ओनली टेररिस्ट विषयों पर, नेशनल सिक्योरिटी के विषय पर, एंटी नेशनल के विषय पर ये फ़ोन टैपिंग कर सकते हैं। जो मन माने, उनके मन माने जो चाहिए उनको फ़ोन टैपिंग करना, उनको ब्लैकमेल करना, उनसे पैसे वसूल करना, ये अलग अलग प्रांतों में एक माफिया रहते थे। ऐसा है, पुलिस खुद माफिया बनकर तेलंगाना में एक माहौल पैदा किया है। ये एक टेररिस्ट के जैसा, ये खुद पुलिस जो रिटायर्ड ऑफिसर्स को जो नया नियुक्त किया केसीआर, उनका एक नया एक माफिया का जैसा, पुलिस माफिया का जैसा ये लोग व्यवहार किया है।
And Union Minister Sarbananda Sonowal was among the 11 contestants who filed their nomination papers on Tuesday for the first phase of parliamentary polls to 5 constituencies on the 19th of next month, filing his nomination for the BJP candidate for the Dibrugarh seat. And speaking to NDTV, Sonowal says that Congress is no more in the heart of the people. Listen in.
Talking about Assam as a state, 14 seats in all, the Congress too has done some rejig of its candidates. Will it be a tough contest for the BJP?
Of course, like oppositions, they are fielding their candidates, but the question, Congress is no more in the heart of the people of Assam. Not only in the people of Assam, but also in the heart of the people of India, because they are already been rejected by the people because of their misdeed, whatever crime they have committed in the last 60 years, because whatever they have committed the corrupt practices and all others illegal activities. And because of this, country had to be always in the back foot. But now, whatever exemplary transformation brought by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi just in the small, span of time, that is 10 years. So that's proved the quality of government, quality of governance, quality of, the policy program, implementation. So quality of living in the country. So that's why this is the transformation Honorable Prime Minister has brought. And on the other hand, Congress has created a dark scepter in the Indian politics because of their corrupt rule and communal rule and all divide and rule politics. So that's the way the people have now judged the whole development. And that is why this time I don't see any ground in the country of Congress, existence.
Mr. Sonowal, what about Citizenship Amendment Act? It has been notified, and will that be really an issue in Assam this time?
It is not going to impact the indigenous people of Assam. They are all well guarded and protected.
Okay. What about the Prime Minister? When is he expected to campaign in your constituency, and other high-profile visits that you are expecting?
Now, of course, the program will be sorted out within a short span of time. Today, I have filed my nominations, And I believe whatever, like in consultation with the national, like, like party, the state party will sort out the, like, program list accordingly. It will be listed in like constituency wise.
All right, Sarbanand Sonowal there, contesting from Dibrugarh in Assam. Wishing you all the best, sir. Thank you so much.
Right, Sonowal there talking to Maurya. We will get you all the very latest on the other side of a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The BLP to be heard in Delhi's High Court today at 10:30, and the Aam Aadmi Party's legal wing to protest in Delhi's district courts, with the United States stepping up into that row, saying that they need to encourage a fair, transparent and legal process that needs to be timely. Comedian Munawar Farooqi has been released by the Mumbai police. He was detained after a raid that took place at an illegal hookah parlour in Mumbai. Mahabharat in Mayuti, Shinde Sena and the BJP, while the NCP, they continue to lock horns, and sources are saying that the BJP and the Sena disagreements continue as far as multiple seats are concerned, and Sharad Pawar will be holding a meeting with party leaders today. And climate activist Sonam Wangchuk has ended his 21-day fast on only water and salt. The fast was to save Ladakh's ecology and is demanding full statehood.
I bet on my club. Yeah, I bet on my club. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
So friends, next I have is this shiny new device coming straight from the Realme factory. This is the all-new Realme Narzo 70 Pro 5G. और मैं shiny क्यों बोल रहा हूँ? Because see, of course it's shiny, मतलब the way it looks, even the frame is very shiny. At the same time, this phone really shines bright जब हम इसके features को देखते हैं. Because यहाँ पे काफी interesting चीज़ें Realme has packed. What we have is a Sony IMX 890 sensor के साथ आने वाला 50 megapixels वाला primary camera that has OIS. At the same time, inside the phone is really packed with features. In fact, हम यहाँ पे अभी इस फोन में gestures से इसको control कर सकते हैं, because this has got something that Realme calls air gestures. So अगर आप देखो इसको and have a closer look about how this Realme Narzo 70 Pro really is, I would say a very interesting mid-range smartphone coming straight from Realme.
Finally, the wait is over. Realme's latest hotshot, the Narzo 70 Pro 5G, finally India में launch हो गया है. This phone is packed with amazing features that will make you go wow. इस phone में है एक rainwater smart touch feature. This means no more tensions about phone usage in a light drizzle. The powerful MediaTek Dimensity chipset lets you game, multitask and do everything else at lightning speed. The 5000 mAh battery and SuperVOOC fast charging will get you back in action in no time. The phone's horizon glass design gives it a super premium head-turning look. Realme has kept it affordable. Narzo 70 Pro 5G starts at just Rs 18,999. You can grab it in stylish glass green and glass gold colors from March 22nd on Amazon and the Realme website. With its awesome display, camera and overall performance, the Realme Narzo 70 Pro 5G is a total paisa vasool deal. If you're looking for a smartphone that's powerful, stylish and affordable, this is it.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taygun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taygun, we introduced it on 2 lines.
Welcome back. Getting you news from Chennai. And incumbent Central Chennai MP Dayanidhi will be filing his nomination today. He has been an MP 3 times. He's facing AIA DMK ally. This is DMDK's Partha Sarathi, as well as BJP's youth wing leader. We're talking about Vinod Selvam, a young lawyer that he will be up against. We have my colleague Sam joining us. Sam, the cousin of Tamil Nadu's Chief Minister, 57-year-old Dayanidhi, had won from Chennai Central constituency in 2004, 2009 and in 2019, and now is seeking a 4th term.
That's right, Divya. He's trying for a 4th term from the Chennai Central constituency, which was earlier represented by his father, late Murasali Maran. And this time, the ruling DMK has managed to retain its 2019 alliance, which swept the poll. It's hoping to repeat that kind of a performance this time. The DMK has largely taken up the issue of what it calls the BJP's onslaught against federalism and financial discrimination against southern states. That's the key focus by the DMK, and they hope it will work this time. On the other hand, you have AIADMK ally DMDK's Partha Sarathi, again fighting from Central Chennai constituency. He is a former MLA, and the AIADMK looks at this particular election as a referendum on the ruling DMK's government in the state over the last few years. This is the first election for the AIADMK after it parted ways with the BJP, and the first election under the singular leadership of Edappadi Palliswamy. For DMDK, which in a sense went on a dormant mode for quite some time, the death of its founder, actor Vijay Gandh, and the kind of revival they saw among the cadre, they look at this as a kind of an opportunity for them to revive their party, and they hope they'll be able to make a splash and win some seats this time. From the BJP, they have fielded their firebrand youth wing leader Vinod P. Selvam, who unsuccessfully contested in the assembly elections earlier. And the BJP does not have any major allies except the PMK, which has some strong presence in the northern part of Tamil Nadu. And they are taking on the ruling DMK on the issue of corruption and family politics. And they hope that the Prime Minister's frequent visits to Tamil Nadu and the impact by their state leader, Annamalai, through his Padayatra over the last 7 months could actually help them to win these seats. So it's technically a 4-cornered contest, but the key fight could be between the DMK's Dayanidhi Maran and the DMDK's Partha Sarathi, Divya.
Right, Sam, thank you so much for getting us all those details. Moving on now to the tragic news coming in from the United States regarding the collapse that took place in Baltimore. Now, the Coast Guard has ended the search and rescue operations for the 6 people who were on the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore when it collapsed. The governor there has said that it was a heartbreaking conclusion after the Coast Guard ended the operations there for the 6 people who were on the bridge when it collapsed. The collapse occurred after a massive container ship lost power early on Tuesday and crashed into the bridge, sending people and vehicles into the river. Maryland's governor said ahead of the collision it was the Mayday call that helped save lives.
And so this evening at about 7:30, we are going to suspend the active search and rescue efforts. Coast Guard's not going away. None of our partners are going away, but we're just going to transition to a different phase.
And U.S. President Joe Biden has said that this wasn't an intentional attack, ruling out the act of terror.
Everything so far indicates that this was a terrible accident. At this time, we have no other indication, no other reason to believe there's any intentional act here. Personnel on board the ship were able to alert the Maryland Department of Transportation that they had lost control of their vessel, as you all know and reported. As a result, local authorities were able to close the bridge to traffic, before the bridge was struck, which undoubtedly saved lives.
Now, the Indian Embassy in the United States has put out a tweet saying that our heartfelt condolence to all affected by the unfortunate accident at the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore. For any Indian citizens that may be affected or require assistance, the Embassy of India has created a dedicated hotline. Please reach us on +1 202 717 1996 is the message that the Indian Embassy in the United States has put out on X. Well, we have my colleague Namrata Baraj joining us from New York. Namrata, not too far from New York is Baltimore, where the rescue operations have ended, with the governor calling it a heartbreaking conclusion, as the 6 people who are missing are now presumed to be dead. Were they all construction workers?
Is going to be the story of the heroes, those 6 people who actually managed to save hundreds of lives by responding to Delhi's call for Mayday and then stopping the traffic from coming into this heavily commuted bridge. Obviously, the timing of this at 1:30 a.m. Was actually a little bit of a silver lining, because this was not peak hours. They're usually this bridge, which is 1.1 miles long, stretches about an 11-mile blue-collar worker heartline of Baltimore and connects the entire Northeast corridor. So repercussions would have been humongous, to say the least. But these 6 people being honored as heroes here in the United States, really giving up their lives, that fall from 185 feet into 8 degrees Celsius waters, and then hours and hours of the search and rescue effort, which resulted in sad news. But let me also touch base, Divya, on information that NDTV has gathered. We have managed to speak to the owners of this vessel, owned by the Grace Ocean Company. We managed to speak to their spokespersons, and they have confirmed an important bit of information. Now, we have extensively reported that all 22 crew members who are Indian are safe. They are safe and sound. They've been talking to the U.S. Coastal Guard right now, and that questioning about how that mechanical failure of such proportions has taken place. But the 2 pilots who were navigating this ship were indeed Americans. They are specialist experts, in fact, the best of the mariners, whose job is to steer and navigate these complex, humongous vessels in and out of the port. So these were the 2 pilots who were in control. I have also spoken to the Grace Ocean Company, which assures that all protocol was followed, all standard procedures were followed. These pilots were under complete control till the mechanical issue of a complete blackout occurred in the Delhi vessel. So just confirming, NDTV confirms 22 crew members, all Indians, safe and sound. 2 pilots who are from the Baltimore port, also safe and sound. However, they were in control when this accident occurred. And I've driven on this bridge, in fact, as recently as last few weeks. I can tell you the extent of damage that can take place, because it sets off a chain of complex insurance and reinsurance complaints. We talked about supply chain logistics problems, as this is one of the largest ports on the Northeast American coast. This will trigger off a complex web of claims and counterclaims, from workers' insurance to ship vessels, to obviously delays that we are witnessing immediately here in the United States.
Right. We also have Emily Opillo of Baltimore Sun joining us to get us more on this. Emily, 6 people are unfortunately presumed to be dead, but 2 people were rescued. Get us their health update.
Most Baltimoreans woke up this morning to the news that the Francis Scott Key Bridge, which is a major artery here in Baltimore since the 1970s, had collapsed around 1:30 this morning. The bridge was struck by a massive container ship. The impact was very loud. It could be heard from the shores on either side of the Patapsco River, which is the waterway that feeds Baltimore's harbor. And the first crews on the scene pulled 2 people from the harbor, one who walked away without injury and refused any kind of medical treatment, and another who was taken to an area hospital with very serious injuries, were how they'd described. And then throughout the day, Tuesday, rescue crews searched the waters around the collapse site in search of about 6 more people who they believed to be missing. Those people are believed to be employees of a construction company that was working on the span when it collapsed. They were doing concrete work. And as of around 6 p.m. this evening, an official with Bronner Builders, that's the company that employed those men, said they are now presumed dead. So we have switched to a recovery mission at this point. The ship that hit the bridge is known as the Dali. It's registered in Singapore. All 22.
Well, Emily, all 22 crew members were Indian, but 2 local pilots were on board to navigate. Tell us more about the crew.
The ship that hit the bridge is known as the Dali. It's registered in Singapore. All 22 of the Dali's crew are Indian. Authorities said that crew, as well as 2 local pilots who were on board the ship to help guide it in and out of the harbor, have been accounted for. There are no reports of injuries on the ship at this time. And we interviewed some local residents today who spent the weekend with some of those crew members, actually, while they were docked in Baltimore. A local church ministry meets with crew members on a lot of these large ships and helps them get around town. And they took the members shopping to Walmart. And they were stocking up, is what those officials said, for a long trip that the crew had ahead. The ship is headed to Sri Lanka next, or was to be headed to Sri Lanka, which is a 28-day voyage from Baltimore.
Right. Thank you so much, Emily, for joining us with the very latest. Moving on, the U.S. must show Julian Assange has a freedom of speech and protection when it comes to not receiving the death penalty before he's extradited, is what the UK judge has ruled. The UK High Court said the WikiLeaks founder could be allowed to launch a new appeal against being sent to the United States without those commitments. The United States authorities have said that Assange endangered lives by publishing thousands of classified documents. His lawyers have argued that the case is a form of state retaliation, and the court has adjourned its final decision on the extradition by 3 weeks to give the United States government time to comply with its order. Now, shares in Donald Trump's media company soared as the firm made its formal debut on the stock market. The shares have surged past $70 in early trade, giving the firm a market value of more than $9 billion. They ended the day at about $58, still up more than 16%, and the long-awaited moment will inject more than $200 million into the Trump Media and Technology Group and hands the former president a stake worth more than $4 billion. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, culture, comedy, music, future. Yuva, Youth for Change. 28th March, 12:30 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV network.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center, a show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Hello and welcome
welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles, and it has a lot to offer.
Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea to be heard in Delhi's High Court today at about 10:30, half an hour from now, is when Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea will be coming up, and the Aam Aadmi Party's legal wing to protest in Delhi's district courts, and the United States stepping into the row, saying encourage for a fair, transparent and a legal process that's timely. Uddhav Thackeray Sena faction releases its first list of 17 candidates. Congress's Sanjay Nirupam was eyeing Mumbai in the northwest seat, and the Mumbai northwest seat tussle as far as Mol Kirtikar to contest is what is being said. Mahabharat in Mahayuti, the Shinde Sena and the BJP NCP lock horns, with the sources saying that the BJP Sena disagreements continue over multiple seats, and Sharad Pawar to be holding a meeting today. And tug of war as far as Bihar is concerned over that Mahagathbandhan. The seat-sharing deal hasn't been finalized. The Congress RJD continue to dispute over 5 seats in Bihar, but a crucial meeting coming up in the national capital that will be chaired by Mallikarjun Kharge. 6 presumed dead after that bridge collapse in Baltimore. Search operations have been suspended with the ship that was guided by local pilots when it crashed, with 22 crew members on ship who were Indian. They are all said to be safe, but it's the United States president who's gone on to say that it wasn't an intentional attack, ruling out an act of terrorism. Climate activist Sonam Wangchuk has ended his 21-day fast on only water and salt, fasting in order to save the ecology of Ladakh and also demanding full statehood. Chennai beat Gujarat by 63 runs. Rachin Ravindra as well as Shivam Dubey were the star performers when it comes to Chennai Super Kings. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We get you the latest from Delhi, and it is Arvind Kejriwal's plea that's going to be coming up in the High Court, the Delhi High Court, at about 10:30 this morning. So in half an hour's time is when Arvind Kejriwal will be challenging his arrest by the Enforcement Directorate in Delhi's High Court in that money laundering case linked to the alleged excise policy scam. The scam pertains to the alleged corruption and money laundering in formulating and executing the Delhi's government's excise policy for 21-22 that was later scrapped, and with the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, do remember, Minister Saurabh and Sanjay Singh are in judicial custody even now. The Aam Aadmi Party national convener was arrested on the 21st of this month and will continue to remain in remand of the Enforcement Directorate till the 28th of March. But he is moving the High Court today in order for, challenging the arrest of the Chief Minister. Aishwarya joining us to get us more on this. Aishwarya, in half an hour's time, we can expect the High Court to be taking up that bail plea of Arvind Kejriwal. Last week he had also tried to get, the court to listen to his plea, but they were shut on account of the festival of Holi.
Well, certainly Arvind Kejriwal, who was arrested on March 21st, subsequently sent to the ED custody till 28th of March, reached to the Delhi High Court earlier, but for an urgent hearing and to get some sort of relief from the Delhi High Court and get in bail. But that urgent hearing could not be listed at that point of time. The Delhi High Court stated that they will be hearing it on March 27th, which is today, and at around 10:30 a.m. the matter is listed. It would be Arvind Kejriwal who had been seeking a bail from the Enforcement Directorate, calling this arrest as illegal and unconstitutional. Clearly, it is Delhi High Court which will be pronouncing the order and will be hearing both the sides. As far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, Aam Aadmi Party has been calling this arrest as illegal, and therefore the reason perhaps an urgent relief is something that they are hearing from. On the other side, there is also a separate plea that has been filed by an individual in the Delhi High Court as well, which clearly had prayed before the court that no orders could be passed by Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal when he is behind the ED custody. It is Arvind Kejriwal who has passed two subsequent orders, one related to the jail board, one related to the health department, and the Aam Aadmi Party is adamant that Delhi Chief Minister will continue to be the Chief Minister and will not resign from his post, whether he is behind the bars or whether he is outside. But today, when at around 10:30 a.m. Delhi High Court will be hearing this matter, it remains to be seen that whether Arvind Kejriwal will get some sort of relief, or what we have been told by our sources with the ED that tomorrow as well, when Arvind Kejriwal will be appearing before the Sessions Court, ED will be seeking further custody of Arvind Kejriwal. Whether that happens tomorrow or whether today he will get some sort of relief is something that remains to be seen.
Aishwarya, this also comes, at a time where the United States has taken stock of the situation in terms of, asking for, a timely, probe into the matter as far as the legal process is concerned, asking it for it to be fair, transparent, and timely.
Well, certainly, it's all about the time-bound manner, because what we have seen in such cases is whenever there is a PMLA case imposed on any individual, bail is something that is very difficult to get in such cases, and therefore the reason perhaps in a time-bound manner the case should be dealt with is something that has also been stated in the plea. On the other side, today what we are hearing is that in different courts across the Delhi, Aam Aadmi Party legal cell is going to protest, to which also there is an update that that lawyers have filed a plea at 12:30 p.m. at Delhi High Court. That particular plea will also be heard by the Delhi High Court, in which they have challenged that within the court premises no protest can take place, and therefore the reason it is a Supreme Court orders violation within the premises, no one can protest. That will be also heard. So certainly it's a political showdown on one side, Arvind Kejriwal fighting the legal battle. Whether from that as well he would get some sort of relief or not is something that remains to be seen within few hours from now.
The Aam Aadmi Party legal wing to protest in Delhi's district courts is what is being said, of course, with no permission given. And do remember that yesterday's protest was also stopped in its tracks, with the Aam Aadmi Party leaders wanting to carry on a march towards the Prime Minister's residence. They were whisked away and taken away in buses while the BJP continued its protest. Now, staying with news from the Aam Aadmi Party and, of course, also the Enforcement Directorate. The Enforcement Directorate now has raided Aam Aadmi Party leader's house, and we're talking about Deepak Singla's house that was raided. He is a former assembly candidate of the Aam Aadmi Party who had contested elections from the Vishwas Nagar area in 2020. Singla is Aam Aadmi Party in charge of Goa and also the co-in charge of the MCD, and his house has been raided. So we have, the Aam Aadmi Party again. We have Ishika joining us to get us more on this. Ishika, what is this in connection with? Is this related to the case of Arvind Kejriwal, that is a Delhi liquor policy scam, or is this in a totally different case altogether?
Well, Divya, confirmation as to which, in which case ED is raiding the premises of Deepak Singla, well, that information is yet awaited, from the Enforcement Directorate. But certainly, as you rightly pointed out, the ED team are in fact at the, Deepak Singla's residence here in Madhu Vihar. And in fact, let me tell you that Deepak Singla, who in fact had fought the Vidhan Sabha elections in 2020 from the Aam Aadmi Party ticket from Vishwas Nagar, he continues to be the MCD's co-in charge of the Aam Aadmi Party and also the Aam Aadmi Party in charge in Goa as well. And certainly, we did hear ED in the court saying that, they have already in fact established the Hawala connection of, of the money trail that were used in the Goa elections of the alleged liquor policy scam. So certainly it remains to be seen because confirmation is awaited from the ED side whether, this raid is happening in connection to that or not. But certainly we are seeing that after Aam Aadmi Party's, Supremo Arvind Kejriwal being, in the ED custody, he is yet another leader. Deepak Singla is yet another leader now in the ED scanner. So certainly trouble continues to mount for the Aam Aadmi Party. Over to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Ishika, for joining us with those details and staying with news from the Enforcement Directorate. While raids are taking place in Chandigarh, raids are taking place at around 20 locations, and these are said to be connected to the liquor policy scam. And we're talking about where all the raids are taking place. We have Mukesh, my reporter, joining us to get us more on this. Mukesh, the Enforcement Directorate on the 23rd of January had also raided multiple locations in Chandigarh and Mohalla, but that was in a case that was related to Huda. What is this in connection with?
टीमें हैं वो चंडीगढ़ और पंजाब में करीब 20 लोकेशन पर रेड कर रही हैं। जो पंजाब के एक्साइज कमिश्नर हैं उनके घर पर, उनके जो दफ्तर है वहाँ पर भी रेड जारी है। करीब 24 ऐसे लोग हैं जिनके ठिकानों पर ईडी की रेड चल रही है और अब तक की जानकारी के मुताबिक ये जो रेड है इसका कनेक्शन जो दिल्ली सरकार की जो शराब पॉलिसी है, लिकर पॉलिसी है, उसको लेकर ये रेड हो सकती है क्योंकि जो पंजाब के एक्साइज कमिश्नर हैं उनके घर पर भी रेड की जा रही है। तो ईडी की पंजाब और चंडीगढ़ में ये बहुत बड़ी कार्रवाई है जिसमें करीब 20 से ज़्यादा लोकेशन पर ईडी की टीमें आज सुबह से छापेमारी कर रही हैं। हालांकि अब तक ये कंफर्म नहीं है कि ये रेड किस केस को लेकर है, लेकिन जो ईडी सोर्सेज के हवाले से जानकारी मिली है कि ये रेड जो है ये दिल्ली सरकार की लिकर पॉलिसी को लेकर हो सकती है क्योंकि जो पॉलिसी बनी थी उसमें पंजाब के कई बड़े शराब कारोबारी थे जो कि लिकर पॉलिसी को बनवाने में शामिल थे और वो दिल्ली में शराब के धंधे में शामिल थे। तो अब तक की जानकारी के मुताबिक इस रेड का कनेक्शन जो है दिल्ली सरकार की लिकर पॉलिसी से हो सकता है। पंजाब में कई बड़े शराब कारोबारियों और जो बिचौलिए हैं और जो एक्साइज कमीशन है पंजाब के, उनके ठिकानों पर ये रेड चल रही है और अब तक रेड में क्या कुछ मिला है ये साफ नहीं है। लेकिन आज सुबह से ईडी की 20 से ज़्यादा टीमें अलग अलग जगहों पर, जिसमें चंडीगढ़ है, पंजाब है, वहाँ पर अलग अलग ठिकानों पर रेड कर रही हैं और कुछ देर में इसके डिटेल और शायद ईडी शेयर कर पाएगी। लेकिन फिलहाल ये छापेमारी जारी है और कहा जा रहा है कि दिल्ली सरकार की लिकर पॉलिसी को लेकर ये छापेमारी पंजाब और चंडीगढ़ में 20 से ज़्यादा लोकेशन पर हो रही है।
Right. Thank you so much for joining us with those details. We will keep tracking that story and coming back to you for more on that. Switching tracks now to Maharashtra and getting you the latest from there. It is the Uddhav Thackeray Sena that's released its first list of 16 candidates. We have Anil Desai to contest from Mumbai South Central and Mumbai Northwest seat. There was a tussle, but it's gone to Amol Kirtikar. He will be contesting on that seat. Do remember it was Congress Sanjay Nirupam who was eyeing that very seat, but now it has been given to Amol Kirtikar. We also have NCP Sena both eyeing the Mumbai Northeast seat, and that has now gone to Sena. So that is the list that's come out by the Uddhav faction. So some sort of announcement coming about. Do remember that we have Radhika joining us to get us more on this. Radhika, take us through, that list of 16 candidates that has been named by the Uddhav faction.
After much deliberations, meetings and discussions, finally a list has been released by Uddhav Sena. Now, to take you through the list, of course, 17 names have been released because Sanjay Raut had given a list of 16 names, but in addition, he added one more name. So, 17 names released by UBT Sena at this point. First list by UBT Sena, which includes 17 names. We believe that there could be 3-4 more names that could be included because NCP is yet to release its first list of names. Congress has released 11 names so far. There could be more from the side of Congress as well. Now, to take you through the list, there are a few seats which were under dispute either between the Congress and Sena or between the NCP and Sena. Now, Sangli was under dispute between Congress and Sena. We know for a fact that just yesterday, Bala Saheb Thorat of the Congress met Sharad Pawar to come with some sort of consensus as far as Sangli is concerned, because Congress had been staking claims saying that it has been their stronghold along with the seats like Bhiwandi and a few seats in Mumbai as well. However, looks like Congress couldn't secure the seat. Now it has gone to Chandrahar Patil of Sena. Now, Mumbai Northwest was also under dispute between Congress and Sena, but now it has been taken by Amol Kirtikar. Amol Kirtikar, we know for a fact, just this morning we broke the story, he's been summoned by ED in connection with Khichdi scam. Now, he's also been fielded by Sena. Mumbai Northeast, in fact, was also under dispute between NCP and Sena. Now, that has also been taken by Sena's Sanjay Patil. So, 4 seats in Mumbai has been announced by Sena. Remember, there was a tug of war between Congress and Sena over several seats in Mumbai itself, but 4 of 6 seats going to Sena. Now, existing MPs have also been retained by UBT Sena, which includes Rajan Vichare from Thane, Arvind Sawant from South Bombay, Vinayak Raut from Sindhudurg, Nimbalkar from Dharashiv. So, these are existing MPs who've been once again retained by the party. Now to take you through the names within Mumbai, the 4 names that I've been talking about. Sanjay Patil from Mumbai Northeast, which was under dispute. Mumbai South, Arvind Sawant was under dispute for quite some time, but Uddhav Thackeray did, announce his name a few weeks back. It was quite predictable. Now Mumbai Northwest, Amol Kirtikar, as I mentioned, that was also under dispute between Congress and Sena. Mumbai South Central, Anil Desai. Now there are a few MPs, leaders, MPs who had lost in the last elections who were also been given ticket. Chandrakant Khaire had lost in Aurangabad but has been given ticket. Anand Gite from Raigad was defeated by Sunil Tatkare. In fact, he will once again be contesting against Sunil Tatkare. In fact, Tatkare's name was announced by Ajit Pawar of Mahayuti faction yesterday. And Shirdi ex-MP has also been given a ticket. So yes, all in all, some of the names are obviously expected. But as far as the disputes within MVA is concerned, in many of these seats, Congress had been vying hard, but looks like most of it has gone to Sena. How the Congress reacts to it, that remains to be seen. In most likelihood, it may have been done after possible agreements among all the allies. But now, of course, the NCP list to be out and the remaining list of the Congress is also awaited. Sena may release a few more names in the next few days.
Right, stay with us, Radhika, as Nitin Gadkari has filed his nomination, and this is from the Nagpur seat. He was seen performing a puja before filing his nomination, and we also saw Devendra Fadnavis and Praful Patel there in the presence marking that occasion while, Nitin Gadkari was filing his nomination. Radhika, just, take us through the significance of that seat.
Well, Nitin Gadkari, the BJP heavyweight, will be contesting from Nagpur once again. Of course, he is one of the high-profile candidates as far as Maharashtra is concerned. This is obviously Nagpur is his bastion from where he is contesting, and he will be contesting against Congress's Vikas Thackeray. And as being said, this is a reluctant Nagpur West legislator of the Congress, Vikas Thackeray, who will be contesting against Nitin Gadkari. Now, he's filed the nomination now. As far as the elections for first phase is concerned, it will start on April 19. Maharashtra elections 5-phased starting on April 19. Nagpur will go to polls on April 19 along with 4 other constituencies. The heavyweight of BJP, Nitin Gadkari, filing his nominations. He was obviously accompanied by several other leaders of Mahayuti as well. In fact, just a few days back, in his speech, he had said that he will win by a record margin of 5 lakh votes. That is something he said. And also speaking about the development work he has done for Nagpur over the last few years. So, high-profile seat, of course, Nitin Gadkari filing his nomination from Nagpur.
Right, Radhika, thank you so much. Puja ceremony also performed just before he filed for those nominations, and we saw Praful Patel in, as well as Devendra Fadnavis in while he was filing for his nomination. Now, the countdown to the biggest festival in the world's largest democracy has started, and everyone's preparing for the national elections. And India's future is its youth, and that's why we are encouraging the first-time voters to come out and cast their vote. And we have launched the hashtag NDTV 18 Ka Vote campaign in order to make the youth aware of their need to vote. So you can send us your videos as well as your messages on hashtag NDTV 18 Ka Vote, and we'll showcase them here on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea coming up in the High Court in minutes from now, with the Aam Aadmi Party legal wing to protest in Delhi's district courts, while the United States has stepped into the row, encouraging a fair or transparent and a legal process that's timely, is what the United States is saying in regard to Arvind Kejriwal's case. Lokayukta raids across Karnataka. Well, 100 Lokayukta officials have conducted raids in 13 districts of Karnataka, including 5 areas in Bengaluru. Now 13 SPs and 12 deputy SPs heading those raids across Karnataka in 13 districts. 6 people are presumed to be dead after that bridge collapsed in Baltimore. Search operations have now been suspended by the authorities in the United States. The ship was guided by 2 local pilots when it crashed. 22 crew members on the ship were Indians who are said to be safe, while the United States President has called it an unintentional attack. And while the climate activist Sonam Wangchuk has ended his 21-day fast only on water and salt, a fast to save the ecology of Ladakh and demanding full statehood for Ladakh.
ट्रैकिंग की बात से इनफैक्ट याद आया, गाइस, डिड यू नो कि आप अब ट्रैक कर सकते हैं अबाउट योर कंट्रीब्यूशन टुवर्ड्स एन हेल्दियर एनवायरनमेंट. बिकॉज अगर आप ऊबर यूज़ करते हैं तो आई एम श्योर आपको अभी पता होगा कि उसमें देयर इज एन ऑप्शन कि आप इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स को बुक कर सकते हैं इफ़ यू प्रेफर गोइंग सस्टेनेबल. लेकिन अब यहाँ पे एक ऑप्शन आ गया है जहाँ पे आपको ऊबर दिखाता है कि आप क्या सेव कर रहे हैं कंपेयर टू अगर आप एक नॉर्मल व्हीकल में जाते हैं तो आप कितने कार्बन एमिशंस होने से रोक रहे हैं, और वो आपको दिखाता है इन फॉर्म ऑफ ट्रीज बीइंग प्लांटेड. तो कहीं ना कहीं ये एक अच्छी चीज़ है जहाँ पे यू कैन कीप ट्रैक ऑफ योर योर कंट्रीब्यूशन, कि आप अपने डेली हैबिट्स में जब आप सुबह ऑफिस के लिए ऊबर ले रहे हैं, जब आप शाम को कहीं बाहर जा रहे हैं, अगर आप एक ईवी यूज़ करते हैं, सो हाउ मच एसेंशियली आर यू कंट्रीब्यूटिंग टुवर्ड्स द एनवायरनमेंट. दिस सर्विस इज लाइव नाउ इन मल्टीपल इंडियन सिटीज़. तो नेक्स्ट टाइम यू बुक एन ऊबर, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट कि अगर आप एक इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल यूज़ करते हैं, it will kind of contribute towards the environment, or you can clearly track in form of number of trees being planted. So I'm sure normally we friends sometimes we see each other's Uber ratings कि किसको कितने स्टार मिले हैं, किसी की कितनी रेटिंग है. तो I'm sure going next this could be a thing that we all might track कि अच्छा मैंने कितने trees को plant किया by going electric, या कौन आगे जीत रहा है. It's a nice thing. Did you know this? If yes, amazing. If no, please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference and they have made us
Let's get you the latest from Bihar, and a discord continues as far as the state is concerned over 5 seats. So a meeting is going to be taking place in Delhi today with Akhilesh Yadav coming to Delhi to meet with Mallikarjun Kharge as well as the Gandhi. So Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi are expected to be at that meeting that's going to be taking place. Let's go across to Manish. Manish, from what our sources are telling us is the RJD to contest on 26 seats with the Congress getting 9. Take us through those 5 seats which are being disputed.
See, the 5 seats are going to the left party as of now. But of course, Congress wants one more seat of Purnia because they have got former MP Pappu Yadav in the party. Pappu Yadav has merged his party in the Congress party in the hope that he will get the ticket from Purnia. But at the same time, Tejasvi Yadav has also ensured a local popular MLA, Bhima Bharti, who represented Rupoli Assembly Constituency, which is part of Purnia Assembly Parliamentary Constituency, to resign from the membership of Bihar Assembly. She was the Janata Dal United legislator and she has stepped down. She has resigned from her seat only after the promise made by Tejasvi Yadav. So the seat of Purnia is becoming quite tricky and prestigious for both Congress as well as RJD. But the leaders of both the parties are confident and hopeful that when they have concluded, they have no intention to contest going solo in this elections. So they will work out some kind of deal on Purnia seat also. Divya.
We also know that Tejasvi Yadav will be meeting with Mallikarjun Kharge in Delhi today.
Yes, of course, if the talks are, these seat negotiations are, concluded. So, of course, he is going to call on the Congress top brass, which includes the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge. But as of now, to and fro, negotiation is going on, and it is not yet clear that when he will meet Mr. Kharge. But it's clear, it was made clear that the final announcement on seat sharing will be made in Patna. In a joint meeting, in a joint press conference by all the allies of Mahagathbandhan in Bihar. Divya.
Right, all eyes on that crucial meeting that's going to help, finalize that deal. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. Switching tracks now, and news coming in from Karnataka, and raids have taken place across 13 districts. We're talking about raids that are being conducted by 100 Lokayukta officials who are carrying out simultaneous raids at 60 locations in Karnataka in 13 districts. 5 locations are being raided in Bengaluru. The search is being headed by 13 superintendents of police and 12 deputy superintendents of police, and this comes on the heels of the Lokayukta police conducting search and operations against 10 government officials after registering disproportionate assets. And this was a case that was, these raids had taken place earlier this year. So now the Lokayukta 100 officials have conducted raids from early this morning, and it includes Bengaluru's BBMP chief engineer Ranganatha's house that is being raided as well. And with that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, culture, comedy, music, future. Yuva, Youth for Change. 28th March, 12:30 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Network.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and centre. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles and it has a lot to offer. Company says the new platform PPE helps Audi Q6 e-tron achieve 30% less energy consumption with 33% better system performance. With the Q6, Audi is also introducing its electronic architecture E3 1.2, which allows customers to experience digitalization directly in the vehicle, making Audi Q6 e-tron a truly tech marvel. So here it is, all that you need to know about Q6 e-tron. Audi Q6 e-tron is the upcoming EV from Audi's stable and is expected to come to Indian shores by the end of this year. International launch is expected in second half of this year. It is a 4.7-meter SUV which will occupy the space between Q4 and Q8 e-tron. It will come in two variants, Q6 e-tron Quattro and the more powerful SQ6 e-tron. What we have today with us is the S variant. What I want to show you, the first in the look of Audi Q6 are these DRLs. They are matrix LED DRLs with active signature. That means you can change the pattern that gets projected from these DRLs and they also move while the car is on the move. That means you can actually have an active DRL. And I believe this feature is the highlight of Audi's upcoming baby. Up front is the grille. Now what I want to show you is this single frame grille. Audi is calling it inverted single frame grille and it looks very interesting. It's all closed off but looks very nice with these piano black inserts given here, and then we have seen these very flattish Audi logo in other products, but here there is a little bit of 3D element in the logo. Now you have to notice this very prominent shoulder line which goes all the way to the tail lamp. The rear looks quite interesting with its almost wrapped around feel to the D pillar. And the most interesting part of the rear are these OLED tail lamps. These are second generation digital LED tail lamps with 6 OLED panels. These
Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea to be coming up minutes from now in the High Court against the arrest of the Chief Minister, and it's Aam Aadmi Party's legal wing that will be protesting in the district courts. And it is Uddhav Thackeray's faction that has come up with its first list of 17 candidates. Congress's Sanjay Nirupam was eyeing the Mumbai Northwest seat. Mumbai's Northwest seat tussle with Amol Kirtikar to be contesting on that seat. And when we talk about the Mahabharat in the Maha UP, it is Shinde, BJP and the NCP locking horns, and the BJP said out disagreements as far as multiple seats are concerned. Sharad Pawar to be meeting today in order to finalize that deal. They are tug of war over seat sharing, and the Congress RJD discord over 5 seats continues. Tejasvi Yadav will be in Delhi meeting with Gandhis and Mallikarjun Kharge in order to take that final call. And 6 presumed dead in Baltimore after that bridge that collapsed. Search operations now have been suspended by the authorities. The ship was guided by local pilots when it crashed. 22 crew members on the ship were Indians, and they are said to be safe, while the United States President has said that this wasn't an intentional attack. Climate activist Sonam Wangchuk has ended his 21-day fast. He was only on water and salt. The fast was to save the ecology of Ladakh as well as demand for a full statehood. Chennai beats Gujarat by 63 runs. Roshan Ravindra and Shivam Dubey were the star performers for the Chennai Super Kings.
That's another.
Let's get you our top story, and that's the Delhi High Court that will be taking up the petition by Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal challenging his arrest by the Enforcement Directorate in a money laundering case linked to the alleged Delhi liquor policy scam. We're talking about the case pertaining to alleged corruption and money laundering in formulating and executing the Delhi government's excise policy for 21-22 that was later scrapped. Do remember that Aam Aadmi Party leaders Minister Saurabh and Sanjay Singh are in judicial custody, and the convener of the party was arrested this month on the 21st and will be in the remand and the custody of the Enforcement Directorate till the 28th. But Arvind Kejriwal has moved the High Court in order to challenge the arrest of the Chief Minister. We have Aishwarya joining us to take us through. Aishwarya, the case coming up in the High Court even as we speak. Take us through, what can we expect? What is the legal route as far as Arvind Kejriwal is concerned?
Well, Arvind Kejriwal, who was arrested on March 21st by the Enforcement Directorate, subsequently sent to the ED custody till March 28th. Arvind Kejriwal later reached to the Delhi High Court to seek urgent relief, and it was the Delhi High Court who stated that because of holy holidays, they will only hear the matter on March 27th, which is today. Currently, the hearing has begun at the Delhi High Court sharp at 10:30. It was the first case that was to be brought at the Delhi High Court. Whether the Delhi High Court grants him some sort of relief or the custody of the Enforcement Directorate will continue is something that remains to be seen. But it is Arvind Kejriwal who has called the ED arrest completely illegal and unconstitutional according to them as far as the proceedings are concerned. Remember, the entire case was already sub judice, and in between that, after the Delhi High Court rejected any sort of interim relief to Arvind Kejriwal, it was Enforcement Directorate team who reached at Arvind Kejriwal's residence with a search warrant and later arrested him, to which it was 7 days of ED custody that was granted of Arvind Kejriwal. Now, on the other side, it is a massive political showdown what we are witnessing currently between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Aam Aadmi Party on a daily basis protesting against this arrest, launching campaigns like Maybe Kejriwal. Today, in fact, in different courts across the Delhi, it is Aam Aadmi Party legal cell who had stated that they will protest against Aam Aadmi Party's Supremo Arvind Kejriwal's arrest by the ED, to which another plea has been filed in the Delhi High Court that it is a Supreme Court violation and no one within the premises of the courts can protest. Whether that will also take place in some time or from now or not, but certainly what we are witnessing outside the courts over here in Delhi and at the Delhi High Court as well, that heavy police deployment can be seen as far as the Delhi High Court is concerned, because the protest has been planned by the lawyers and Aam Aadmi Party legal cell inside the court premises, which the permission subsequently had not been given. But the hearing, all-important hearing of the bail plea that has been filed by Arvind Kejriwal has begun in the Delhi High Court, and it will be Arvind Kejriwal's counsels which will call it completely illegal arrest. Whether they will get some sort of relief from the Delhi High Court or not is something that remains to be seen.
Right. Well, Aishwarya, the Aam Aadmi Party legal wing is also going to be protesting in the district courts against the arrest of the Chief Minister.
Well, certainly looking at that, as I mentioned, that heavy police deployment outside different courts in Delhi had been deployed, and the permission altogether has not been given by the bar associations, and separate plea has also been filed challenging that protest, but that it is Supreme Court violations. Nobody can protest within the premises, but it is Aam Aadmi Party legal cell who had stated that they will protest today in the court premises, as legal battle of Arvind Kejriwal is already taking place, just not in the Delhi High Court but also in the Sessions Court and Supreme Court as well. Tomorrow, remember, Arvind Kejriwal's custody is ending and he will be produced before the Rouse Avenue Court. The highly placed sources in the Enforcement Directorate clearly telling us that the Enforcement Directorate will seek further custody of Arvind Kejriwal, saying that more interrogation, more confrontation needs to be take place, and therefore the reason perhaps the arrests that have been made recently, those people needs to be confronted with Arvind Kejriwal, as well as the Enforcement Directorate had called Arvind Kejriwal as the kingmaker and kingpin and the main conspirator in the entire alleged Delhi liquor policy case. So today, when Delhi High Court will be hearing this plea, the bail plea of Arvind Kejriwal, whether that will be granted or not, it's something remains to be seen. But in a short while from now as well, Aam Aadmi Party legal cell all set to protest at the court premises in different courts across the national capital.
Well, so Aishwarya, what we're hearing is that the Enforcement Directorate is asking for a time of 3 weeks in order to respond to this plea of Arvind Kejriwal.
Well, yes, as I said, that hearing has begun of Delhi High Court in Delhi High Court on Arvind Kejriwal's plea challenging the ED's arrest. Enforcement Directorate stated that it needs at least 3 weeks to respond for Kejriwal's petition that has been filed. It's all about taking more time. Remember, it was Enforcement Directorate at the Sessions Court when Arvind Kejriwal was produced as well. It is the ED who stated that because there had been several evidences that has been that the Enforcement Directorate had taken into their custody, digital evidences, lot of data has been dumped by the Enforcement Directorate, and senior Aam Aadmi Party leaders who had been earlier arrested in the same case, including K. Kavita of the BRS, who was also arrested. All those people who had been linked in the alleged Delhi liquor policy case needs to be confronted with Arvind Kejriwal. And now, when there is a bail plea, Enforcement Directorate saying that they need at least 3 weeks time to reply to the bail plea, whether that will be given, that time will be given to Enforcement Directorate or not, that very soon, we'll get to know. But on the other side, it is tomorrow when the custody of the Enforcement Directorate ends, and he will be produced before the Rouse Avenue Court as well. Tomorrow, we've been told that Enforcement Directorate again and most likely will be seeking more time and more custody of Arvind Kejriwal, so that investigation can take place in a proper time-bound manner.
Right. The United States government is also monitoring the reports of Arvind Kejriwal's arrest and is asking for a very fair and transparent legal process that needs to be timely.
Well, that's a very sensitive matter, in fact, of Arvind Kejriwal, and therefore the reason perhaps most of the bodies are very closely monitoring the situation, although it's completely an internal matter of the country, and it is the stand of India that internal matters will be dealt very strictly by India. Nobody can interfere into it, but something that has been demanded by the Aam Aadmi Party, that Arvind Kejriwal should get in relief, and the investigation can take its own course. Although it is Arvind Kejriwal's counsel who had stated that Arvind Kejriwal is there, he is ready to respond to any of the investigation that is taking place. The arrest completely, they are calling it as illegal. On the other side, it is the Enforcement Directorate who had completely pictured on black and white what was the money trail, from where the money came, and how from the Hawala routes the money was transferred to Goa and used as and Aam Aadmi Party use that money as for their political campaigns. So yes, of course, on one side the legal battle is on. It's completely a matter that pertains to an internal matter, but it is certainly being watched very closely by independent bodies and international bodies as well.
Yeah, when we talk about international bodies, it's not the United States, but this response of the United States has come days after Germany's Foreign Office has also stressed upon, a fair and impartial trial. So, of course, a lot of international response coming to the arrest of a Chief Minister of Delhi, and of course, the Chief Minister there trying to move the court. Even last week, he was trying to get in his petition, but of course, that was delayed on grounds of the court being closed for Holi. Take us through, when we talk about the kind of international reaction it is getting, we do know that there are Aam Aadmi Party leaders like Satinder Jain and Sanjay Singh who continue to remain in the custody, judicial custody in the matter. Also take us through, what is really connected here is this came about after the Enforcement Directorate had, questioned K. Kavita and taken her into their custody. And close on the heels of that is when Arvind Kejriwal was also arrested.
Well, many raids have taken place till now in the alleged Delhi liquor policy case. A lot of documents had been seized, digital data has been seized, and therefore the reason perhaps before filing the official charge sheet, it is Enforcement Directorate who had been constantly pushing it for the arrest of the top accused in this case. Now, also the matter which is currently underway in the Delhi High Court, let us also take our viewers to the proceedings that are taking place. Of course, what we know so far is that Enforcement Directorate on one side had sought 3 weeks time to file a reply on the bail plea that has been filed by Arvind Kejriwal, to which it was opposed by Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who is appearing for Arvind Kejriwal, saying that Abhishek Manu Singhvi, in fact, had been stating that it's tomorrow when the ED custody is ending, and therefore the reason perhaps today only the matter should be heard. It is the court who stated that yes, we are looking to give appropriate time to the Enforcement Directorate to reply to this plea, and they had opposed this. The matter has been passed over for so many days. Tomorrow, Enforcement Directorate will seek further custody into this case as well, and Delhi High Court should intervene at this level only by today. So completely, the Enforcement Directorate currently asking for more time to file a reply as far as Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea is concerned, which has ultimately been opposed by the Enforcement Directorate.
Right, the Enforcement Directorate, like you mentioned, is conducting, raids, multiple raids, and we've also heard of raids taking place at Aam Aadmi Party leader Deepak Singhla's residence. Is this also connected to the Delhi liquor policy scam?
Well, the official statement has not come out from the Enforcement Directorate that what are these raids all about at Deepak Singhla's residence. But what we know so far is that, yes, of course, Deepak Singla was up in charge of Goa, and in the entire money trail which has come out, the money that has been passed through Havara channels to Goa and used for political campaigns of Aam Aadmi Party, that money had certain relations with Deepak Singla, and therefore the reason perhaps ED currently is reading at Deepak Singhla's residence. More documents, more seizures are to be awaited by Enforcement Directorate, whether Deepak Singla would be another accused in this case, whether he will be arrested by the Enforcement Directorate as of now is something that remains to be seen. But yes, these raids taking place at a time when the entire case is boiling, and the Enforcement Directorate looking at more people involved in Delhi liquor place, so that confrontation with Arvind Kejriwal, K. Kavita, Satinder Jain, Manish Sisodiya can happen very soon, and the investigation can proceed from here on.
Right, the court has said that they will be giving some amount of time to the Enforcement Directorate in order to reply as far as this petition is concerned by Arvind Kejriwal. And, the court has said that they should be given time in order to provide that reply to the petition that is being filed by the Chief Minister. So from what it looks like is that there is time that's being given to the Enforcement Directorate to come up with its response, and which is why it seems like Arvind Kejriwal will continue to remain in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. Right. We also, we mentioned about the raids that are taking place at various locations that we've heard in connection with the Aam Aadmi Party. And the latest is the leader of the Aam Aadmi Party, Deepak Singhla's house that was raided this morning. He is a former assembly candidate of the Aam Aadmi Party. He had contested elections from Vishwas Nagar in 2020, and Singla is Aam Aadmi Party's in charge of Goa and the co-in charge of MCD. So we have Ishika joining us to get us more on this. Ishika, is this in any way related to the Delhi liquor scam? Is this related to Arvind Kejriwal, and has that led to these raids being held as far as Deepak Singhla's residence is concerned?
Well, Divya, that confirmation is still awaited from the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, let me tell you that, as you rightly pointed out, that the ED team, in fact, have, are at the premises of Deepak Singla. Now, remember that Deepak Singla, who is, in fact, currently the Goa in charge for the Aam Aadmi Party, is also, in fact, the co-in charge in the MCD. But, we did see how the ED has said that the money trail as to how, the money was used in the Goa election, that has been established by the ED, is what ED had said in the court. So it is, it is likely that that would have happened, but certainly no confirmation from ED has been given on that matter. Now, let me tell you that Deepak Singla is, in fact, a leader who had, contested the 2020 Vidhan Sabha elections from Vishwas Nagar on the Aam Aadmi Party ticket. And even, even now he continues to hold strong, a strong position in Aam Aadmi Party, like being the Goa in charge for the Aam Aadmi Party. But certainly confirmation is still awaited from the ED side as to in which case is he being investigated. But, we are seeing that the trouble continues to mount, because after Kejriwal's arrest, this is, yet another leader of the Aam Aadmi Party who has now come under the ED scanner. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, thank you so much for getting us those details. And staying with news of the Enforcement Directorate, raids are also taking place at 20 different locations that we're talking about Punjab, and they are likely to be connected to the Punjab liquor policy case. There are raids that have been taken, that are taking place since early this morning in 20 locations in Chandigarh. The Enforcement Directorate raids that are taking place at the Commissioner's house as well. This is the Excise Commissioner's house, where ED raids are taking place in Punjab. So we are talking about the Enforcement Directorate again, holding raids, the raids that are underway since early this morning in connection with the Punjab liquor policy scam. Let's just go across to Delhi's High Court, and outside the lawyer of is speaking on behalf of the case.
Sir, what was the opinion of the court regarding your grievances that you mentioned in your letter?
The court said that no one can organize protest in the court premises. No one, अगर कोई कर भी रहा है तो वो उनके अपने risk पे है. और if we get the knowledge कि litigants are suffering from the protest, then we are going to take a stern action.
वैभव जी, हिंदी में आज जो आपने एप्लीकेशन दी थी, शिकायत की थी जो स्ट्राइक को लेकर, उसमें क्या कुछ कहा है?
मैंने इसको वर्बली मेंशन किया एक्टिंग चीफ जस्टिस के सामने. उन्होंने कहा कि कोर्ट प्रेमाइसेस के अंदर प्रोटेस्ट ऑर्गेनाइज नहीं किया जा सकता, और अगर कोई प्रोटेस्ट को ऑर्गेनाइज करता है तो वो उनके अपने ओन रिस्क पे है. और हमें अगर पता चलेगा कि उनके प्रोटेस्ट से कोई लिटिगेंट सफर कर रहा है तो वी आर गोइंग टू टेक स्टर्न एक्शन.
सर, बार काउंसिल का रूल क्या कहता है सर?
बार काउंसिल ऑफ रूल इन जजमेंट ऑफ सुप्रीम कोर्ट सेज दैट नो लॉयर कैन ऑर्गेनाइज प्रोटेस्ट इन द कोर्ट प्रेमाइसेस.
तो रोक भी लगाई है कुछ ऐसा?
सर, तो आज 12 बजे जो प्रोटेस्ट होने वाला है वो होगा क्या?
I don't think so कि वो होना चाहिए, because there is a judgment. The court also said no one can organize protest in the court premises.
क्या रोक वगैरह भी लगाई है या सिर्फ?
The court said it is already there कि no one can organize protest in the court premises. Court said it is already there.
Whether if the protest takes place, whether there would be some action that would take place.
That is what the court said. Ki if litigant is going to suffer, then and it comes to the knowledge of the court, then we are going to take instant action against the protesting people.
So, any sort of arrangements that also is taking place at the different courts?
As far as I know, I don't think so. Ki any some kind of a strike is there in the High Court. I'm not saying any impact.
So as of now, there would be another time when the High Court will hear about this plea that you have filed?
No, not today. Court said ki it is already there. No one can organize protest in the court premises. If they organize, then they are organizing it on their own risk. And if it comes to our knowledge, then we are going, the litigants are suffering, then we are going to take stern action against them.
So that was Vaibhav Singh, the lawyer who has filed the petition in which he is clearly stating that the Delhi High Court had heard him, and if there would be any protest by any legal team of Aam Aadmi Party or the lawyers within the court premises, then stern action will be taken against those lawyers who will be protesting. If litigants are being affected because of this protest as well, then as well the action would be taken by the Delhi High Court as well. So clearly no permission has been given. Supreme Court rules clearly states that no protest can take place within the premises, but it's a call made by the Aam Aadmi Party legal cell that they would be protesting against the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal. The matter was heard today in the Delhi High Court as well, stopping them from protesting within the premises of different courts across the national capital. But now an ultimate warning had been given. Stern action will be taken if protest takes place within the court premises. Back to you.
You know, when we talk about when these are visuals of Nitin Gadkari going to file his nomination. There we can see Devendra Fadnavis accompanying him, for the filing of his nomination. He is filing his nomination from the Nagpur seat. Nitin Gadkari there, in Maharashtra's Nagpur, there filing his nomination for his seat of Nagpur. So Nitin Gadkari accompanied by Devendra Fadnavis for the filing of the nomination. Do remember he had conducted a puja just before filing his nomination. So he's been accompanied by Praful Patel and Devendra Fadnavis.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, NDTV, big exclusive.
We provide justice to common citizens, and there is no case which is too small even for the highest court of the nation.
CGI का काम करने का अलग अंदाज.
Sometimes I get emails even in the middle of the night, and I'm always available to answer those emails. 25 crore final judgments and orders. This data is available online. As on 29 February 2024, 3.09 crore cases have been heard on video conferencing mode.
Chief Justice Chandrachud से जुड़ी अनसुनी बातें.
3:30 बजे सुबह मेरा दिन शुरू हो जाता है. My best friend, who is my wife, Kalpana, both of us are vegans.
खबरों में आपका भरोसा. NDTV.
IPL का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ NDTV पर।
Friends, it's time now for my favorite section about this episode because हम हमेशा जब Q&A की बात करते हैं so ask TG is the thing जो मुझे बहुत पसंद आती है because I get to answer all your questions. So let's see इस हफ्ते हमारे पास में क्या-क्या questions हैं.
Hi TG, which is the better phone between OnePlus 12 and Xiaomi 14 in terms of camera and performance?
Okay, so you have asked that आपको जानना है which is the better device between OnePlus 12 and Xiaomi 14 in terms of camera and performance. So let me get this straight. In terms of camera, Xiaomi might jump slightly ahead of the OnePlus 12. Not by a huge margin, but like let's say slightly ahead. But if I were to recommend you an overall good product in terms of camera, performance, software, you know, like everything combined, I would recommend OnePlus 12 over the Xiaomi. Considering Xiaomi doesn't have that kind of brand value in that premium segment. OnePlus, you know, has been there for a long time now, or OnePlus 12 is an amazing smartphone overall. If you combine especially the clean experience of Oxygen OS, yeah, even the camera is fantastic. Xiaomi 14 थोड़ा आगे निकल जाता है, but overall, I would say OnePlus 12 would be a better pick. I mean, pretty simple. If you have access to your mobile phone number and अगर आपको वहाँ पे SMS
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut. Coming up ahead, BJP leader Nitin Gadkari files his nomination. Also, Arvind Kejriwal's plea in the High Court. Let's take a look at the headlines. Arvind Kejriwal's bail hearing underway in the Delhi High Court. The Enforcement Directorate says they need 3 weeks to respond to his petition. According to sources, Enforcement Directorate raids are taking place at 20 locations in Chandigarh, and these are connected to the Punjab liquor policy. ED raids the Punjab Excise Commissioner's house. ED action also against UBT leaders. The ED summons Amol Kirtikar, a UBT candidate from Mumbai Northwest. Sanjay Raut hits out, says he was summoned as soon as the list was announced. So the Thackeray Sena releases the first list of 16 candidates. The NCP Sena both were eyeing the Mumbai Northeast seat. It now goes to the Sena. Congress's Sanjay Nirupam to address a press conference after being denied a ticket from Mumbai Northeast. In Karnataka, Lokayukta raids are taking place. Across Karnataka, 100 officials are conducting raids across 60 locations. A BBMP chief engineer Ranganath's house is raided. And 6 people are presumed dead after the Baltimore bridge collapse yesterday. The search operations have been suspended in the bridge collapse. The ship was guided by local pilots when it crashed. The rest of the crew, 22 crew members, were all Indians. Our top story, the Enforcement Directorate has told the Delhi High Court that it needs 3 weeks to respond to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's petition against his arrest. The Delhi High Court is hearing the petition by the Delhi Chief Minister challenging his arrest by the Enforcement Directorate in a money laundering case linked to the alleged excise policy scam. The petition challenging the Aam Aadmi Party leader's arrest was filed on April 23rd, 2 days after his arrest in the money laundering case. A day after his arrest, Kejriwal had initially approached the Supreme Court for relief. However, he later withdrew this petition as his counsel, senior advocate Abhishek Singhvi, said they would contest the remand proceeding before the trial court and return to the top court with another petition. Remember, top AAP leaders Manish Sisodia and Sanjay Singh are in judicial custody in the same case. The AAP National national convener, was arrested on March 21st and subsequently remanded to ED's custody till March 28th. Now, remember, the Aam Aadmi Party has been hitting out over the arrest and linking it to the upcoming election, saying this essentially is to prevent Arvind Kejriwal from campaigning for the upcoming elections. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party said it would protest in the court premises. However, this is something that is not permitted. We spoke to Vaibhav Singh.
So what is this petition all about?
This is a complaint which I filed to the Chief Justice yesterday midnight regarding the call of a protest by the legal cell of Aam Aadmi Party. They have called for a protest today at 12:30 p.m. in the court premises. So that is the violation of catena of judgments of the Supreme Court, and that is also the violation of Bar Council of India rules. You cannot protest in the court premises. You cannot call for a lawyer to protest in a attire of an advocate.
So the entire in different parts of Delhi, in
different courts of Delhi, yes.
The protest is happening. Have you written a letter as well?
I have written the letter to the Chief Justice along with the letter to the Bar Council of India and Bar Council of Delhi. That this is the violation of judgments of the Supreme Court. This is also the violation of the rules of Bar Council of India.
So within the court premises,
protest is not allowed.
And outside
outside it is your constitutional right. You can of course, but you can do a peaceful protest. But you need to remove your band. You need to remove your gown.
So is this a separate application or prayer that?
No, same. It's
the same.
All right, so that was pertaining to the call for a protest on the court premises. But let's now go across for the very latest, and we're joined by Aishwarya and Ishika. Ishika joins us on how raids are taking place against another AAP leader. Aishwarya, first to you, what is the latest from the Delhi High Court?
Well, big update coming in from Delhi High Court as it is said on the bail plea filed by Arvind Kejriwal that an urgent hearing is needed today because tomorrow the Enforcement Directorate custody is ending. The remand that has been sought by Enforcement Directorate was given for 7 days and that's ending tomorrow. Therefore, the reason perhaps in that crucial hearing it was stated by the Enforcement Directorate that they wanted to reply to the bail plea of Arvind Kejriwal. 3 weeks time was sought by the Enforcement Directorate to reply, to which it was opposed by Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who is Arvind Kejriwal's lawyer, and stated that that an urgent hearing is needed. 3 weeks time is something that is very just to delay the entire proceedings. It is a delay tactics stated by Abhishek Manu Singhvi. So it is the Delhi High Court ultimately which stated that they will hear this matter, but after several of the supplementary lists that has come forward and the other cases as well that Delhi High Court needs to hear. It is no urgent relief that Delhi High Court has granted to Arvind Kejriwal, but certainly it is Delhi High Court who has asked the Enforcement Directorate to reply to the bail plea filed by Arvind Kejriwal's counsel. At around 12:30, we are hearing that that again the Delhi High Court will be hearing this case with another supplementary list that are pertaining in and around to this entire case of Arvind Kejriwal's arrest. So we are just waiting for Delhi High Court to hear what happens next, because it is Enforcement Directorate who has stated that they wanted to reply on this bail application, but they needed more time to reply on that.
So, Aishwarya, the hearing will continue after a little while, and Kejriwal's lawyer there, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, saying this is a delaying tactic, with ED saying they need 3 weeks to reply, because let's remember elections are just around the corner, and this is something Aam Aadmi Party has been hitting out over the timing of this action against Arvind Kejriwal, the fact that he has been arrested just ahead of the elections, and he is, of course, the star campaigner for the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, on one side, elections are around the corner, but tomorrow, remember, Enforcement Directorate custody ends, and highly placed sources in the Enforcement Directorate also stating that ED will seek for further custody of Arvind Kejriwal, because more interrogation and more confrontation with other accused needs to be done with Arvind Kejriwal, and therefore the reason perhaps more time is something that Enforcement Directorate is seeking. Today, when Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea was heard by Delhi High Court, it was clearly stated that 3 weeks time is something that Enforcement Directorate sought for replying on bail application, to which it was was a post by Abhishek Manu Singhvi clearly stating that this is just delay tactics. Tomorrow when ED custody is already ending, it would be Arvind Kejriwal who will be again produced in the court. ED will seek further custody. So why not today when the entire matter should be heard, and why the Enforcement Directorate seeking more time? At the end it was Delhi High Court who stated that we will continue hearing this, but after some time, because a lot of supplementary list is also something that Delhi High Court needs to be here, and after those hearings Delhi High Court will resume that. Post that, it would be also a very important plea that has been filed by an individual lawyer, Vaibhav Singh, who stated that on one side Aam Aadmi Party legal cell is going to protest in different court premises, so that would be also something which will be heard. Delhi High Court in an initial observation stated that stern action will be taken against those who will be protesting within the premises. If litigants are affected because of this, then action will be taken, because this is completely against the Supreme Court rules. One more update coming in from the Delhi High Court as well, that a plea was filed against Arvind Kejriwal, who was passing orders and running this government from behind the ED custody. So a plea was filed to stop Arvind Kejriwal for doing so. Whether that will be also taken at 12:30 is something that remains to be seen.
All right. Thanks so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with all those details of the Arvind Kejriwal's plea to be taken up later. But let's now go across to Ishika, as there's more trouble for the Aam Aadmi Party. And Ishika, ED raids now taking place against another Aam Aadmi Party leader. And these are raids against Deepak Singla. His house is currently being raided, and he's the former assembly candidate of Aam Aadmi Party. It contested elections from Vishwasnagar.
Well, yes, you know, another leader of the Aam Aadmi Party is now under the ED scanner. This time it is Deepak Singla. Now, remember that Deepak Singla, as you rightly said, in fact, had, contested the assembly elections in 2020 from the Aam Aadmi Party ticket from Vishwasnagar here. But currently, you know, we are seeing, in fact, that he continues to hold strong positions in the Aam Aadmi Party. Apart from being the co-in-charge, in the MCD, he's also the in-charge, the Goa in-charge of the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, you know, we have heard how the ED had earlier said in the court that they have, in fact, established the money trail as to how, money was used for the Goa election. But yet, ED has not confirmed whether or not that is, the case in which ED is raiding his premises. So certainly confirmation as to in which case is ED raiding his house, that certainly is awaited. But yes, as you rightly mentioned, the trouble that continues to mount for the Aam Aadmi Party, because after the Aam Aadmi Party's Supremo Arvind Kejriwal being in the ED custody, it is now another leader, Deepak Singla, that has now come under the ED scanner. Over to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Ishika, for joining us with those details. So more trouble for the Aam Aadmi Party with more ED raids taking place against their leaders. Well, moving on to news now from Maharashtra, and the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena released its first list of 16 candidates, and the UBT Sena releasing that list of candidates today. However, in more ED trouble for the Shiv Sena, the UBT Shiv Sena, is that one of its leaders has also been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate for questioning. Let's listen into what Sanjay Raut had to say.
आज हमने शिवसेना की तरफ से 22 उम्मीदवारों की घोषणा की है। 17 हम 22 लड़ेंगे और 17 की घोषणा की है। आपको पता होगा, इसमें मुंबई है और महाराष्ट्र के बहुत से इलाके से हमने आज उम्मीदवार घोषित किए हैं।
All right, Sanjay Raut there hitting out. Now the Enforcement Directorate has summoned Amol Kirtikar. He is the Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena candidate from Mumbai Northwest. Sanjay Raut there hitting out and saying that he has been summoned as soon as the list has been announced. So Shiv Sena releasing its first list of 16 candidates, and one of its leaders now being summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Meanwhile, if we talk about the Mahayuti, that's the NDA in Maharashtra, conflict continues in that alliance with a tussle taking place over several seats. Both the BJP and Shinde Sena are taking claim to the Ratnagiri Sindhudurg seat. They're also fighting over the Nashik seat. So question marks remain over the Mumbai Northwest and Aurangabad seat. So several seats under question. Remember, there have been several rounds of meetings also taking place. And media has been told that soon the announcement will be made. But we have learned from our sources that several seats are currently being contested, as there are three different parties there. The BJP, you have the Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena, and you have the Ajit Pawar Shiv Sena. Though Ajit Pawar did say that on the 28th, that is tomorrow, they will hold a press conference and all the seats and all the candidates will be announced together. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. Remember, we're counting down to elections and we want all of you to come out and exercise your right and send us any messages, any videos that you have on NDTV 18 ka vote, as we want the youngsters to come out and cast their votes. We'll show them right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Who present?
I bet on my club. Yeah, I bet on my club. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself. Yeah, I bet on myself.
So friends, next I have is this shiny new device coming straight from the Realme factory. This is the all new Realme Narzo 70 Pro 5G. और मैं shiny क्यों बोल रहा हूँ? Because see, of course it's shiny. मतलब the way it looks, even the frame is very shiny. At the same time, this phone really shines bright जब हम इसके features को देखते हैं. Because यहाँ पे काफी interesting चीजें Realme has packed. What we have is a Sony IMX 890 sensor के साथ आने वाला 50 megapixels वाला primary camera that has OIS. At the same time, inside the phone is really packed with features. In fact, हम यहाँ पे अभी इस phone में gestures से इसको control कर सकते हैं because this has got something that Realme calls air gestures. So अगर आप देखो इसको and have a closer look about how this Realme Narzo 70 Pro really is, I would say a very interesting mid-range smartphone coming straight from Realme.
Finally, the wait is over. Realme's latest hotshot, the Narzo 70 Pro 5G, finally India में launch हो गया है. This phone is packed with amazing features that will make you go wow. इस phone में है एक rainwater smart touch feature. This means no more tensions about phone usage in a light drizzle. The powerful MediaTek Dimensity chipset lets you game, multitask and do everything else at lightning speed. The 5000 mAh battery and SuperVOOC fast charging will get you back in action in no time. The phone's Horizon Glass design gives it a super premium head-turning look. Realme has kept it affordable. Narzo 70 Pro 5G starts at just Rs 18,999. You can grab it in stylish glass green and glass gold colors from March 22nd on Amazon and the Realme website. With its awesome display, camera and overall performance, the Realme Narzo 70 Pro 5G is a total paisa vasool deal. If you're looking for a smartphone that's powerful, stylish and affordable, this is it.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taigun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, you know,
Welcome back. News now from Karnataka, where Lokayukta raids are taking place across the state. In fact, 100 Lokayukta officials are conducting these raids, which are across 60 locations. 13 SPs, 12 deputy SPs are heading these raids across the state, and these are taking place across 13 districts. Well, let's go across to Pratibha now for more on this story. And Pratibha, tell us more about the case, that these raids are taking place. Also, BBMP Chief Engineer's house is being raided.
That's right. In fact, the raid started early this morning, and a lot of them, from assistant engineers to the chief engineer of the BBMP in Bengaluru, all of them, and those belonging to the Public Works Department, all of them are being raided at this point in time as we speak, and this is related to a corruption case, is what we are told by sources from the Lokayukta. And whether or not this is related to the raids that took place around a month ago, that was to do with the disproportionate assets case involving some of the officials. Whether or not this is related is something that needs to be confirmed yet. But at this point in time, we hear that a lot of officials to do with engineering as well as other departments of the BBMP as well as other civic body departments are all being raided at this point in time. Like you mentioned, yes, 13 districts that are under survey of the Lokayukta and 60 locations that are being raided. All of their assets, including the documents as well as other electronic devices, are also being seized and as well as scanned as we speak. And more information would be revealed once the process is over, the search is over, as well as the documents collected are examined.
All right. Thanks so much for joining us, Pratibha, on that. And do stay with us for more news from Karnataka, and news coming in that NI raids are taking place in both Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. And these are related to the Rameshwaram cafe blast case from Bengaluru. Let's go back to Pratibha for more on that. And Pratibha, what is the latest here as the NI is trying to crack this case?
In fact, yes, like you mentioned, these raids are connected to the Rameshwaram cafe blast. Remember, the blast took place on March 1st, and no concrete arrests that have been made in terms of who the suspect could be, the person who really planted the bomb at the cafe. In fact, connected with this, two of them who seems to have been accomplices of the suspect have been interrogated just recently by the NIA. More information would be revealed once these locations are raided, as well as the documents and other belongings are seized as well as checked. Whether this is to do with the accomplices or not is also yet to be confirmed. And we also hear that one of the locations is a key location like Titahalli, and that is precisely where some of the recce's were done, including the ones that involved the Mangalore blast that took place in 2022 as well as the Shimoga blast.
All right. Thanks, Pratibha, for joining us with all those developments. Well, election news now, and from Maharashtra, and Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has filed his nomination with a show of strength. He filed his nomination from Nagpur, and first a roadshow was taken out, and you can see several top leaders, even the Fadnavis also present, Praful Patel also present with Nitin Gadkari, who initially offered prayers at his home before he headed out on this roadshow to file his nomination. Let's go across to Radhika now for more. And Radhika, so now, things really heating up, and everyone, the bigwigs filing their nominations, and today Nitin Gadkari filing his nomination from Nagpur.
Certainly, Nitin Gadkari filing his nomination from Nagpur. This is a high-profile seat, of course, and BJP heavyweight Nitin Gadkari, a two-time parliamentarian as well as the longest-serving minister for road transport highways. In fact, filing his nominations today. In fact, he had performed prayers at his residence before this. Now he's conducting his road show, following which, of course, he will be filing nominations. In attendance are BJP bigwigs and Mahayuti leaders as well, including Devendra Fadnavis and NCP leader Praful Patel also present. Of course, as far as Nagpur seat is concerned, Congress has fielded Vikas Thackeray, who is Nagpur West legislator, who's been called a reluctant candidate from there, and he's the one who's contesting against Nitin Gadkari from Nagpur. Now, in fact, the Union Minister had defeated Nana Patole, and now we know for a fact that Nagpur is going to polls in the first phase, which is April 19, along with other 4 seats in the East Vidarbha region. Earlier, of course, when Nitin Gadkari was speaking, was addressing people of Nagpur, he had in fact mentioned that he will win this election by more than 5 lakh votes. In fact, he had also spoken of the development work done there. He said in the past 10 years, he's done a development work worth rupees 1 lakh crore in Nagpur, and that this is just a newsreel and the real movie is yet to start, and that he promised the people of Nagpur that he will make the city the best cities, among the best cities in the world. So yes, this is obviously a high-profile seat, which is Nagpur, and BJP heavyweight there contesting once again. He's a 2-time parliamentarian. Of course, when Nitin Gadkari's name did not feature in BJP's first list, there were a lot of controversy surrounding it. In fact, Uddhav Thackeray had invited him to join his party and contest from his party. Of course, Nitin Gadkari's name was part of BJP's second list. Now, as far as Mahayuti is concerned, of course, 23 names have been released by BJP so far, which includes Nitin Gadkari and Piyush Goyal, who are the heavyweights from BJP who are contesting. But more lists, more names awaited. Both Shinde Sena and Ajit Pawar NCP are yet to release their names. So at this point, of course, contest, of course, election heat there with Nitin Gadkari, filing his nominations today. Of course, Congress candidate had filed his nomination as well yesterday. Now, so as far as Nagpur is concerned, it is obviously one of the most, one of the most high-profile constituencies, right, especially in the first phase, along 4 other constituencies in the Vidarbha region.
All right, Radhika, thanks so much for joining us with those developments. Now, some breaking news coming in from Chhattisgarh, and an anti-Naxal operation is taking place in Bijapur. The police have said that bodies of 6 Naxals have been recovered, and a Maoist deputy commander has also been killed in this encounter. This is after Maoists had allegedly killed 3 villagers on Holi. Zulfikar joins us for the very latest. Zulfikar, tell us what you're hearing.
इस घटना की अगर बात की जाए तो पुलिस फोर्सेस और नक्सल की जो टीम है, इनके बीच में मुठभेड़ हुई थी। सुबह के करीब 9 बजे की बात है, और उस दौरान पुलिस सर्चिंग के लिए निकली थी, पुलिस फोर्सेस निकले थे। बीजापुर के पास बाजरगुड़ा का इलाका है, वहाँ पे जब जवान पहुंचे तो इनके बीच में, नक्सलियों के बीच में मुठभेड़ हुई और इसमें 6 नक्सलियों के मारे जाने की खबर अभी तक मिली है और 600 बरामद कर लिए गए हैं और नक्सलियों को बड़ी मात्रा में नुकसान हुआ है, इस तरीके की सूचना पुलिस फोर्सेस के द्वारा दी गई है। और जो पुलिस फोर्सेस की जो टीम थी उसमें कोबरा बटालियन के और फिर सीआरपीएफ और डीआरजी की ये कंबाइन ऑपरेशन था और इस ऑपरेशन में एक बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है। अगर हम देखें तो पिछले लंबे समय से लगातार नक्सल मोर्चे पर जो सुरक्षा बल हैं वो एग्रेसिवली काम कर रहे हैं और अंदरूनी इलाके में लगातार कैंप बनाए जा रहे हैं और बैकफुट पे कहीं ना कहीं नक्सली नजर आ रहे हैं। और ये बीजापुर का जो इलाका है, बीजापुर, सुकमा और कोंटा, इस इलाके में अभी नक्सलियों का जो होल्ड कहा जाता है उसे ब्रेक करने की लगातार कोशिश सुरक्षा बलों के द्वारा की जा रही है और उसी कड़ी में ये कहा जा सकता है कि एक बड़ी सफलता पुलिस फोर्सेस को मिली है यहाँ पे।
All right. Thanks so much, Zulfikar, for joining us with the latest there. So, an encounter between Naxals and the forces taking place in Bijapur. The bodies of 6 Naxals have been recovered and a deputy commander of the Naxal forces has been killed, is what the police have claimed. This encounter is by a joint team of the Cobra, CRPF and DRG personnel, and the Maoists allegedly killed 3 villagers on Holi, after which this encounter took place in the early hours today. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, culture, comedy, music, future. Yuva, Youth for Change. 28th March, 12:30 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV network.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles and it has a lot to offer.
Company says the new platform PPE helps Audi Q6 e-tron achieve 30% less energy consumption with 33% better system performance. With the Q6, Audi is also introducing its electronic architecture E3 1.2, which allows customers to experience digitalization directly in the vehicle, making Audi Q6 e-tron a truly tech marvel. So here it is, all that you need to know about Q6 e-tron. Audi Q6 e-tron is the upcoming EV from Audi's stable and is expected to come to Indian shores by the end of this year. International launch is expected in second half of this year. It is a 4.7-meter SUV which will occupy the space between Q4 and Q8 e-tron. It will come in two variants, Q6 e-tron Quattro and the more powerful SQ6 e-tron. What we have today with us is the S variant.
What I want to show you, the first in the look of Audi Q6 are these DRLs. They are matrix LED DRLs with active signature. That means you can change the pattern that gets projected from these DRLs, and they also move while the car is on the move. That means you can actually have an active DRL.
And I believe this feature is the highlight of Audi's upcoming baby. Up front is the grille.
Now what I want to show you is this single frame grille. Audi is calling it inverted single frame grille, and it looks very interesting. It's all closed off but looks very nice with these piano black inserts given here. And then we have seen these very flattish Audi logo in other products, but here there is a little bit of 3D element in the logo. Now you have to notice this very prominent shoulder line which goes all the way to the tail lamp. The rear looks quite interesting with its almost wrapped around feel to the
Welcome back. Now let's get to the latest on elections and seat sharing tussles. The Mahagathbandhan in Bihar, there's a tug of war that's still going on over their seat sharing deal, and Tejasvi Yadav is now likely to meet Mallikarjun Kharge in Delhi today as a few of the seats continue to see a tussle. Let's go across to Manish now for more. And Manish, it's 5 seats that are the bone of contention over which this tussle is going on. Give us the details.
Gargi, actually on the seat sharing formula, almost all the parties, including Congress and Left, are in agreement over the seats offered to them by Rashtriya Janata Dal, which is playing the role of Big Brother. So, Gargi, they have RJD has come out with a formula where they have given 9 seats to Congress and 5 seats to Left parties, and remaining 26 seats will be contested by RJD. Out of those 5 seats for Left parties, it is clear that CPIML, which has got 12 MLAs in Bihar Assembly, will get 3 seats. But Congress party has no problem with the numbers because the same number was given to them last time also. But somewhere they are, keen on contesting some of the seats which has been taken by RJD, like there is a example of Purnia seat where they have got Pappu Yadav to merge his party in Congress, but somewhere RJD top leadership, especially Lalu Yadav and Tejasvi Yadav, are miffed with Pappu Yadav's candidature over betrayal. He promised to merge his party in RJD and next day he went and merged his party in Congress. And that is why Tejasvi Yadav has got a local MLA from JDU, Ms. Bhima Bharti, to resign from her membership of Assembly, and now she has been promised a ticket by Tejasvi Yadav. So somewhere this Purnia seat has become a bone of contention, and of course there are some seats which has been given to Congress like Gopalganj or Betia, which they are not very keen. But of course they are saying that last minute parleys are going on, there is some negotiation is going on, and they are very hopeful that some kind of settlement will be done by the late evening today. Gargi.
That it could be resolved by today. And just briefly, Manish, what about Kanhaiya Kumar? There was said to be some kind of dispute over his candidature as well.
See, there is no, there is no dispute over his candidature. As you know that Tejasvi Yadav and Kanhaiya Kumar, they don't share a very, good cordial relationship. There are some issues between them for last 6-7 years, and that is why RJD is been really very generous to the left parties, and that seat Begusarai, from where Kanhaiya contested last time, has been given to CPI this time, and CPI has already announced that they are going to fill one of their local MLAs from that seat. So it seems that there are not very bright chances for Kanhaiya to contest in this time from Bihar. Gargi.
All right, Manish, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us. And Tejashwi Yadav meeting with Mallikarjun Kharge today, and hopefully this seat sharing will be resolved. News now from Telangana on the snooping scandal, and Union Minister from Telangana, Kishan Reddy, has demanded a judicial probe into this phone tapping case, which is under investigation, which has exploded with more and more information emerging every day. Kishan Reddy said that the phones of BJP leaders and their sympathizers, besides the party office staff, were tapped during the BRS rule, and KCR solely responsible for these crimes. He said he and his cabinet colleagues have behaved in a heinous manner, is what Kishan Reddy said in an interview to NDTV.
इलेक्शन से अगर हमारा हम बैंक से पैसे उठाए, वो पैसे के लिए भी फ़ोन टैपिंग करके ऑफिशियल मनी को भी ये लोग फ़ोन टैपिंग करके, जैसा इंटरनेशनल टेररिस्ट को अरेस्ट करते ऐसा फ़ोन पूरा गाड़ी को रोककर ग्लास तोड़कर पैसे उठा के ले गए लोग। इतना जोर ज़बरदस्ती इस फ़ोन टैपिंग में तेलंगाना में हुआ है, इसलिए मैं ये स्मॉल इशू नहीं है, बहुत बड़ा इशू है। बहुत बड़ा नेटवर्क पुलिस ऑफिसर्स बहुत माफिया बन गए, फ़ोन टैपिंग माफिया पुलिस वाला बनकर इस तेलंगाना में फ़ोन टैपिंग किया है। इसलिए इसमें एक जुडिशियल इंक्वायरी होना चाहिए। इतना बड़ा इशू है, ये छोटा इशू नहीं, क्योंकि आने वाले दिन में ऐसा इश्यूज नहीं होना चाहिए। इसके लिए एक जुडिशियल इंक्वायरी भी होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा डिमांड है। मगर जो फ़ोन टैपिंग में किया है पूरे केसीआर के संबंधित लोग हैं, पूरे फ़ोन टैपिंग किया है रिटायर्ड ऑफिसर्स है, उनके एक्सटेंशन किया है, नहीं तो स्पेशल ऑफिसर का नाते रिकॉन्स्टिट्यूट करके इनके द्वारा ये नेटवर्क चलाया। ये प्राइवेट केसीआर का, ये प्राइवेट माफिया का जैसा बिहार सरकार ने फ़ोन टैपिंग किया है। इसमें हाई लेवल इंक्वायरी होना चाहिए। इसमें जो भी दोषी, कितना करोड़ रुपए प्राइवेट के लोगों के पास ये लोग लूटा है फ़ोन टैपिंग करके, डरा के धमका के पैसे लूटा है, इस विषय पर हाई लेवल इंक्वायरी होना चाहिए। प्रमुख लोगों का फ़ोन टैपिंग करके उनको ब्लैकमेल किया है, उनका सरकार की तरफ से किया है, बीआरएस पार्टी की तरफ से किया है। ये पुलिस ग्रुप ने अलग अलग एक ग्रुप बनकर सरकार को ना बताते हुए पुलिस अलग इसमें अलग फ़ायदा व्यक्तिगत उनके लोग उठाया। इसलिए ये छोटा इशू नहीं है, बिल्कुल बड़ा इशू है। इस पे पर हाई लेवल इंक्वायरी होना चाहिए। ये इक्विपमेंट भी पूरे लोग छुपा के रख दिया है, जो फ़ोन से बातचीत किया उसको भी छुपा के रख दिया है। इसलिए ये बहुत बड़ा इशू है। फ़ोन टैपिंग करने के लिए स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को अधिकार रहते हैं, इसके लिए कुछ नियम है, नाम्स है। ओनली टेररिस्ट विषयों पर, नेशनल सिक्योरिटी के विषय पर, एंटी नेशनल के विषय पर ये फ़ोन टैपिंग कर सकते हैं। जो मन माने, उनके मन माने जो चाहिए उनको फ़ोन टैपिंग करना, उनको ब्लैकमेल करना, उनसे पैसे वसूल करना, ये अलग अलग प्रांतों में एक माफिया रहते थे। ऐसा पुलिस खुद माफिया बनकर तेलंगाना में एक माहौल पैदा किया है। ये एक टेररिस्ट के जैसा, ये खुद पुलिस जो रिटायर्ड ऑफिसर्स को जो नया नियुक्त किया केसीआर, उनका एक नया एक माफिया का जैसा, पुलिस माफिया का जैसा ये लोग व्यवहार किया है।
All right, breaking news now coming in from Maharashtra, where Prakash Ambedkar has said he will be going solo for these elections. Remember, there had been talk in the MVA of giving a seat to Prakash Ambedkar's party. However, that agreement could not be arrived at, and now his Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi has declared the first list from Maharashtra. Let's go across to Radhika for more. Radhika, give us the latest.
That's right. This is a big setback for MVA, which is negotiating hard with Prakash Ambedkar. Of course, Prakash Ambedkar had been putting pressure on MVA for maximum seats. In fact, MVA was ready to give almost 5 seats to Prakash Ambedkar, but looks like he has decided to not go for that offer and he's going to go solo. In fact, VBA has announced its candidates as well for Lok Sabha elections in Maharashtra. 8 candidates have been announced. Prakash Ambedkar will contest from Akola Lok Sabha seat. In fact, he will also be supporting Congress party candidate in Nagpur, and his party will also be supporting Bahujan Party's candidate in Sangli seat. And BBA will also be announcing Ramtek seat as well in the evening. So a list is announced. Prakash Ambedkar just took a press conference in which he's decided to go solo. Of course, negotiations with MVA had been going on for quite some time. There were multiple meetings that took place. In fact, Prakash Ambedkar had given a list of 27 seats from which they were ready to contest, which were, according to Mr. Ambedkar, winnable seats from the side of VBA. Of course, there were negotiations on both sides. Initially, Sena was ready to give 2 seats from their quota and they increased it to 5. MVA was ready to give 5 seats to Prakash Ambedkar, which could have helped MVA in many seats. However, looks like, because the negotiations failed and he couldn't get what he wanted in terms of seats and candidates, he's decided to go solo and he's announced a list of 8 candidates. He's declared first list of 8 candidates from his party, and he will be supporting the Congress candidate from Nagpur, and has also decided to support OBC Bahujan Party candidate from Sangli, and he himself will be contesting from Akola. So big setback for MVA.
All right, a setback for the MV, and Prakash Ambedkar has declared that his Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi is going to go it alone in these elections. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, Ladakhi innovator environmentalist Sonam Wangchuk has called off his fast. We'll get you the details.
NDTV's Yuva Conclave is back with India's biggest Yuva disruptors. Politics, culture, comedy, music, future. Yuva, Youth for Change. 28th March, 12:30 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV network.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
ट्रैकिंग की बात से इनफैक्ट याद आया, गाइस, डिड यू नो कि आप अब ट्रैक कर सकते हैं अबाउट योर कंट्रीब्यूशन टुवर्ड्स एन हेल्दियर एनवायरनमेंट? बिकॉज अगर आप ऊबर यूज करते हैं तो आई एम श्योर आपको अभी पता होगा कि उसमें देयर इज एन ऑप्शन कि आप इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स को बुक कर सकते हैं इफ यू प्रेफर गोइंग सस्टेनेबल। लेकिन अब यहाँ पे एक ऑप्शन आ गया है जहाँ पे आपको ऊबर दिखाता है कि आप क्या सेव कर रहे हैं कंपेयर टू अगर आप एक नॉर्मल व्हीकल में जाते हैं तो आप कितने कार्बन एमिशंस होने से रोक रहे हैं, और वो आपको दिखाता है इन फॉर्म ऑफ ट्रीज बीइंग प्लांटेड। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये एक अच्छी चीज़ है जहाँ पे यू कैन कीप ट्रैक ऑफ योर योर कंट्रीब्यूशन, कि आप अपने डेली हैबिट्स में जब आप सुबह ऑफिस के लिए ऊबर ले रहे हैं, जब आप शाम को कहीं बाहर जा रहे हैं, अगर आप एक ईवी यूज़ करते हैं, सो हाउ मच एसेंशियली आर यू कंट्रीब्यूटिंग टुवर्ड्स द एनवायरनमेंट। दिस सर्विस इज लाइव नाउ इन मल्टीपल इंडियन सिटीज़। तो नेक्स्ट टाइम यू बुक एन ऊबर, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट कि अगर आप एक इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल यूज़ करते हैं, इट विल kind of contribute towards the environment, or you can clearly track in form of number of trees being planted. So I'm sure normally we friends sometimes we see each other's Uber ratings कि किसको कितने स्टार मिले हैं, किसी की कितनी रेटिंग है. तो I'm sure going next this could be a thing that we all might track कि अच्छा मैंने कितने trees को plant किया by going electric या कौन आगे जीत रहा है. It's a nice thing. Did you know this? If yes, amazing. If no, please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taigun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taigun, we introduced it on two-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by, engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style differentiation. What kind of a style appeals to me and what kind of a style does not appeal to me or appeals to another set of customers. So the endeavor this time has been to now put our line structure in place to appeal to style more than the differentiation by the engine line. So that's what we have done. So now we have the chrome line, which is more elegant, for the customers who like that kind of a design language, available both on the 1.5 and the 1 liter, and then the sporty look with more black themed exterior and interior elements, which appeals to customers who are looking for more sporty, rugged kind of an appeal that appeals to them. So that's why today we have launched the GT Plus Sport on the Taigun, and also the GT line, which actually brings the GT-ness of our car.
Welcome back. Now an exclusive interview and meet the BJP's key man in Kerala. Surendran, who is the Kerala BJP president, has been fielded against Rahul Gandhi in Wayanad.
Mr. Surendran, the CPI has also fielded a candidate in Wayanad. So it's not really an India bloc candidate versus the BJP. What is your arithmetic?
One point I would like to share with you that Madam Ani Raja is also a big leader. Lot of responsibility in all these states. She is traveling all over India. Rahul Gandhi ji all over India, even abroad also is traveling. Wayanad people actually wanted a local MP. I am from here. I am the local man. Both Rahul Gandhi ji and Ani Raja ji, they are in tourist visa. I have permanent visa in Wayanad. I will work for the people of Wayanad, will stay with them, will share their problems, will solve their problems, because I am the soldier of Narendra Modi. मैं मोदी की सिपाही हूँ. मोदी है तो मुमकिन है. I can do everything for the Wayanad people. So last time election, how much vote we got? Last time election, how much vote Rahul Gandhi got is not a question. Politics is different. See, Amethi constituency, how many decades Nehru family in their own hand, and what happened to Amethi now? So, अमेठी के लोग पिछले बार जो किया वही करेंगे वायनाड के लोग इस बार. This is my confidence, and the people of Wayanad is thinking like that.
But BJP has been trying very hard, of course, to make inroads in Kerala, but you've got little success. Why do you think 2024 will be different from what it was in 2014 or 2019 or even the assembly elections which have happened in the last 10 years?
See, I lost in Manjeswaram Assembly for 89 votes, SIRF 89 votes. I lost Pathanamthitta Lok Sabha seat for 40,000 votes. No, we are the third front in Kerala. But see, now the Narendra Modi ji's acceptance and approval is growing day by day in Kerala. You see the ground reality. Today, my launching day in Calcutta. I just came today by 2 p.m. You see the crowd, how much crowd in Wayanadu were there to receive me. No, I am sure that this is not the crowd for me. It is the crowd for Narendra Modi. So people trust is growing day by day regarding Narendra Modi ji. People know that Modi guarantee will be the main election point in Kerala this time. We will win many seats this time. Wayanadu will be the one of them in that seat.
After surviving on salt and water for 21 days, noted climate activist, education reformer and innovator Sonam Wangchuk ended his hunger strike to press for statehood for the Ladakh and protection of the fragile Himalayan ecology, but insisted this was only the end of phase 1 and that his fight would continue. When he had begun his fast on the 6th of March, the reformer, whose life had inspired the character in the 2009 film Three Idiots, had said he would continue it for 21 days and that it could be extendable till death.
नमस्कार और सलाम। आज मेरा 21वां दिन का अनशन खत्म हो रहा है और ये आंदोलन जारी रहेगा, मगर उम्मीद मेरी ज़्यादा ये है कि इतना सब हमें करने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी और इससे पहले ही हम उम्मीद करते हैं और विनती करते हैं कि सरकार हमारी आवाज़ सुने, सरकार लोकतंत्र की आवाज़ सुने, क्योंकि 3 लाख लोगों में से अगर 60-70 हज़ार लोग पैदल चल के आते हैं तो वो जमहूरियत में तो सबसे बड़ी आवाज़ है।
News now on the Baltimore bridge collapse, and the Coast Guard has ended the search and rescue operation for 6 people who were on the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore when it collapsed. The Maryland governor said that it was a heartbreaking conclusion after the Coast Guard ended the search and rescue operation for the 6 people who were missing. The collapse took place after a massive container ship lost power early on Tuesday and crashed into the bridge, sending people and vehicles into the river. Maryland's governor said ahead of the collision, the crew notified officials with a mayday call that allowed authorities to stop traffic before impact and likely saved numerous lives.
And so this evening at about 7:30, we are going to suspend the active search and rescue efforts. Coast Guard's not going away. None of our partners are going away, but we're just going to transition to a different phase.
U.S. President Joe Biden also spoke on the Baltimore accident, saying there's no indication that it was an intentional act.
Everything so far indicates that this was a terrible accident. At this time, we have no other indication, no other reason to believe there's any intentional act here. Personnel on board the ship were able to alert the Maryland Department of Transportation that they had lost control of their vessel, as you all know and reported. As a result, local authorities were able to close the bridge to traffic before the bridge was struck, which undoubtedly saved lives.
All right, let's go across to Vishal now for more. So Vishal, search and rescue has been called off and 6 people remain missing. Also, what of the Indian crew, the 22 crew, member crew on board that ship was all Indian?
That is right, Gargi. So 22 crew members, they were all Indians there. But the point to be noted here is that the 2 local pilots who guided the ship through the choppy waters, so they were not Indians, they were from Baltimore. They tried their best to take the ship out of the way of the bridge, but that could not happen because the bridge was out of power for a while. There was also a generator; they could not power that up. So in his speech, in his remarks, Biden has said that he sort of praised the Indian sailors. He said that because of the mayday issued by the Indian crew, the authorities on ground could close the bridge, and so the casualties are much less in number. I mean, the 6 bodies are yet to be found. 6 people are still missing. So it remains to be seen how long it takes before the bodies are found. As we speak, divers are searching for the bodies. The rescue operations have been called off, but in the next few hours, the authorities will conduct a thorough mapping of the whole area. Then we'll probably get to know about the location of the bodies.
All right, Vishal, thanks so much for joining us with those details. And with that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and updates on the other side with Rishika. Stay tuned.
Who presents?
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles, and it has a lot to offer.
Company says the new platform PPE helps Audi Q6 e-tron achieve 30% less energy consumption with 33% better system performance. With the Q6, Audi is also introducing its electronic architecture E3 1.2, which allows customers to experience digitalization directly in the vehicle, making Audi Q6 e-tron a truly tech marvel. So here it is, all that you need to know about Q6 e-tron. Audi Q6 e-tron is the upcoming EV from Audi's stable and is expected to come to Indian shores by the end of this year. International launch is expected in second half of this year. It is a 4.7-meter SUV which will occupy the space between Q4 and Q8 e-tron. It will come in 2 variants, Q6 e-tron Quattro and the more powerful SQ6 e-tron. What we have today with us is the S variant.
What I want to show you, the first in the look of Audi Q6 are these DRLs. They are matrix LED DRLs with active signature. That means you can change the pattern that gets projected from these DRLs, and they also move while the car is on the move. That means you can actually have an active DRL.
And I believe this feature is the highlight of Audi's upcoming baby. Up front is the grille.
Now what I want to show you is this single frame grille.
Good afternoon and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Rishika Barwa. Let's get you the top headlines we're tracking at this hour. There's been a massive encounter that we're reporting on in Chhattisgarh where 6 Maoists have been killed. The encounter has taken place in the Bijapur district of the state where Maoists allegedly killed 3 villagers on Holi. And well, the battle 2024 heating up. It's the last day of nominations for phase 1 of the Lok Sabha polls. Union Minister Nitin Gadkari filed his nomination from Nagpur amid a massive show of strength by roadshow. Tamil Nadu BJP President Annamalai filed nominations as well. DMK leader Dayanidhi Maran filed papers from Chennai. And Arvind Kejriwal has moved the High Court against his arrest. The hearing is currently underway. The Enforcement Directorate has sought 3 weeks' time for a detailed reply Kejriwal's plea states that these are just dealing tactics by the ED. Meanwhile, a fiery session underway in the Delhi Assembly. This is the first session after Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's arrest. The Delhi BJP chief has demanded a probe into Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's orders from jail. Says all these orders need to be looked at. And in Maharashtra, Prakash Ambedkar has decided to go it solo in the elections. The VBA has declared its first list of candidates for the upcoming elections. While Prakash Ambedkar himself will be contesting from Akola, they've decided to support the Congress candidate in Nagpur. NIA raids in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu in connection with the Bengaluru Rameshwaram Cafe blast case. Welcome back. While, of course, the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has moved the Delhi High Court against his detention by the Enforcement Directorate, his wife Sunita Kejriwal is speaking at the moment. Let's listen in.
वो इस सो कॉल्ड शराब घोटाले का पैसा ढूंढ रहे हैं। अभी तक किसी भी रेड में एक पैसा नहीं मिला। मनीष जी के यहाँ रेड मारी, संजय सिंह जी के यहाँ रेड मारी, सत्येंद्र जैन जी की यहाँ रेड मारी, एक भी पैसा नहीं मिला। हमारे यहाँ रेड मारी, मात्र 73,000 रुपए मिले। तो वो इस सो कॉल्ड शराब घोटाले का पैसा है कहां? अरविंद जी ने कहा है कि इसका खुलासा वे 28 मार्च को कोर्ट के सामने करेंगे। सारे देश को सच सच बताएंगे कि इस सो कॉल्ड शराब घोटाले का पैसा है कहां, उसका सबूत भी देंगे। अरविंद जी बहुत सच्चे, देशभक्त, निडर और साहसी व्यक्ति हैं। उनकी लंबी आयु, सेहत और सफलता की कामना करना। उन्होंने कहा है, मेरा शरीर जेल में है, लेकिन आत्मा आप सबके बीच है। आंखें बंद करो, मुझे अपने आसपास महसूस करोगे। जय हिंद।
All right, so that was the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's wife, in fact, announcing that he has decided to make a quote-unquote disclosure as far as the liquor policy case is concerned in the court tomorrow. Remember, the ED has sought his custody till the 28th of March, which is tomorrow. There's a bail hearing underway in the Delhi High Court today. Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's wife there briefing the press regarding the fact that he is innocent. Of course, that's what his wife has maintained. She's questioned the agencies on the money trail as far as the liquor policy case is concerned, saying that there were raids that took place at Manish Sisodia's residence, at Sanjay Singh's residence and at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, but no money was found. Questioning the probe agency as to where is the money trail, on the basis of which the Aam Aadmi Party leaders are in the Enforcement Directorate custody. We're going to continue to track the details of the story very closely. Meanwhile, the other big news that we're tracking from Chhattisgarh, where an encounter is taking place between the police forces, security agencies, as well as the Maoists. News is coming in that there are at least 6 Maoists who are believed to have been killed in the encounter. The encounter is over, but the search operation in the area continues. Based on the input of what we're learning right now, these are the Maoists who allegedly killed 3 villagers in Basagoda on the day of Holi. After this killing, a joint team of the DRG, the CRPF, as well as Cobra personnel had in fact carried out an encounter in which 6 Maoists are believed to have died.
मुठभेड़ में 6 नक्सलियों के शव बरामद हुए हैं। कुछ परसों जो 3 ग्रामीणों की हत्या नक्सलियों ने कर दी थी, उसी के सर्चिंग में टीम गई हुई थी और उस मुठभेड़ में 6 नक्सलियों के शव बरामद हुए हैं। ये कंफर्मेशन आ चुका है।
Let's go right across to NDTV. Zulfikar joining us for the very latest. Zulfikar, what more information can you give us about this encounter?
This encounter has been taken place at around 9 a.m. in the morning when the security forces advancing in Bijapur's Basaguda area. Meanwhile, fire occurred from the Maoist side and security forces retaliated and continuously firing from the security forces. So in this encounter, 6 Maoists has been killed till now, and security forces said that Deputy Commander Nagesh and his wife also has been killed in this encounter. And where the encounter took place, this place is where day before Holi, 3 villagers has been killed by the Maoist because of they were claimed they were informing the police of the Naxalites. So this incident took place in a Basaguda area, and police forces are saying that loss of the Maoist may increase, and we have to wait for that. After 6 dead bodies had recovered, and some Maoists had been seen in the ground zero wounded, and updated information may come after some time.
All right, Zulfikar, thanks very much for joining us with that preliminary information. It's a big encounter in which the security forces have claimed that 6 Maoists have in fact been killed. These are the individuals believed to be behind the killing of those 3 villagers on Holi. Let's shift our focus now to more breaking news that is in fact coming in at the moment. Prime Minister Modi has in fact spoken with the BJP candidate Rajmata Amrita Roy. She is the candidate, remember, who is contesting against TMC's Mahua Moitra from the Krishnanagar constituency in West Bengal. The Prime Minister is believed to have spoken to the candidate personally, talking about how the BJP is committed to uprooting corruption. Strong message being sent out there. Vasudha joins us with the very latest. So, Vasudha, this is a very interesting piece of information coming in. Prime Minister Modi, they're personally phoning up the BJP's candidate who's taking on Mahua Moitra.
Yes, Rishika. So, just a day after the Prime Minister called Rekha Patra, one of the Sandesh Thali victims, today he made a surprise call to Rajmata Amrita Roy. And remember, she's the contestant who is who's contesting against Mahua Moitra, the TMC MP, and also expelled MP, and also the TMC candidate for Krishnanagar. Mahua Moitra, was expelled from the parliament because of, on charges of illegal gratification. An ethics panel had found her guilty, prima facie guilty of wrongdoing when it comes to illegal gratification. She was found to be taking favors from a businessman. So if you look at the conversation, the Prime Minister has made it very clear. He's talking to Rajmata Amrita Roy. Amrita Roy is seen from the royal family of Krishnanagar. Krishnanagar still holds this very lavish annual Durga Puja in the Rajbhari. Krishna Chandra Roy was seen as somebody who was a social reformer, and this is something that the Prime Minister also talked about in his conversation with the Rajmata. And Amrita Roy basically talked about how there are allegations against even the royal family, saying that the royal family had supported Britishers and had gone against the, against the sentiments of people of Bengal. But in that conversation, the Prime Minister is making Amrita Roy understand that, TMC as part of the opposition will continue doing that, and it is a duty to fight for the right. And he has actually a lot of respect for the royal family of Krishnanagar. All of this is very symbolic because yesterday the Prime Minister made 2 important calls. One to Professor Sarisse, who is fighting a very important and a difficult battle from the SC Reserve constituency of Alathur in Kerala, and also to Rekha Patra. So this is one way of motivating women of the BJP and also ensure that they put in their best efforts and that the party supports them in their endeavors.
All right. And of course, Vasudha, very part of the carefully curated strategy of making these phone calls is also to make it publicly known that the Prime Minister has personally reached out to these candidates who are taking on heavyweights like Mahua Moitra, who is, of course, the sitting MP from Krishnanagar. Thanks very much for joining us with the very latest. We'll, of course, keep a close watch on all those political developments. Moving on, Arvind Kejriwal's case is in the Delhi High Court. He's, of course, appealed in the Delhi High Court against his arrest by the Enforcement Directorate. The Enforcement Directorate has, in fact, sought 3 weeks' time for a detailed reply. Kejriwal in his plea has called these delaying tactics. The hearing is underway in court. My colleague Aishwarya is joining us live from the Delhi High Court. He's been tracking closely the details of this story. So Aishwarya, break it down for us. What's the latest as far as the court hearing on Delhi Chief Minister's bail plea is concerned?
Well, first it was Arvind Kejriwal who had filed the bail plea in the Delhi High Court, stating that this arrest is against the basic fundamental rights, and the arrest is completely illegal and politically motivated. It was early in the morning when Delhi High Court stated that it should be both the sides, ED and Arvind Kejriwal's counsel, that should get an appropriate time to file in reply. The Enforcement Directorate sought at least 3 weeks' time to file a reply in the case, to which it was opposed by Arvind Kejriwal's counsel, who was represented by Abhishek Manu Singhvi, stating that why this delay tactics, just because tomorrow is the ED custody which is ending, and today only the Delhi High Court should hear on the release of Arvind Kejriwal. The basic points here being raised by Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who is representing Arvind Kejriwal in this case, stating that the Section 50 of PMLA was not followed. The statement was not recorded of Arvind Kejriwal. It was the direct arrest that was made, which is ultimately illegal according to the PMLA, and therefore the reason perhaps he should be granted urgent bail, to which it is the Enforcement Directorate who objected this, stating that all the compliances were done earlier before the arrest, and therefore the reason perhaps there were seizures of documents, and later the undersigned was the document was undersigned by Arvind Kejriwal, and all of the governing sections under which Arvind Kejriwal was arrested, he was informed prior to his arrest as well. It is Abhishek Manu Singhvi who has also stated in the court that without any statements being recorded, Arvind Kejriwal was arrested. This is for the first time when any sitting Chief Minister was arrested, completely politically motivated, and therefore the reason perhaps he needs to be heard. The hearing is currently underway. Whether Arvind Kejriwal's plea, which says that he should get urgent relief from the Delhi High Court on the arrest made by Enforcement Directorate, that happens or not, is something that remains to be seen. But hearing continues in the Delhi High Court.
All right. The hearing there continues in the Delhi High Court, and while there is a hearing underway in the Delhi High Court, there's high drama on the floor of the Delhi Assembly. The session today is the first after Chief Minister Kejriwal's arrest. Ahead of the session, the BJP, of course, had demanded a probe into Chief Minister's orders from jail. The Assembly session went off to a very fiery start, after which it has in fact been adjourned till Monday, is what we are learning now. The ED, remember, meanwhile, in the Delhi High Court has sought 3 days' time, has sought 3 weeks' time to actually reply to that bail plea. Let's just listen in to the AAP leader Atishi and what she had to say during the session.
आप एक एक करके विपक्ष के सारे नेताओं को जेल में डाल दोगे, आप सबके बैंक अकाउंट फ्रीज कर दोगे, आप सबके पार्टी ऑफिस सील कर दोगे चुनाव की घोषणा के बाद। तो अगर आप विपक्ष पे इस तरह से हमला करेंगे तो विपक्ष चुनाव कैसे लड़ेगा? और अगर विपक्ष चुनाव नहीं लड़ सकता तो इस देश में लोकतंत्र कैसा बचा? देखिए ये क्या विडंबना है। इलेक्शन कमीशन जो एक नॉन पार्टिजन बॉडी होती है, विपक्ष के राज्यों में होम सेक्रेटरी बदल देती है, डीजीपी बदल देती है, सारे अफसरों को बदल देती है, लेकिन ईडी, सीबीआई और इनकम टैक्स के अध्यक्ष नहीं बदल सकती। जब तक चुनाव नहीं होता है, क्यों इन इंस्टीट्यूशंस के, क्यों इन एजेंसीज के अध्यक्ष नहीं बदले जाते, जब ये साफ है कि इनको राजनीतिक तौर पर इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है?
सीधा सा साफ है, हमारी मांग है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल भ्रष्टाचारी हैं, उन्होंने चोरी की है, दिल्ली को लूटा है, उन्हें इस्तीफा देना चाहिए। आम आदमी पार्टी चोरों को बचाने का काम कर रही है, ये बुनियादी फ़र्क है दोनों में। और हमारी जो लड़ाई है दिल्ली की जनता की लड़ाई है, दिल्ली की जनता को लूटने का काम अरविंद केजरीवाल ने किया है। अब ये चीज़ें इस्टेब्लिश हो रही हैं, हिरासत में एक आदमी जो हिरासत में है उसको मुख्यमंत्री बनाए रखना कहाँ की नैतिकता है? आम आदमी पार्टी को सोचना चाहिए और खुद उन्हें अरविंद केजरीवाल को त्यागपत्र देना चाहिए। दिल्ली की चिंता अगर 8-9 साल की होती तो अभी ये फर्जी लेटर निकालने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती।
All right, so the protest there continues with the Aam Aadmi Party leaders all dressed in yellow, in fact protesting outside the Delhi Assembly, and the BJP of course demanding a probe there into all of the orders that the Delhi Chief Minister is passing, sitting in jail. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal was arrested on the 21st of March in connection with the Delhi liquor policy case. His wife, addressing a press conference just a short while ago, has questioned where is the money on the basis of which the Delhi Chief Minister has in fact been arrested. This of course is the dramatic scenes at the Delhi Assembly while there is a hearing underway in the Delhi High Court on Arvind Kejriwal's bail petition. So far, the Enforcement Directorate has sought 3 weeks' time to file a detailed reply. And, the Arvind Kejriwal side, his lawyers, of course, have called this a delaying tactic. Let's go across to NDTV's Ishika. She's joining us live from outside of the Delhi Assembly. So, Ishika, what's happening where you are?
Well, here it certainly looks like a day of drama is what here was going on, because let me tell you that we are currently standing outside the Delhi Vidhan Sabha. Remember, today the Delhi Assembly session was in fact called for the essential, healthcare services, shortage in that, but certainly it turned out to be, a drama-full day, because remember, inside the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs, they burned the effigy of what they called, a gundagardi of the BJP, and because of that, let me show you that this is the security deployment that has been done, because, while the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs were protesting inside just a while ago, in fact, there were certain BJP workers also who came here and who tried to do a dharna pradarshan here, but they were very few in number. All of them were detained, but you can certainly see because of that, now the security arrangements here have been tightened, the barricades have been put up, and you can clearly, in fact, I'll ask my cameraman to pan around and show you the heavy police deployment that now has been done, in fact, just outside the Delhi Assembly. So certainly, while the hearing continues, in the High Court for Arvind Kejriwal, whether or not will he get relief, that certainly remains to be seen. But here also, here at the Vidhan Sabha, it certainly looks like a day full of drama. Remember that, in fact, the House has now been adjourned. It will be called again on Monday, but certainly now you can look at the security arrangements that has been done, because 2 protests, 2 dharna pradarshan were held today. One inside the Vidhan Sabha by the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs, where they burnt the effigy, and outside, when after the effigies were burnt, few of the BJP workers came here to protest and they were detained. But certainly, you can see the police deployment has been tightened around the area. Over to you.
All right, so heightened police deployment there at the Delhi Assembly. This after the Assembly session was adjourned. And the protest versus protest rather continues with the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs. They're protesting Arvind Kejriwal's arrest outside the session, calling this a throttling of democracy ahead of the elections. And the BJP in turn lashing out at the Aam Aadmi Party, saying they will continue to protest, demanding the resignation of the Delhi Chief Minister, and that all of the orders that he's issuing as Chief Minister, continuing to issue as Chief Minister from jail, need to be closely analysed. So the battle between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, they're only intensifying. This, of course, as that bail hearing is underway in the High Court. We'll get you all the latest updates on this story and a lot more on the other side of what's going to be a short break. Stay with us.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, One World Hygiene.
Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, NDTV, big exclusive.
We provide justice to common citizens, and there is no case which is too small even for the highest court of the nation.
CGI का काम करने का अलग अंदाज.
Sometimes I get emails even in the middle of the night, and I'm always available to answer those emails. 25 crore final judgments and orders. This data is available online. As on 29 February 2024, 3.09 crore cases have been heard on video conferencing mode.
Chief Justice Chandrachud से जुड़ी अनसुनी बातें.
3:30 बजे सुबह मेरा दिन शुरू हो जाता है. My best friend, who is my wife, Kalpana, both of us are vegans.
खबरों में आपका भरोसा. NDTV.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर.
Friends, it's time now for my favorite section about this episode because हम हमेशा जब Q&A की बात करते हैं so ask TG is the thing जो मुझे बहुत
Welcome back. The other big story that we're tracking for you today, it is the last day of nominations for phase 1 of the general elections, and we have high-profile candidates from all across the country who have in fact filed their nominations. Earlier today we got visuals of Nitin Gadkari offering prayers at his residence and then holding a massive roadshow in Nagpur when he filed his nomination. The Tamil Nadu BJP President Annamalai has filed his nomination papers from Coimbatore. DMK leader Dayanidhi Maran has also filed his nomination from Chennai, which is going to be an interesting battle between the AIA-DMK allies, the DMK as well as the BJP. Well, to break down the political developments, we have Sam Daniel joining us as well as Radhika joining us. Sam, to you first. So we saw Annamalai there filing his nominations, as did Dayanidhi Maran. You know, it's going to be really interesting to see this time. There's going to be a lot of focus on how South states are going to perform, given the kind of very coordinated, concerted effort by the BJP to make inroads in states where they don't necessarily have the numbers.
It will be a fascinating Lok Sabha election, certainly, Rishika. Tamil Nadu is overlooking a four-cornered contest, but a keenly watched triangular contest between the ruling DMK, the opposition, the AIA-DMK, and the BJP, which is trying to make inroads in this Dravidian heartland. Today being the last day of the filing of nominations, we had a few high-profile nominations, including former telecom minister and sitting MP from Chennai Central constituency Dayanidhi Maran and BJP State Chief Annamalai filing his nomination for the Coimbatore Lok Sabha constituency. And these are again interesting battles. In Chennai, Dayanidhi is trying for a fourth term and he is facing the DMDK's Parthasarathi, a former MLA, and BJP's Vinod Selvam, a firebrand youth wing leader. And increasingly, the battle has turned into a battle between the ruling DMK and the BJP because both the ruling DMK and the opposition, the AIA-DMK, are opposing BJP. And technically, the DMK has retained its formidable alliance of the 2019 polls it swept, and it hopes it will be able to repeat. On the other hand, the AIA-DMK is hoping that this would be seen as a referendum on the performance of the ruling DMK in Tamil Nadu. It feels there is severe anti-incumbency, which it will help, which will help for the party to win. And the BJP, which otherwise has a very negligible presence, tries to make a splash in this Dravidian heartland. Annamalai, the party's chief, who lost assembly polls last time, is now trying to make an entry to the parliament from the Coimbatore Lok Sabha seat, where comparatively the party has a stronger presence. The disadvantage for the BJP is that the AIADMK is no longer an ally and it has only smaller allies like the PMK. But the party hopes Prime Minister Modi's frequent visits to Tamil Nadu and Annamalai's recent Pathayatra will help them to expand their present negligible footprint and possibly win some seats in the state as well. But the key fight will be between the ruling DMK and the AIADMK. Rishika.
All right, well, it's going to be interesting to see how that battle plays out. Sam, thanks very much for joining us. But last day of Phase 1 nominations, and we're also getting news at the moment from Uttar Pradesh, where Jitin Prasad has filed his nomination papers from Pilibhit. This is an interesting constituency to watch out for, given the fact that it has been Maneka Gandhi and Varun Gandhi's stronghold. Varun Gandhi, of course, has been denied a ticket from Pilibhit. He is a sitting member of parliament, and the BJP has given this ticket to Jitin Prasad, formerly with the Congress, who joined the BJP ahead of the UP elections. Well, we'll watch out for all the latest political action. Short break here. More news on the other side.
So friends, next I have is this shiny new device coming straight from the Realme factory. This is the all-new Realme Narzo 70 Pro 5G. और मैं shiny क्यों बोल रहा हूँ? Because see, of course it's shiny, मतलब the way it looks, even the frame is very shiny. At the same time, this phone really shines bright जब हम इसके features को देखते हैं. Because यहाँ पे काफी interesting चीज़ें Realme has packed. What we have is a Sony IMX 890 sensor के साथ आने वाला 50 megapixels वाला primary camera that has OIS. At the same time, inside the phone is really packed with features. In fact, हम यहाँ पे अभी इस फोन में gestures से इसको control कर सकते हैं, because this has got something that Realme calls air gestures. So अगर आप देखो इसको and have a closer look about how this Realme Narzo 70 Pro really is, I would say a very interesting mid-range smartphone coming straight from Realme.
Finally, the wait is over. Realme's latest hotshot, the Narzo 70 Pro 5G, finally India में launch हो गया है. This phone is packed with amazing features that will make you go wow. इस phone में है एक rainwater smart touch feature. This means no more tensions about phone usage in a light drizzle. The powerful MediaTek Dimensity chipset lets you game, multitask and do everything else at lightning speed. The 5000 mAh battery and SuperVOOC fast charging will get you back in action in no time. The phone's horizon glass design gives it a super premium head-turning look. Realme has kept it affordable. Narzo 70 Pro 5G starts at just Rs 18,999. You can grab it in stylish glass green and glass gold colors from March 22nd on Amazon and the Realme website. With its awesome display, camera and overall performance, the Realme Narzo 70 Pro 5G is a total paisa vasool deal. If you're looking for a smartphone that's powerful, stylish and affordable, this is it.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference, and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taigun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Tygoon, we introduced it on 2-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by, engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style differentiation. What kind of a style appeals to me, and what kind of a style does not appeal to me or appeals to another set of customers. So the endeavor this time.
Six Maoists have been killed in a police encounter in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district. These are Maoists who allegedly killed 3 villagers on Holi. Last day of nominations for phase 1 of the Lok Sabha elections. Nitin Gadkari files his nomination from stronghold of Nagpur. Tamil Nadu BJP President Annamalai files his nomination from Coimbatore, part of the BJP South push. This as 3-time MP DMK leader Dayanidhi Maran files nomination papers from Chennai seeking a 4th term. Arvind Kejriwal has put in a bail plea in the Delhi High Court against his arrest by the Enforcement Directorate. This is the probe agency seeks 3 weeks' time for a detailed reply. Arvind Kejriwal calls this a delaying tactic. High drama in the Delhi Assembly. The session has been adjourned. It was the first session after Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's arrest. The Delhi BJP has protested, demanded a probe into Arvind Kejriwal's orders from jail. Big developments in Maharashtra as Prakash Ambedkar has decided to go it solo in the upcoming Lok Sabha elections as they declare the first list of candidates. Prakash Ambedkar will contest from Akola but will support the candidature of the Congress from Nagpur against Nitin Gadkari. NIA raids in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu in the Bengaluru blast case. Welcome back. The battle for 2024 is heating up. Today, remember, is the last day for candidates of phase 1 to file their nominations. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has in fact called up the Bengal BJP candidate Rajmata Amrita Roy, who is contesting against TMC's Mahua Moitra from the Krishnanagar constituency. And an audio file of that conversation has in fact been made public. Let's listen in to what the Prime Minister told the candidate.
अमृता जी नमस्कार।
नमस्कार मोदी जी, आपका बहुत आभारी हूँ। आप मुझे चांस दिए हैं लोगों की सेवा करने के लिए। हम 100% कोशिश करेंगे।
आपका चुनाव अभियान कैसा चल रहा है?
अभी तो हम निकले हैं, तो एक बीजेपी को उनका पिता का देहांत हो गया, हम इधर ही आए हुए हैं, तो अभी वापस जाके हम प्रचार में ही निकलेंगे।
अमृता जी, आप महाराजा कृष्णराय चंची की विरासत को आगे ले जा रही है।
एक बात आपको हम शेयर करना चाहेंगे, हम क्या कह सकते हैं?
जी जी जरूर, मुझे अच्छा लगेगा।
ये जो महाराजा कृष्णचंद्र का हम फैमिली है, तो उसका भी ये लोग विरोध कर रहे हैं। क्या बोल रहे हैं कि वो ब्रिटिश के साथ दिया था, फिर वो मैंने हम लोगों को गद्दार समझते हैं। क्यों किया वो नहीं बोल रहा है। इतना जमीन दान किया, इतना सब लोगों के लिए किया, भलाई के लिए किया, वो सब नहीं बोल रहे हैं। लेकिन क्या बोल रहे हैं, तो हम बोला कि क्यों किया ऐसा महाराजा कृष्णचंद्र, अगर नहीं करते तो हमारा सनातन धर्म तो पूरा खत्म हो जाता है कि नहीं। तो वो बात है, क्योंकि तब का वो जो नवाब थे सिराजुद्दौला, तो वो तो बहुत अत्याचारी भ्रष्टाचारी थे। तो उसीलिए उन्होंने तो अकेला नहीं किया, बहुत सारे राजाओं के मिलन हुआ, उसके बाद सभी ने किया। जगत सेठ भी थे और राजाओं थे, तो उसी सभी के मेहनत से ये काम सफल हुआ। तो अगर नहीं होता, आज हम हिंदू नहीं रह पाते, हमारा भाषा दूसरा होता, हमारा वेशभूषा एकदम अलग होता और सभी अलग हो जाते। हम तो दूसरों के अधीन रहते ना, यही बात है।
अमृता जी, बचपन में हमारे यहाँ हम लोगों को जो पढ़ाया जाता था उसमें कृष्णचंद्र राय की समाज सुधार का काम, बंगाल के विकास का काम, बंगाल के विकास के मॉडल, ये सब सुनने को मिलता था बचपन में। अब देखिए ये वोट बैंक की राजनीति करने वाले लोग हैं तो बहुत ही अनाप शनाप आरोप लगाएंगे और 300 साल पहले की घटना निकालेंगे, 200 साल पहले की घटना निकालेंगे और बदनाम करने का प्रयास करेंगे। वे खुद अपने जो वर्तमान पाप है उसको छिपाने के लिए वो ऐसी चीजें ढूंढते रहते हैं। लेकिन जब भगवान राम की बात आती है, तो वो कहते हैं कि सबूत कहाँ है, इतनी पुरानी बात क्यों निकालते हो। लेकिन जब कृष्णचंद्र राय की बात आती है तो वो तुरंत निकालते हैं। तो इस प्रकार से उनके दोगलापन होता है और आपको इसका बिल्कुल मन में प्रेशर नहीं लेना चाहिए। आपने तो बंगाल का उज्जवल भविष्य और आपका स्वयं का जीवन भी लोगों के लिए रहा है।
हाँ जी।
और आपके सामने बंगाल की विरासत को बचाने की भी चुनौती है। और आप इसे कैसे देख रही हैं? आप
हम पॉजिटिवली देख रहे हैं। हमारा लड़ाई जो है लोगों का सेवा के लिए है, करप्शन हटाने के लिए है और वंचित लोगों के उपकार में आने के लिए है।
All right, Vasudha joins us with the very latest. Vasudha, put these developments in context for the benefit of our viewers. Prime Minister Modi there having a rather detailed conversation with the candidate the BJP has picked to take on Mahua Moitra from Krishnanagar. And no surprises there that we have that full conversation to play out before our viewers.
That's right, Rishika. In fact, it's quite symbolic that the Prime Minister chose to call Rajmata Amrita Roy. She joined the BJP recently. She's contesting against Mahua Moitra, an expelled TMC MP who was expelled because of very specific reasons. An ethics committee found her guilty of illegal gratification of taking favors in both cash and kind from a businessman in lieu of asking questions. So there was a lot of controversy over that, and she was found guilty prima facie of this kind of wrongdoing. So that also raised a lot of questions on the propriety and moral conduct of MPs and lawmakers. So the Prime Minister has chosen to speak to Amrita Roy. She belongs to the feudal family, the Rajgharana of Krishnanagar. In fact, Krishnanagar still holds an annual Durga Puja affair, which is quite famous. In fact, the Prime Minister spoke about the Maharaja of Krishnanagar, Krishna Chandra Roy, and he talked about what a social reformer he was. In fact, even Amrita Roy went on to say that the TMC is targeting her, saying that the royal family was always in support of the Britishers. And she makes a point that it was to actually, undermine the impact of Siraj-ud-Dawla, who was also the Nawab, then that the royal family had to do this. This, it was fairly a long conversation because it went for over 8 minutes. And the Prime Minister made an important point there that the money of the poor is going back. To the poor. Remember, West Bengal has also seen a lot of raids and scrutiny of investigating agencies. At least 3 to 4 leaders of TMC are also, behind bars. And more importantly, Rekha Patra was also called by the PM yesterday. She is a Sandesh Khali sexual assault victim survivor.
Yes.
And also Professor Sarasil, who's fighting a very difficult battle in Kerala. So clearly, these are outsiders in the party. The Prime Minister's way of telling his own party members to be motivating of them and also to motivate them. This is one kind of gesture.
And sending out a strong message to the people, isn't it, Vasudha? Like I said, by making these conversations public, by making sure that the media is reporting on these personal interactions that the Prime Minister is having with the select few candidates, he is throwing his weight behind the candidates who are taking on the adversaries of the BJP, like Mahua Moitra, like Rahul Gandhi, like, of course, how the BJP pegged its entire Bengal campaign on Sandesh Khali. Prime Minister yesterday spoke with the candidate from Sandesh Khali. So all of this part of the concerted election campaign strategy of the BJP going forward into the election. Thanks very much, Vasudha, for joining us with the details of that story. Like I said, it is the last day of filing nominations today, and it is a day of hectic political developments with the UBT Sena now releasing its first list of 17 candidates. Anil Desai is going to contest from Mumbai South Central. From Mumbai North West seat, this was a massive tussle between Amol Kiritkar, who's now been given the seat. But remember, it was Congress's Sanjay Nirupam who was eyeing the Mumbai Northwest seat. There was a huge NCP Sena battle also over the Mumbai Northeast seat, which has now been given to the Shiv Sena. So the UBT Sena essentially has announced candidates across Mumbai. Now, this has indeed ruffled some feathers. Sanjay Nirupam, in fact, addressing a press conference as we speak, has questioned whether the Congress has kneeled down before the UBT Sena as far as this first list is concerned. They've also continued to retain several existing MPs. So, you know, the big question here is all really well within the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance, given the fact that only the UBT Sena has released its first list. We're still waiting to hear from the Sharad Pawar camp as well as the Congress camp. Let's first listen in to what Sanjay Raut has had to say.
आज हमने शिवसेना की तरफ से 22 उम्मीदवारों की घोषणा की है। 17 हम 22 लड़ेंगे और 17 की घोषणा की है। आपको पता होगा, इसमें मुंबई है और महाराष्ट्र के बहुत से इलाके से हमने आज उम्मीदवार घोषित किए हैं।
All right, Radhika joins us now with the very latest. Radhika, clearly this first list has ruffled many of feathers. We are getting in news flashes on what Sanjay Nirupam is in fact saying at that press conference. He's saying that he's urged the Congress leadership to intervene and break the alliance, given the fact that the UBT Sena has really come out and declared candidates for 17 seats and some of the key contest seats, which was 3 seats in Mumbai where there was a conflict with NCP and Congress, and also crucially that Sangli seat, which the Congress was eyeing.
Absolutely clear conflict and tussle within MVA as UBT Sena releases its first list of 17 candidates. And as you mentioned, yes, this has ruffled some feathers within the Congress as well as within NCP itself. In fact, as far as Congress is concerned, it had been vying for Sangli. Sangli is the stronghold of Congress and they wanted that seat, which is why multiple meetings had taken place over Sangli as well as Bhiwandi. But despite that, today, UBT Sena going ahead and fielding its candidate from Sangli constituency. Now, apart from that, of course, as far as Mumbai is concerned, 4 seats being taken by Sena, and of those, of course, be it Northwest Mumbai or South Central Mumbai, both were being sort of eyed by the Congress, which is why Sanjay Nirupam taking that press conference, making it obvious or making it clear that he's unhappy with this arrangement, and also calling on Congress as well as Sena, and that Sena is also to destroy Congress is something that he'd been saying time and again. And once again, he's taken that press conference because he had been eyeing a Northwest constituency. It was in fact his stronghold for quite some time until he lost elections last year. Now, those are 2 seats as far as the dispute between Congress and Sena is concerned, 3 including Sangli. And as far as the Mumbai Northwest seat goes, Mumbai Northeast, I beg your pardon, goes, the dispute is between NCP and Sena. We just saw some of the NCP workers here, in fact, protesting that this seat has gone to Sanjay Patil of the Sena. So clearly, some of the seats has, in fact, have ruffled.
Radhika, we're going to interrupt you right there because Congress leader Sanjay Nirupam, who was denied that seat from Mumbai West, in fact, is addressing the media. Like I said, let's just dip in and listen in.
गठबंधन धर्म पाळला नाही मी असा आरोप लावतो. अभी कहा टिकटॉक यही बात का अरे नहीं हो पाएगा मर जाएंगे.
Well, we'll try and replay that conversation, but Sanjay Nirupam, remember, was eyeing the Mumbai Northwest seat. He'd made his ambition pretty clear. That seat has also gone to the Shiv Sena. There is now clear rumblings within the Mahavikas Aghadi after the Uddhav Thackeray Sena has announced its list of 17 candidates, announcing candidates across all seats in Mumbai, prompting Sanjay Nirupam, who was eyeing the Mumbai Northwest seat, to ask whether the Congress has been forced to quote-unquote kneel down. In that press conference that has just concluded, our team of reporters over there have in fact flagged that he said the Congress is making a mistake. Let's just try and listen into what he said.
तो कंफ्यूजन हो गया. हाँ, तो आपने देखा होगा मैंने प्रारंभ में ही कहा कि जिस तरीके से मुंबई की 6 में से 5 सीटें शिवसेना के हवाले कर दी गई, वो निश्चित तौर पर कांग्रेस पार्टी को मुंबई में पूरी तरह से दफन करने का एक कार्यक्रम है. एक जमाना था मुंबई में 5-5 एमपी कांग्रेस के हुआ करते थे, एक एनसीपी का हुआ करता था. एक जमाना था मुंबई से, और जमाना कोई बहुत पुराना नहीं, मैं ऐसा कोई हड़प्पा और मोहनजोदड़ो के जमाने की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं. आज 10 साल 12 साल पहले की बात है. तो कांग्रेस का एक बड़ा जबरदस्त जनाधार रहा है. ऐसे में दक्षिण मध्य मुंबई उत्तर मध्य मुंबई और उत्तर पश्चिम मुंबई के लिए हमारा विशेष आग्रह था, दक्षिण मुंबई के लिए भी विशेष आग्रह था, लेकिन दक्षिण मुंबई में चूंकि जो वहां का शिवसेना का सांसद है वो उद्धव गुट के साथ है, इसलिए हमने वो आग्रह छोड़ दिया था। लेकिन हमारा शुरू से आग्रह था कि आप 50-50 करिए, 3 सीट हमारा 3 सीट आपका। लेकिन जिस तरीके से शिवसेना ने जोर जबरदस्ती की है और एक तरह से कांग्रेस पार्टी को अपने घुटने पे लाके दे दिया है, वह निश्चित तौर पर शिवसेना के पूरे नियत के ऊपर सवाल करने वाला है। जो कांग्रेस का वोटर है वो कहां जाएगा? कांग्रेस को जो वर्षों से लगातार वोट करते आए हैं, क्या वो शिवसेना के इस हरकत के बाद शिवसेना के पास जाएंगे, शिवसेना को वोट देंगे? मुझे इस बारे में संदेह है।
सर, आपने कहा कि खिचड़ी चोर उम्मीदवार के लिए आप काम नहीं करेंगे, क्या कांग्रेस का कैडर भी जो नॉर्थ वेस्ट में है वो भी ये महसूस करता है कांग्रेस शिवसेना उम्मीदवार के लिए काम नहीं करेगी?
बिल्कुल, जब मैं ये आह्वान कर रहा हूं तो निश्चित तौर पर कांग्रेस का जो कैडर है, जो मेरे से जुड़े हुए जो लोग हैं, वो सारे के सारे लोग शिवसेना के इस कैडर का, शिवसेना के इस उम्मीदवार का विरोध करेंगे। और सिर्फ कैडर ही नहीं, कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता नहीं, कांग्रेस को मानने वाले मतदाता भी इस खिचड़ी चोर के लिए काम नहीं करेंगे, उसको वोट नहीं देंगे, ऐसी मैं घोषणा कर रहा हूं।
2019
क्यों? क्योंकि कांग्रेस का जो बड़ा वोट बैंक है वह माइग्रेंट लेबर वाला वोट बैंक है। अब माइग्रेंट लेबर ने जो कोविड के जमाने में दुख दर्द झेला है, उसको हम सब बहुत अच्छे ढंग से जानते हैं, हम सब भूले नहीं हैं। तो वो कहीं ना कहीं उनके दोस्त थे, रिश्तेदार थे, उनके पड़ोसी थे, और उन लोगों के जीवन के साथ जिन्होंने खिलवाड़ किया, उन लोगों के जो भोजन के साथ जिन्होंने दलाली खाई है भोजन में, ऐसे व्यक्ति के लिए निश्चित तौर पर कांग्रेस से जुड़ा वोटर भी काम नहीं करेगा, वोट नहीं देगा।
2019 में स्पष्ट है, भले ही किसी भी स्थिति में हो, किसी
अभी अगले हफ्ते हम बता देंगे। चुनाव लड़ने का तो पूरा इरादा है, चुनाव नहीं लड़ेंगे तो जाएंगे कहां? 5 साल घर पे बैठेंगे।
2019 से क्या ये लगातार जो बार्गेनिंग है कांग्रेस की वो खत्म होते जा रही है क्या? 2019 में जब सरकार में भी आए तो कांग्रेस को तीसरे और दोयम दर्जे की सारे मंत्रालय और सीटें मिली, उसके बाद से लगातार कांग्रेस को इग्नोर किया जाने लगा, उसको खत्म करने की सोची समझी साजिश रची जाती रहेगी क्या?
देखिए, अगर 2019 की बातें आपको याद हैं तो आपको ये बात भी याद होगी कि जब शिवसेना और कांग्रेस का अलायंस हो रहा था, सबसे पहले मैंने विरोध किया और बहुत खुल के विरोध किया था। और मैंने कहा था कि शिवसेना के साथ अलायंस करके, गठबंधन करके, युति करके आप अपने आप को खत्म कर रहे हैं। ये धीरे धीरे एक डी जनरेशन की प्रक्रिया शुरू होगी। आज 5 साल बाद बिल्कुल मुंबई में वही चीज दिख रहा है। हमने कहा था शिवसेना के साथ अलायंस नहीं होना चाहिए कांग्रेस का, आप हार गए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, नए सिरे से मैदान में उतरिए और एक सशक्त विपक्ष की भूमिका निभाते हुए कांग्रेस को फिर से पूरे मुंबई में और महाराष्ट्र में खड़ा किया जा सकता है। लेकिन हमारे कुछ लोग ऐसे थे जिनको सत्ता की मलाई चाहिए थी, सत्ता को शेयर करना था, और इस वजह से वो चले गए और उसका नतीजा सामने। अभी इनका पूछने दो।
बालासाहेब ये बोल रहे हैं कि उद्धव ठाकरे को रीथिंक करना चाहिए जो उन्होंने अनाउंसमेंट की है। आपको लगता है उद्धव ठाकरे ने जो अनाउंसमेंट की है वो कांग्रेस को कंसीडर करके की है या नहीं की है, या उन्हीं?
अगर बाला साहब थोराट जी खुद नेगोशिएशन करने वाली टीम के एक सदस्य थे और अगर वो कह रहे हैं रीथिंक करना चाहिए, मतलब उनकी बात भी नहीं सुनी गई। तो जो नेगोशिएशन करने वाली जो टीम थी, जब उनकी ही बात नहीं सुनी गई है तो निश्चित तौर पर हम सब फेल हो गए। तो मैं भी यही कह रहा हूं कि शिवसेना को इतना एक्सट्रीम स्टैंड नहीं लेना चाहिए, इससे कांग्रेस का जबरदस्त नुकसान है। और कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व का ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं कि आप अभी भी इंटरवीन करिए, नहीं तो अलायंस तोड़िए। अगर पार्टी को बचाना है तो अलायंस तोड़िए और मैदान में उतरिए, लेकिन आप शिवसेना के साथ अलायंस करके अपने आप को हमेशा के लिए खत्म करने का जो फैसला कर रहे हैं वो बहुत ही आत्मघाती है पूरे कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए, और इसका असर पूरे महाराष्ट्र में पड़ेगा, महाराष्ट्र से बाहर भी पड़ेगा।
यह सवाल यह है कि अरविंद सावंत का बयान है जारी होने के बाद, उनसे आपके विरोध को लेकर पूछा गया तो उन्होंने कहा कि कौन लिखो मैं नहीं जानता, जिस तरह की भाषा लोग बोल रहे हैं, यानी कि शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे जो बोल रहा है उसको किस तरह से देखते हैं? एक तरफ कांग्रेस के साथ गठबंधन में, वहाँ आप जैसे कद्दावर नेता तो विरोध दरकिनार कर रहे हैं। जिस संजय राउत जिस तरह का बयान देते हैं, क्या उन लोगों के बयानों का भी असर इस गठबंधन में, इस निवेश?
अब एक व्यक्ति के बारे में पूछो, ठीक है, और हमने एक व्यक्ति के ऊपर कमेंट करने का, देखिए निश्चित तौर पर एक बार हो गया एक मिनट, हाँ बोलो।
आप अशोक चौहान से मिले और उनसे मुलाकात हुई और बीजेपी में जाने के संकेत कुछ आपके?
All right, so differences between the Mahavikas Aghadi, they're out in the open after 17 candidates of the Uddhav Sena have been declared. Sanjay Nirupam raises the banner of revolt, hits out at the party, says it does appear that the Congress has been forced to kneel down. He said he is going to go ahead and contest the election irrespective. Interesting political developments there. We'll get you all the latest on the other side of what's going to be a short break.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center, a show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles, and it has a lot to offer. Company says the new platform PPE helps Audi Q6 e-tron achieve 30% less energy consumption with 33% better system performance. With the Q6, Audi is also introducing its electronic architecture E3 1.2, which allows customers to experience digitalization directly in the vehicle, making Audi Q6 e-tron a truly tech marvel. So here it is, all that you need to know about Q6 e-tron. Audi Q6 e-tron is the upcoming EV from Audi's stable and is expected to come to Indian shores by the end of this year. International launch is expected in second half of this year. It is a 4.7-meter SUV which will occupy the space between Q4 and Q8 e-tron. It will come in two variants, Q6 e-tron Quattro and the more powerful SQ6 e-tron. What we have today with us is the S variant. What I want to show you, the first in the look of Audi Q6 are these DRLs. They are matrix LED DRLs with active signature. That means you can change the pattern that gets projected from these DRLs, and they also move while the car is on the move. That means you can actually have an active DRL. And I believe this feature is the highlight of Audi's upcoming baby. Up front is the grille. Now what I want to show you is this single frame grille. Audi is calling it inverted single frame grille, and it looks very interesting. It's all closed off but looks very nice with these piano black inserts given here, and then we have seen these very flattish Audi logo in other products, but here there is a little bit of 3D element in the logo. Now you have to notice this very prominent shoulder line which goes all the way to the tail lamp. The rear looks quite interesting with its almost wrapped around feel to the
All right, so after that press conference by Sanjay and Nirupam, let's go across to my colleague Radhika, who's standing by. Radhika, you know, very interesting to see how the UBT Sena has come out, declared that list. Sharad Pawar is going to have a meeting today over, the seats that they have not announced. The Congress, of course, has gone ahead and announced a few seats on the key areas where apparently there is no conflict in the alliance, but now it raises several questions on, the MVA alliance and fissures that are emerging as, of course, political interests take precedence.
Certainly, the list announced by Sena has led to a lot of displeasure among the allies. That's what we are seeing. Sanjay Nirupam taking that press conference, making it very clear that Congress is in fact bending over backwards to sort of accommodate these seats and to be okay with the seats that have been announced. In fact, Sena announced 4 seats. We know for a fact that Congress wanting 4 seats from Mumbai. In fact, we know that Congress wanted the equal division when it came to Mumbai seats, but that did not happen. In fact, Northwest constituency, from which Sanjay Nirupam usually fights, went to a Sena candidate, and this displeasure and discontentment that he's been expressing today, he had expressed in the past as well. He had been unhappy with the entire MV alliance. He'd been time and again saying that Sena is taking control over the entire alliance, and Congress and Sena should ideally be getting equal seats before, during Lok Sabha elections. However, looks like Sena may announce 22 seats and Congress may just end up getting less than 15 seats. So yes, clear displeasure among the allies, not just Congress but also NCP.
Well, absolutely. And, big questions now will emerge on how this impacts the morale of the party cadre going into the elections as well. But parallelly, like you've been reporting, not all is well in the Mahayuti because no NDA seats have been announced yet. There appears to be a fair bit of tussle between the BJP, Shinde Sena and the NCP as well. Maharashtra, remember, is going to be a key battle to watch out for. 48 seats there, the second largest state after Uttar Pradesh, and clearly all not well among the now many stakeholders in this state. We'll track all those developments. Short break, more news on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
ट्रैकिंग की बात से इनफैक्ट याद आया, गाइस, डिड यू नो कि आप अब ट्रैक कर सकते हैं अबाउट योर कंट्रीब्यूशन टुवर्ड्स ए हेल्दियर एनवायरनमेंट? बिकॉज अगर आप ऊबर यूज करते हैं तो आई एम श्योर आपको अभी पता होगा कि उसमें देयर इज एन ऑप्शन कि आप इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स को बुक कर सकते हैं इफ यू प्रेफर गोइंग सस्टेनेबल। लेकिन अब यहाँ पे एक ऑप्शन आ गया है जहाँ पे आपको ऊबर दिखाता है कि आप क्या सेव कर रहे हैं कंपेयर टू अगर आप एक नॉर्मल व्हीकल में जाते हैं तो आप कितने कार्बन एमिशंस होने से रोक रहे हैं, और वो आपको दिखाता है इन फॉर्म ऑफ ट्रीज बीइंग प्लांटेड। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये एक अच्छी चीज़ है जहाँ पे यू कैन कीप ट्रैक ऑफ योर योर कंट्रीब्यूशन, कि आप अपने डेली हैबिट्स में जब आप सुबह ऑफिस के लिए ऊबर ले रहे हैं, जब आप शाम को कहीं बाहर जा रहे हैं, अगर आप एक ईवी यूज करते हैं, सो हाउ मच एसेंशियली आर यू कंट्रीब्यूटिंग टुवर्ड्स द एनवायरनमेंट। दिस सर्विस इज लाइव नाउ इन मल्टीपल इंडियन सिटीज। तो नेक्स्ट टाइम यू बुक एन ऊबर, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट कि अगर आप एक इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल यूज करते हैं, इट विल kind of contribute towards the environment, or you can clearly track in form of number of trees being planted. So I'm sure normally we friends sometimes we see each other's Uber ratings कि किसको कितने स्टार मिले हैं, किसी कितनी रेटिंग है। तो I'm sure going next this could be a thing that we all might track कि अच्छा मैंने कितने trees को plant किया by going electric, या कौन आगे जीत रहा है। It's a nice thing. Did you know this? If yes, amazing. If no, please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference and they have made us.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for all the news you need to know. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. An encounter in Chhattisgarh. 6 Maoists have been killed. This is in the Bijapur district. The Maoists had allegedly killed 3 villagers on Holi. The last day for nominations for the first phase of elections and bigwigs filing their nominations. Nitin Gadkari files nomination from Nagpur. The Tamil Nadu BJP President Annamalai files his nomination as well. Dayanidhi Maran files papers from Chennai. More differences emerge in the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance. The UBT Sena names candidates for all Mumbai seats, and Sanjay Nirupam, who was hoping for a ticket, says it's a plan to bury the Congress. He appeals to the Congress break the alliance with the Sena. Prime Minister Narendra Modi today spoke to BJP's Bengal Lok Sabha candidate Amrita Roy, who's contesting from the Krishna Nagar constituency against Trinamool's Mahua Moitra. He says the BJP is committed to uprooting corruption in the country. The Delhi Chief Minister's plea in the High Court against his arrest. The Enforcement Directorate seeks 3 weeks' time for a detailed reply. Kejriwal says it's a delaying tactic by the ED, while the Chief Minister's wife addresses a press conference, says raids in 250 locations, no money found. And Delhi Assembly session was adjourned. This is the first session after Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's arrest. Delhi BJP chief says probe Kejriwal and how he's giving orders from jail. Our top story, an encounter between the police and Naxals in Chhattisgarh, and searching of the area. Search operations in the area are continuing now based on the input regarding Naxalites who had killed 3 villagers in Basaguda on Holi. A joint team of the DRG, CRPF and Cobra personnel went looking for those Naxals. The encounter took place involving the platoon number 10. Bodies and weapons of the killed Naxals were recovered as well, and 6 Naxals were killed in this encounter.
मुठभेड़ में 6 नक्सलियों के शव बरामद हुए हैं। कुछ परसों जो 3 ग्रामीणों की हत्या नक्सलियों ने कर दी थी, उसी के सर्चिंग में टीम गई हुई थी और उस मुठभेड़ में 6 नक्सलियों के शव बरामद हुए हैं। ये कंफर्मेशन आ चुका है।
काफ़ी बड़ी मात्रा में वेपन्स और एक्सप्लोसिव मटेरियल और माओवादियों का कम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम और उनकी डेली यूज़ आइटम्स पर अभी रिकवर हुआ है। अभी आसपास इलाके में लगातार सर्चिंग जारी है। सर्चिंग के उपरांत और विस्तार से डिटेल प्राप्त हो सकता है। अभी सुरक्षा बल के सभी साथीगण सुरक्षित है और आसपास इलाके में और री इन्फोर्समेंट टीम्स रवाना की गई। अभी डेड बॉडीज का शिनाख्ती कार्रवाई की जा रही है। संभवतः उसमें एरिया कमेटी और माओवादियों का PLG प्लेटून नंबर 10 का कुछ कैडेट्स होने का संभावना है, लेकिन फाइनल कंफर्मेशन तब बॉडी का आइडेंटिफिकेशन पूरा कंप्लीट हो जाएगा, उसके बाद ही फिर बताना संभव होगा।
All right, so that is the big news coming from Chhattisgarh, where 6 Naxals have been killed in this encounter. This comes after 3 villagers were killed by the same group of Naxals, is what the police have claimed, that 3 villagers were killed on Holi by the same group of Naxals, and an encounter took place earlier today on the banks of the Tal Peru River in the area, and search operations are still continuing post the encounter. The bodies of 6 Naxals have been recovered. Well, moving on now to election news, and the Prime Minister continuing with his series of phone conversations that he's having with various BJP candidates. Today spoke with Amrita Roy, a member of the erstwhile royal family there, and BJP's Krishna Nagar Lok Sabha candidate. She is fighting the election against Trinamool Congress leader Mahua Moitra, who is a sitting MP of the area. Now, during the conversation, he said that BJP was committed to uprooting corruption in the country. He also also said that he was working to ensure that money looted from poor people in West Bengal and attached by the ED was returned to them. Remember, Mahua Moitra, who was removed from Lok Sabha, is also facing ED and CBI probes. Let's listen into this conversation.
अमृता जी नमस्कार।
नमस्कार मोदी जी, आपका बहुत आभारी हूँ। आप मुझे चांस दिए हैं लोगों की सेवा करने के लिए। हम 100% कोशिश करेंगे।
आपका चुनाव अभियान कैसा चल रहा है?
अभी तो हम निकले हैं, तो एक बीजेपी को उनका पिता का देहांत हो गया, हम इधर ही आए हुए हैं, तो अभी वापस जाके हम प्रचार में ही निकलेंगे।
अमृता जी, आप महाराजा कृष्णराय चंची की विरासत को आगे ले जा रही है।
एक बात आपको हम शेयर करना चाहेंगे, हम क्या कह सकते हैं?
जी जी जरूर, मुझे अच्छा लगेगा।
ये जो महाराजा कृष्णचंद्र का हम फैमिली है, तो उसका भी ये लोग विरोध कर रहे हैं। क्या बोल रहे हैं कि वो ब्रिटिश के साथ दिया था, फिर वो मैंने हम लोगों को गद्दार समझते हैं। क्यों किया वो नहीं बोल रहा है। इतना जमीन दान किया, इतना सब लोगों के लिए किया, भलाई के लिए किया, वो सब नहीं बोल रहे हैं। लेकिन क्या बोल रहे हैं, तो हम बोला कि क्यों किया ऐसा महाराजा कृष्णचंद्र, अगर नहीं करते तो हमारा सनातन धर्म तो पूरा खत्म हो जाता है कि नहीं। तो वो बात है, क्योंकि तब का वो जो नवाब थे सिराजुद्दौला, तो वो तो बहुत अत्याचारी भ्रष्टाचारी थे। तो उसीलिए उन्होंने तो अकेला नहीं किया, बहुत सारे राजाओं के मिलन हुआ, उसके बाद सभी ने किया। जगत सेठ भी थे और राजाओं थे, तो उसी सभी के मेहनत से ये काम सफल हुआ। तो अगर नहीं होता, आज हम हिंदू नहीं रह पाते, हमारा भाषा दूसरा होता, हमारा वेशभूषा एकदम अलग होता और सभी अलग हो जाते। हम तो दूसरों के अधीन रहते ना, यही बात है।
अमृता जी, बचपन में हमारे यहाँ हम लोगों को जो पढ़ाया जाता था, उसमें कृष्णचंद्र राय की समाज सुधार का काम, बंगाल के विकास का काम, बंगाल के विकास के मॉडल, ये सब सुनने को मिलता था बचपन में। अब देखिए, ये वोट बैंक की राजनीति करने वाले लोग हैं, तो बहुत ही अनाप शनाप आरोप लगाएंगे और 300 साल पहले की घटना निकालेंगे, 200 साल पहले की घटना निकालेंगे और बदनाम करने का प्रयास करेंगे। वे खुद अपने जो वर्तमान पाप है उसको छिपाने के लिए वो ऐसी चीजें ढूंढते रहते हैं। लेकिन जब भगवान राम की बात आती है, तो वो कहते हैं कि सबूत कहाँ है, इतनी पुरानी बात क्यों निकालते हो। लेकिन जब कृष्णचंद्र राय की बात आती है तो वो तुरंत निकालते हैं। तो इस प्रकार से उनके दोगलापन होता है और आपको इसका बिल्कुल मन में प्रेशर नहीं लेना चाहिए। आपने तो बंगाल का उज्जवल भविष्य और आपका स्वयं का जीवन भी लोगों के लिए रहा है।
हाँ जी।
और आपके सामने बंगाल की विरासत को बचाने की भी चुनौती है, और आप इसे कैसे देख रही हैं? आप?
हम पॉजिटिवली देख रहे हैं। हमारा लड़ाई जो है लोगों का सेवा के लिए है, करप्शन हटाने के लिए है और वंचित लोगों के उपकार में आने के लिए है।
All right, so that is the latest conversation the Prime Minister has had with the BJP candidate. With that, we'll slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll bring you all the highlights as it's the last day to file nominations for the first phase of elections. Also, do remember, we're asking the youth to come out and cast their vote in the upcoming election. So do send us your videos, and you can send it a hashtag NDTV18 ka vote, and we'll showcase your videos right here.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, NDTV, big exclusive.
We provide justice to common citizens, and there is no case which is too small even for the highest court of the nation.
CGI का काम करने का अलग अंदाज.
Sometimes I get emails even in the middle of the night, and I'm always available to answer those emails. 25 crore final judgments and orders. This data is available online. As on 29 February 2024, 3.09 crore cases have been heard on video conferencing mode.
Chief Justice Chandrachud से जुड़ी अनसुनी बातें.
3:30 बजे सुबह मेरा दिन शुरू हो जाता है. My best friend, who is my wife, Kalpana, both of us are vegans.
खबरों में आपका भरोसा. NDTV.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and centre. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles, and it has a lot to offer. Company says the new platform PPE helps Audi Q6 e-tron achieve 30% less energy consumption with 33% better system performance. With the Q6, Audi is also introducing its electronic architecture E3 1.2, which allows customers to experience digitalization directly in the vehicle, making Audi Q6 e-tron a truly tech marvel. So here it is, all that you need to know about Q6 e-tron. Audi Q6 e-tron is the upcoming EV from Audi's stable and is expected to come to Indian shores by the end of this year. International launch is expected in second half of this year. It is a 4.7-meter SUV which will occupy the space between Q4 and Q8 e-tron. It will come in two variants, Q6 e-tron Quattro and the more powerful SQ6 e-tron. What we have today with us is the S variant. What I want to show you, the first in the look of Audi Q6 are these DRLs. They are matrix LED DRLs with active signature. That means you can change the pattern that gets projected from these DRLs, and they also move while the car is on the move. That means you can actually have an active DRL. And I believe this feature is the highlight of Audi's upcoming baby. Up front is the grille. Now what I want to show you is this single frame grille. Audi is calling it inverted single frame grille, and it looks very interesting. It's all closed off but looks very nice with these piano black inserts given here. And then we have seen these very flattish Audi logo in other products, but here there is a little bit of 3D element in the logo. Now you have to notice this very prominent shoulder line which goes all the way to the tail lamp. The rear looks quite interesting with its almost wrapped around feel to the D-pillar. And the most interesting part of the rear are these OLED tail lamps. These are second generation digital LED tail lamps with 6 OLED panels. These light up to make various patterns, and each panel has 60 individual elements that can light up with varying intensity, giving it a 3D effect. The charging point is available on either side of the car. On the driver's side, you have the AC and DC charging point, and on the passenger side, you just have the AC charging point. On that note, let me tell you also all about the charging of this car.
Welcome back. And some breaking news now coming in. The Minister of External Affairs in Delhi summoned the U.S. Acting Deputy Chief of Mission, Gloria Berbena, today. The meeting lasted approximately 40 minutes. Now, this comes a day after the U.S.'s comments on Arvind Kejriwal's arrest went public. The U.S. called for a fair and transparent legal process to follow the arrest of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. And do remember, this comes after Germany too had weighed in on the issue, and at that time as well there had been a sharp reaction from the Ministry of External Affairs. Well, for more on this story, let's now go across to Nikunj Garg. And Nikunj, give us more details. A 40-minute meeting with the US official.
Well, yes, Dagi, and the inputs that are coming in to us via a news agency currently are fairly guarded. There are very sketchy details available. They say that, the US Deputy Chief of Mission was summoned, and that the meeting lasted 40 minutes. What it does not say is what was discussed and was this meeting any which way related to the US's commentary that has been reported by the mainstream national press today quite boldly in India as well. So we're yet to get those details from the Ministry of External Affairs or through our other reporting colleagues. But what it looks like is that obviously it has not pleased the government of India. Obviously, this kind of commentary, any nation, any jurisdiction is not going to take lightly. And hence, this meeting between the U.S. Deputy Chief of Mission and the Ministry of External Affairs. However, as I said to begin with, that currently there is no commentary available or no authoritative input or information available from the side of Ministry of External Affairs as to what precisely was discussed.
That's right, though, Nikunj. Earlier Germany too had commented on Arvind Kejriwal's arrest and also spoken about, the rule of the law and fairness, etc. And at that time, we did see the MEA react, saying we see such remarks as interfering in our judicial process and undermining the independence of our judiciary, that India is a vibrant and robust democracy. So, given that that was the sharp reaction to the comments from Germany, and now a day after these comments given by the Home Department in the US to Reuters, today you have a US diplomat being summoned.
Well, obviously it looks to be part of that chain. I'm not linking the German commentary because that was asked of a very senior ranking minister in Germany, and then he reacted. In this case, obviously a briefing to Reuters resulted in this commentary. As we can see now on air, our viewers also can see, this US Deputy Head of Mission is obviously not wanting to comment on the meeting from their side, and she has quietly walked away from a very pesky press reporter of a gang of press reporters outside the Ministry of External Affairs. But what we clearly know is that the meeting took place in the Ministry of External Affairs and lasted for over 40 minutes. And this certainly comes in the backdrop of the American commentary on the matter, which, as I said, was quite fairly boldly reported in the mainstream national press today. And as I said, no jurisdiction, no country, no democracy particularly is certainly going to entertain this kind of freewheeling commentary and will certainly register its protest. Whether you can stop this kind of commentary by other nations is something completely different. But India, for sure, will register its protest as a matter of principle. And that's what it seems the Ministry of External Affairs has done after the Germans with the Americans too.
Right, absolutely. But also the fact that you have these comments coming from US and Germany on the arrest of the Delhi Chief Minister also shows that this is grabbing attention.
Well, yes, obviously, I mean, the fact remains that those countries and their fairly senior ranking diplomats have chosen to speak on this matter. And as I said, that India certainly is not going to appreciate that. As we speak, the matter of Mr. Kejriwal's arrest is being adjudicated, particularly his bail application is being adjudicated in a fairly serious manner at a constitutional court in the form of Delhi High Court. So India would certainly want that its judicial processes, post the law enforcement processes, are followed to the T, and in between there is no outside commentary that is coming on that or reflected in any which way. However, what has happened currently is that these nations have chosen to talk while this process is on, and in a manner that certainly New Delhi will not appreciate, and New Delhi would, as I said, as a matter of principle, would want to register its protest on the kind of commentary that is coming in. Because remember, if there is a judicial process that is on in the United States or in Germany, the Germans or the Americans would probably not like our commentary on that.
All right, thanks so much, Nikunj Garg. They're talking on this development with India summoning a US diplomat. We're also now joined by NDTV's Kadambani for more. And Kadambani, a day after these comments from the US on Arvind Kejriwal's arrest, where they said that we're encouraging a fair, transparent and timely legal process for Arvind Kejriwal. Today you have a US official being summoned. A 40-minute meeting took place.
Well, it's quite a long meeting which has taken place, and usually these meetings when diplomats are summoned are not so long. So it just shows the seriousness of government's approach, which does not take very kindly to it. If we remember, just within 2 weeks, this is the second time that US has received an earful about something like this. Now, this time, this is about Kejriwal's arrest and other issues, but earlier it was CAA, where the spokesperson for External Affairs Ministry had clearly said that people who do not understand the culture of India, the history of India, should not be commenting. It was a very sharp comment as far as US is concerned. But we also have to see, Gargi, that as far as Delhi is concerned, this it may be a very it may be a city, not a complete state, but it punches much above its weight. Whatever happens in Delhi, it is also reflected in other parts of country, and all the diplomats are watching very closely the Indian elections. If you talk to them off record, they would be saying that they are watching the elections quite closely, and so close to election, something like this is happening. And when the questions are asked about this from any diplomat or any spokesperson of these countries, because we have to remember that these two answers, one which came from State Department spokesperson, another which came from another spokesperson in Germany, both were answers to the questions which were asked to them. So this has to be something which is also should be seen in context of the elections which are taking place, and an understanding and a hope and expectation that these would be free and fair elections, and that is what they are saying. But of course, these are the internal matters. India clearly says that no other country has a right to interfere in its internal matter, and the judiciary is free here, and that is something, the comments which have come like this are sure to rankle, and that is why the summoning and the earful about CAA.
That's right. And Kadamni, interesting, when the comments came from Germany, where they also commented on Arvind Kejriwal's arrest and asked for a fair process, etc. We saw very sharp response and very public response from the MEA, saying that we see such remarks as interfering in our judicial processing. India is a vibrant and robust democracy with rule of law, etc., etc. However, after the US comments to Reuters today, what we have seen is the summoning of the diplomat and a 40-minute meeting. So far, we don't know what really transpired during that meeting.
Well, this is a clear message not only to US or Germany, but it is also a clear message to other countries which might in future want to comment when a question is asked to them about Kejriwal or other internal matters of India. So it should also be looked at, though the details are not yet available, it has not been shared by External Affairs Ministry or the US Embassy, but it has to be seen as a message to other countries as well, that India's internal matters are their matter and no other country should be interfering in it. This is what India has been saying again and again on all the matters which pertain to be it an election process. And India has clearly always said the judiciary is free in India, election process is fair and democratic, and there is no way that other country should be commenting about these processes. This should be taken as an interference in the workings and internal matter of India.
All right, Kadamni, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So that is the news coming in. A US diplomat is summoned after remarks were made by the Home Department on the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's arrest. And remember, these comments made by the US was that they're encouraging a fair, transparent and timely legal process for Arvind Kejriwal. So a day after those comments were made, the Ministry of External Affairs today has summoned the US Acting Deputy Chief of Mission, Gloria Barbena. And as Kadamni was telling us, that meeting lasts 40 minutes. So that is a very, long meeting that was held with the US diplomat. And remember earlier, the Germany too had commented on Arvind Kejriwal's arrest and made some similar comments about watching it closely and a fair process, etc. And that time, the MEA too had responded very sharply, saying that this is undermining and this is interfering in our judicial process. All right, moving on to other news now. And let's get you all the election news and news from Maharashtra, where the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena today released its first list of 16 candidates. It released names for all of Mumbai. Anil Desai will contest from Mumbai South Central, while Mumbai Northwest, which saw a seat tussle, they announced Amol Kirtikar to contest from there. Now, this is the seat from where Congress's Sanjay Nirupam was hoping for a ticket. The NCP Sena both were eyeing Mumbai Northeast, which now the Sena has announced its candidature, and Chandrahar Patil will be contesting from Sangli seat on which the Congress was keen. Now, after the announcement of these seats, Sanjay Nirupam has hit out over this announcement. He says there is an attempt to undermine the Congress in Maharashtra, and he also said that he appeals to Congress leaders to end this alliance with the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena.
आज हमने शिवसेना की तरफ से 22 उम्मीदवारों की घोषणा की है। 17 हम 22 लड़ेंगे और 17 की घोषणा की है। आपको पता होगा, इसमें मुंबई है और महाराष्ट्र के बहुत से इलाके से हमने आज उम्मीदवार घोषित किए हैं।
तो मैं भी यही कह रहा हूं कि शिवसेना को इतना एक्सट्रीम स्टैंड नहीं लेना चाहिए। इससे कांग्रेस का जबरदस्त नुकसान है और कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व का ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं कि आप अभी भी इंटरवीन करिए, नहीं तो अलायंस तोड़िए। अगर पार्टी को बचाना है तो अलायंस तोड़िए और मैदान में उतरिए, लेकिन आप शिवसेना के साथ अलायंस करके अपने आप को हमेशा के लिए खत्म करने का जो फैसला कर रहे हैं वो बहुत ही आत्मघाती है पूरे कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए, और इसका असर पूरे महाराष्ट्र में पड़ेगा, महाराष्ट्र से बाहर भी पड़ेगा।
Well, let's go across to Radhika for more on this. And Radhika, with the announcement of candidates, the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena clearly, ruffling feathers within the MVA, and Sanjay Raut, for one, extremely angry over this announcement, saying that there's an attempt to finish the Congress and also asking leaders to call off this alliance.
Certainly, the list announced by Sena has led to a lot of displeasure, and a lot of the allies are upset over the list simply because discussions and deliberations were going on. We know that Congress leaders had met Sharad Pawar yesterday, and also there were different meetings that had happened with Sena leaders as well over the last few days over a few disputed seats. But those disputed seats have in fact been featured in the list of that was released by Sena today. That includes Sangli, which the Congress wanted, which is Congress's stronghold, but Sena has fielded its candidate from Sangli. Apart from that, of course, Mumbai Northwest and South Central, both were under dispute. Both the Congress wanted. Of course, Mumbai Northwest was being eyed by Sanjay Nirupam. However, it is Amol Kirtikar who was fielded from Sena's side, from Mumbai Northwest. Now, Amol Kirtikar, of course, has been called by ED in connection with a BMC Khichdi scam. Now, which is what Sanjay Nirupam had said today, that we do not want, Khichdi scam criminals to be a part of this alliance, and also going on to hit out at both the Congress and Sena. Congress bending over backwards for Sena. Sena is dominating in this alliance, and that should not be accepted, is something Sanjay Nirupam has said. Sanjay Nirupam also giving an ultimatum to his party, saying that some decision has to be taken by the Congress leaders, else he has other options to go for. So yes, many others within the party also are not very happy with the list that has been announced. We heard Bala Saheb Thorat and several others, Vijay Wadetiwar as well, saying that there was discussions ongoing as far as these disputed seats were concerned, and this list that was announced this morning was unexpected, and they should have been consulted before Sena fielded its candidates in these disputed seats. So that's as far as Sena is concerned. Now, a blow for MVA after VBA, in fact, broke its ties. Of course, they were in talks over a few seats. MVA was ready to give 4 seats or 4 to 5 seats to VBA. However, VBA has decided to go alone. Prakash Ambedkar's party has decided not to ally with the MVA, and therefore they have announced their list of candidates. So 2 setbacks today. One after Sena released that list. Many within the Congress unhappy, some within NCP also unhappy because Mumbai Northeast was under dispute between NCP and Sena. And the second setback, of course, VBA deciding to go solo.
All right, so lots happening there in the MVA in Maharashtra. Thanks so much, Radhika, for joining us. With that, now some breaking news are coming in pertaining to Trinamool Congress leader Mahua Moitra, who has been summoned now by the Enforcement Directorate for questioning in connection with an alleged violation of the Foreign Exchange Management Act. Official sources reveal that Moitra has been asked to appear before the ED officials in Delhi on the 28th of March. Remember, Mahua Moitra was expelled from the Lok Sabha in this case of asking questions in the parliament for a bribe, and that is the case that has been, we've seen the CBI also investigating this matter, and raids also being conducted on Mahua Moitra's residence in West Bengal. She currently is busy campaigning for the Krishnanagar constituency. Let's go across to Mukesh now for more. Mukesh, give us more details. Mahua Moitra being summoned now by the Enforcement Directorate.
देखिए, बिल्कुल महua मोइत्रा को ईडी ने कल यानी 28 मार्च को फेमा के मामले में पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया है। इसके पहले भी एक बार महua मोइत्रा को समन जारी किया गया था, लेकिन वो पूछताछ के लिए नहीं आई थी। उन पर एलिगेशन ये है कि उन्होंने बड़े पैमाने पर विदेशों में काफी पैसा खर्च किया है, जिसमें एक होटल में रुकी थी और उसमें 7 लाख रुपए एक दिन का रेंट था। वो रेंट किसने दिया था, कहाँ से आया था? इसके अलावा उन्होंने कारोबारी दर्शन हीरानंदानी से कई गिफ्ट लिए हैं और ये भी एलिगेशन है कि काफी सारे गिफ्ट विदेश में लिए गए, काफी पैसा विदेश में खर्च किया गया। तो उसको लेकर जो ईडी है वो फेमा के तहत इस पूरे मामले की जांच कर रही है और महua मोइत्रा को उसी मामले में पूछताछ के लिए सम्मन जारी किया गया है। 28 मार्च यानी कल उनको पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया गया है। अब देखना होगा कि वो पूछताछ के लिए आती है या नहीं आती है, क्योंकि इसके पहले भी सम्मन जारी किया गया था, तब वो पूछताछ के लिए नहीं पहुंची थी। तो कल एक बार फिर ईडी ने उनको सम्मन जारी किया है और 28 मार्च को फेमा के मामले में पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया गया है।
All right, so that is the breaking news coming in. As Mukesh is telling us, Mahua Moitra has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, and this is pertaining to an alleged violation of FEMA, that's the Foreign Exchange Management Act. What sources have said is that Moitra has been asked to appear before the ED officials in Delhi on March 28th. Now, Moitra, in fact, earlier had already written to the Election Commission saying the CBI is throttling my poll campaign efforts. The fact that she is being investigated and summoned at a time when she is busy with electioneering. However, the Enforcement Directorate has summoned her in this case of FEMA violations, and it comes after the ED conducted widespread searches across several locations, including Hyderabad, Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, over suspected FEMA violations. So Mahua Moitra now being summoned in this case. Already she is being investigated, or the CBI is looking into that cash for query case involving Mahua Moitra and industrialist Darshan Hiranandani. The accusation is that she asked questions in Parliament at the behest of Darshan Hiranandani, and she was expelled from the Lok Sabha over this. However, Trinamool Congress leader has hit out and said that she is being targeted by the agencies and by the BJP because she has been critical of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and brought up various issues in the past, and claims that that is the reason that she is being targeted by the agencies and this action being taken against her. Mahua Moitra, who is currently campaigning in Krishnanagar constituency for the Trinamool Congress, now being summoned for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, the Trinamool Congress, the Congress, NCP, UBT, Shiv Sena have all alleged that the agencies are being used to target their leaders, Aam Aadmi Party as well, claiming the ED is used to target its leaders. Well, let's go across to Saurabh for more on this. And Saurabh, give us more details of this particular matter for which Mahua Moitra is being summoned. This is to do with foreign exchange, for some sort of FEMA violations, and she's been asked to come to Delhi on the 28th.
Yeah, that's right. You know, of course, she's been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate and comes smack in the middle of the election campaign. She's the Congress candidate for Krishnagar seat.
BJP candidate there. Now, this, of course, was again a contest where it was going to be a very, sort of hard fought battle. But obviously, this is something that comes in the middle of the campaign and something that the Trinamool has pointed out when it comes to central agencies, claiming that central agencies have been acting at the behest of the BJP and that they've been, taking on only opposition parties in opposition-ruled states. Now, obviously, there is, of course, an investigation that's going on as far as Mahua Moitra is concerned. You remember she was also expelled from Parliament after allegations of cash for queries emerged against her, or bribes for queries, rather, I beg your pardon, emerged against her. And following that, she was expelled from the Lok Sabha. The Trinamool renominated her this time. Mamata Banerjee had said that she would win by a huge margin again. And of course, this summons comes right in the middle of the campaign, which is something that the Trinamool, of course, is also going to protest about.
All right. Thanks so much, Saurabh, for joining us with that. So, Mahua Moitra now being summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in a case of FEMA violations. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news updates coming up on the other side. Please stay with us.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ NDTV पर।
Friends, it's time now for my favorite section about this episode because हम हमेशा जब Q&A की बात करते हैं so ask TG is the thing जो मुझे बहुत पसंद आती है because I get to answer all your questions. So let's see इस हफ्ते हमारे पास में क्या-क्या questions हैं.
Hi TG, which is the better phone between OnePlus 12 and Xiaomi 14 in terms of camera and performance?
Okay, so you have asked that आपको जानना है which is the better device between OnePlus 12 and Xiaomi 14 in terms of camera and performance. So let me get this straight. In terms of camera, Xiaomi might jump slightly ahead of the OnePlus 12. Not by a huge margin, but let's say slightly ahead. But if I were to recommend you an overall good product in terms of camera, performance, software, everything combined, I would recommend OnePlus 12 over the Xiaomi, considering Xiaomi doesn't have the kind of brand value in that premium segment. OnePlus, you know, has been there for a long time now, or OnePlus 12 is an amazing smartphone. Overall, if you combine especially the clean experience of Oxygen OS, yeah, even the camera is fantastic. Xiaomi 14 थोड़ा थोड़ा आगे निकल जाता है, but overall, I would say OnePlus 12 would be a better pick. I mean, pretty simple. If you have access to your mobile phone number and अगर आपको वहाँ पे SMS की access है और अगर आपने वो नंबर अपने अकाउंट में ऐड किया है, it's pretty simple. You just go to the password reset options और जो आपको OTP आपके फ़ोन पे आ रहा है, that security code, just enter that and Google should let you reset your password. So just use a different device to log in.
Welcome back. Let's get you all the election news now. And today is the last day of nominations for the first phase of elections. So bigwigs filing their nominations today. Nitin Gadkari, the union minister, filed his nomination from Nagpur in a show of strength. He was accompanied by Devendra Fadnavis. Tamil Nadu BJP President Annamalai also filed his nomination from Coimbatore, while DMK leader Dayanidhi Maran filed his papers from Chennai. So today a day of nomination filing, and it's the last day for filing nominations ahead of the first phase. NDTV Sam Daniel spoke with Dayanidhi Maran, who hit out at the BJP, saying that DMK exposed the BJP's claims.
Joining us now, DMK's Chennai Central candidate and sitting MP, Mr. Dayanidhi Maran. Thank you very much for your time. You're seeking a fourth term. What would you call as your promises and your achievements?
See, the last 5 years, we have been with the people. We have been fighting for the rights of our state and also for the rights of the people who've been suppressed by this BJP government. And if you see that throughout the 5 years, my participation in the parliament is to fight for the rights. And especially when they are trying to oppress and trying to fool the people that they have done something good the last 10 years, that has to be exposed. If you really see, in 2004, when Manmohan Singh government left, the GDP was 50 lakh crores for India. In 2004 when he came. When 2014 left, it was 100 lakh crores, the GDP. So technically every 10 years, the GDP should double. When Modi took over, it was 100 lakh crores. So in 2024, when Modi's 10 years ending, what should be the GDP? Should be 200 lakh crores. But you know what the GDP now is? 167 lakh crores. That means the Modi government has failed in the economic development of India. They are trying to fool us saying there's growth. There's no growth. So how is he going to explain this? How is Nirmala Sitharaman going to explain this? We are here with the people. Even during COVID times, the flood times, we were with the people. And the flood, we never expected this flood. It's a flood which happened once in 75 years. The Prime Minister didn't even come once to Chennai. He has come for other programs, inauguration programs. He comes and says, so I say, Vanakkam to Chennai, but he has no love for Tamil Nadu. Probably he can read good from the teleprompters, but he's not able to read the minds of hearts of people of Tamil Nadu.
That was DMK's Chennai Central candidate, sitting MP Dayanidhi Maran, talking to us after filing his nomination. In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find the TV.
All right, news of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, who today challenged in the Delhi High Court his arrest by the Enforcement Directorate in the money laundering case related to the now scrapped liquor policy. The bench of Justice Swarna Kanta Sharma has passed over the matter for a hearing later in the day after Kejriwal's counsel, Senior Advocate Abhishek Singhvi, questioned the agency's delaying tactics. The ED said they needed 3 weeks to reply. Mr Kejriwal has said in his petition that his arrest violated his human rights and that the ED has failed to prove the crime. Arrest without interrogation shows that the current action is politically motivated, is what he has said, demanding immediate release from jail and cancellation of remand. So that hearing will continue in the High Court. Meanwhile, Arvind Kejriwal's wife has addressed a press conference. Mr Kejriwal hit out at the probe agencies and said that Arvind Kejriwal will make a big revelation in the alleged Delhi liquor policy scam, saying 250 locations have been raided by the Enforcement Directorate, but no money has been found anywhere.
इस सो कॉल्ड शराब घोटाले की जांच में ईडी ने पिछले 2 साल में 250 से ज्यादा रेड मार लिए। वो इस सो कॉल्ड शराब घोटाले का पैसा ढूंढ रहे हैं। अभी तक किसी भी रेड में एक पैसा नहीं मिला। मनीष जी के यहां रेड मारी, संजय सिंह जी के यहां रेड मारी, सत्येंद्र जैन जी के यहां रेड मारी, एक भी पैसा नहीं मिला। अरविंद जी ने कहा है कि इसका खुलासा वे 28 मार्च को कोर्ट के सामने करेंगे। सारे देश को सच सच बताएंगे कि इस सो कॉल्ड शराब घोटाले का पैसा है कहां।
Let's go across to our reporters now, and Aishwarya and Ishika join us for more. Aishwarya, first to you. So this matter will be taken up by the High Court later on for hearing later in the day. Also give us more details of what went on in the court with Abhishek Manu Singhvi accusing the ED of delaying tactics.
Well, for almost 2 hours, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who was representing Arvind Kejriwal in this case, had submitted all his arguments, and the key highlights of Abhishek Manu Singhvi remain that Arvind Kejriwal had been affected of the fundamental rights. It is the first time when a sitting chief minister had been arrested, and these are gross violations of the PMLA Act. In fact, under Section 50, no statements were recorded of Arvind Kejriwal. He also went on to say that those approvers who were earlier arrested by the Enforcement Directorate as accused had named Arvind Kejriwal in 3 of the cases, but it is Enforcement Directorate who never earlier had reached out to Mr Kejriwal. Kejriwal was not running away from the hearings, and whatever statement, if needed, Enforcement Directorate could have recorded that. So clearly, for almost 2 hours, it was Abhishek Manu Singhvi who stated that this is just because the elections are around the corner and they wanted to arrest Arvind Kejriwal. If they have powers and they have desire to arrest him, that doesn't mean that they will arrest Arvind Kejriwal. And after all those long hearings, it was from the Enforcement Directorate, Counsel, Additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju stood up and stated that he needs at least 3 weeks of time to reply because it is 2 of the lawyers from the side of Arvind Kejriwal who represented on the matter of bail plea. It was lastly stated that at least, if not 3 weeks, but at least 2 weeks time should be given, to which the order is now reserved. The big update coming in from the Delhi High Court is that the order will be pronounced at 4 p.m. today, that whether Arvind Kejriwal will get bail via Delhi High Court, or it would be Enforcement Directorate who would be tomorrow seeking more custody of Arvind Kejriwal.
All right. Thanks so much, Aishwarya, for joining us. So will Arvind Kejriwal finally have to go back to the top court? Let's go across to Ishika for more on how the Delhi Assembly session was held today. This is the first session after the Chief Minister's arrest, and the BJP, however, demanding a probe, saying probe how the Chief Minister is giving orders from jail. Let's just listen in to what the BJP has said, and as well as Minister Atishi.
आप एक एक करके विपक्ष के सारे नेताओं को जेल में डाल दोगे, आप सबके बैंक अकाउंट फ्रीज कर दोगे, आप सबके पार्टी ऑफिस सील कर दोगे चुनाव की घोषणा के बाद। तो अगर आप विपक्ष पे इस तरह से हमला करेंगे तो विपक्ष चुनाव कैसे लड़ेगा? और अगर विपक्ष चुनाव नहीं लड़ सकता तो इस देश में लोकतंत्र कैसा बचा? देखिए, ये क्या विडंबना है इलेक्शन कमीशन जो एक नॉन पार्टिजन बॉडी होती है, विपक्ष के राज्यों में होम सेक्रेटरी बदल देती है, डीजीपी बदल देती है, सारे अफसरों को बदल देती है, लेकिन ईडी, सीबीआई और इनकम टैक्स के अध्यक्ष नहीं बदल सकती। जब तक चुनाव नहीं होता है, क्यों इन इंस्टीट्यूशंस के, क्यों इन एजेंसीज के अध्यक्ष नहीं बदले जाते, जब ये साफ है कि इनको राजनीतिक तौर पर इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है?
सीधा सा साफ है, हमारी मांग है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल भ्रष्टाचारी हैं, उन्होंने चोरी की है, दिल्ली को लूटा है, उन्हें इस्तीफा देना चाहिए। आम आदमी पार्टी चोरों को बचाने का काम कर रही है, ये बुनियादी फ़र्क है दोनों में। और हमारी जो लड़ाई है दिल्ली की जनता की लड़ाई है, दिल्ली की जनता को लूटने का काम अरविंद केजरीवाल ने किया है। अब ये चीज़ें इस्टेब्लिश हो रही हैं, हिरासत में एक आदमी जो हिरासत में है उसको मुख्यमंत्री बनाए रखना कहाँ की नैतिकता है? आम आदमी पार्टी को सोचना चाहिए और खुद उन्हें अरविंद केजरीवाल को त्यागपत्र देना चाहिए। दिल्ली की चिंता अगर 8-9 साल की होती तो अभी ये फर्जी लेटर निकालने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती।
Let's go across to Ishika for more. Ishika, tell us more about what happened in this Delhi Assembly session that was adjourned, the first session after Arvind Kejriwal's arrest.
Well, Gargi, as you rightly mentioned, that this was the first assembly session where, the Chief Minister would not be, did not participate since he is in the ED custody. But certainly, this assembly session that was called to discuss, the shortage of the healthcare, facilities in the Mohalla clinics and the Delhi government hospitals turned into a day full of drama. We did see very dramatic visuals that came from the Vidhan Sabha, where in fact, the MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party wore a yellow T-shirt to the Delhi Assembly, and that yellow T-shirt had their campaigns of Main Bhi Kejriwal and also the display picture change campaign. They started raising slogans, and after that we also saw how they burned the effigy, saying that, this was the effigy of the so-called dictatorship of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now it was, this was one protest that was held inside. Right after that, we also did see how there were few BJP workers that also gathered outside the Delhi Assembly, and they tried to do a dharna pradarshan, but very shortly, they were detained because of the huge police deployment that was there at the Vidhan Sabha. So certainly a day full of drama, very dramatic visuals that came from inside and from the outside. But because of this drama, today we did see that the House was adjourned. In fact, it will resume only on Monday at 11 a.m. But certainly the discussion that was to be held, that was not taken place, and the Aam Aadmi Party, they say that they are going to use, every stage to raise their concerns over the, over what they call the illegal arrest of Arvind Kejriwal. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So dramatic scenes, as Ishika was describing in the Delhi Assembly. As you can see, AAP leaders in yellow T-shirts and with Arvind Kejriwal masks. With that, we'll slip into a short break. News updates coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
So friends, next I have is this shiny new device coming straight from the Realme factory. This is the all new Realme Narzo 70 Pro 5G. और मैं shiny क्यों बोल रहा हूँ? Because see, of course it's shiny, मतलब the way it looks, even the frame is very shiny. At the same time, this phone really shines bright जब हम इसके features को देखते हैं. Because यहाँ पे काफी interesting चीज़ें Realme has packed. What we have is a Sony IMX 890 sensor के साथ आने वाला 50 megapixels वाला primary camera that has OIS. At the same time, inside the phone is really packed with features. In fact, हम यहाँ पे अभी इस फोन में gestures से इसको कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं because this has got something that Realme calls air gestures. So अगर आप देखो इसको and have a closer look about how this Realme Narzo 70 Pro really is, I would say a very interesting mid-range smartphone coming straight from Realme.
Finally, the wait is over. Realme's latest hotshot, the Narzo 70 Pro 5G,
5G finally India में launch हो गया है. This phone is packed with amazing features that will make you go wow. इस phone में है एक rainwater smart touch feature. This means no more tensions about phone usage in a light drizzle. The powerful MediaTek Dimensity chipset lets you game, multitask and do everything else at lightning speed. The 5000 mAh battery and SuperVOOC fast charging will get you back in action in no time. The phone's horizon glass design gives it a super premium head-turning look. Realme has kept it affordable. Narzo 70 Pro 5G starts at just Rs 18,999. You can grab it in stylish glass green and glass gold colors from March 22nd on Amazon and the Realme website. With its awesome display, camera and overall performance, the Realme Narzo 70 Pro 5G is a total paisa vasool deal. If you're looking for a smartphone that's powerful, stylish and affordable, this is it.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
Welcome to NDTV Auto. I'm here in Jaipur for Volkswagen brand conference and they have made a slew of announcements here. Let's talk more about them with Mr. Ashish Gupta, brand director, Volkswagen India. You know, you have again changed the lineup of Taigun. What was the purpose behind it, and will that make things simpler for people?
No, I think, the endeavor has been, and if I take you back 2 years when we introduced the Taigun, we introduced it on two-line structure, the dynamic line, which was basically based on the 1 liter, and the performance line, which was based on the 1.5 liter. Over the period of time, what we have also realized is that customers are not differentiated by, engine types. Customers are more and more moving towards style differentiation. What kind of a style appeals to me and what kind of a style does not appeal to me or appeals to another set of customers. So the endeavor this time has been to now put our line structure in place to appeal to style more than the differentiation by the engine line. So that's what we have done. So now we have the chrome line, which is more elegant, for the customers who like that kind of a design language, available both on the 1.5 and the 1 liter, and then the sporty look with more black themed exterior and interior elements, which appeals to customers who are looking for more sporty, rugged kind of an appeal that appeals to them. So that's why today we have launched the GT Plus Sport on the Taigun, and also the GT line, which actually brings the GT-ness of our cars into the 1 liter lineup as well with the GT line.
Does this impact pricing?
Yes, of course. If you look at the GT line is now has all the GT elements, including 17-inch wheels, including 6 airbag standard, including the black elements in the exterior and the interior, at a price point which is between the high line and the top line. Yeah, so it's a much more accessible, affordable GT.
The other big announcement is about ID4, and we have seen ID4 earlier as well. But what is the plan now? When do you think it will actually come to India, will get launched in India?
Yeah, I think the ID4 that you saw earlier was a test car, which you saw by accident and not by design. But today we have officially showcased the ID4. So very clearly we are committed to bringing the global electric range into India, starting with the ID4. Our target is to bring this car to India and to start selling it towards the end of this year.
Yeah. What I know it's very early to say, but what will be your pricing strategy?
So as you said, too early to say, but any car that you launch has to be competitive in the segment that it is operating in. The ID4 is an A+ SUV. It's a large car. It also comes with class-leading range and all the features that you can think about. So of course it will be competitive priced in its segment.
You know, your sister brand, Skoda, they have announced their compact SUV for next year. But as far as we know, Volkswagen has abstained from that project. What is the thinking behind not participating in that compact SUV project?
You know, we are as a group present as two sister brands, but every brand has its own strategy and its own positioning that they would like to achieve. So our product introductions would typically be in line with how we position ourselves as the brand. Globally, Volkswagen is positioned as a top of volume, so we operate in the premium part of the volume segments. That's what we want to translate into India as well. I think we have been very relatively successful with the Taigun and the Virtus to achieving that kind of a premium positioning in each of the segments that we operate in, and that's what we want to carry forward.
You know, you said that last year your growth rate was 8% and this year you are targeting 15% growth rate. So Indian market, we have seen Indian customers leaning heavily towards new product launches. So how are you, what is your strategy for getting that 15% growth rate? I know you are going to more touch points as well, but on the product side, what is your strategy?
I think, you know, with the current product lineup, and I'm not talking about new introductions now, if you look at it, I would still classify the Taigun and the Virtus as new introductions. The Virtus is not even 2 years old in the market. The Taigun is hardly 2.5 years old in the market. So what we can do as of now is to keep on adding newness into the cars, to keep bringing new features. We added almost 30 new features over the last 2 years into the Taigun, including electric seats, including, you know, subwoofer and amplifier, ventilated seats, a host of features that we have introduced to keep the cars up to date and to keep the cars relevant. That's what we will keep on doing. Today, you know, we also brought in new variants of the car at new price points with the
India summons a US diplomat over the comments made by US Home Department on the arrest of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. A 40-minute meeting takes place with the US Deputy Chief of Mission. The US had called for a fair, transparent process for the Delhi Chief Minister. India releases a statement saying it strongly objects to the remarks of the US State Department spokesperson. A Mahabharat in the MVA over a Mumbai seat upset Congress leader Sanjay Nirupam dares the UBT Sena. Nirupam calls on the Congress to snap ties with the Sena after it announces candidates for all the seats. Prime Minister Modi today spoke to BJP's candidate Amrita Roy, who's contesting from the Krishna Nagar constituency against Trinamool's Mahua Moitra. He says the BJP is committed to uprooting corruption in the country. The last day of nominations for the first phase of elections, and Union Minister Nitin Gadkari files his nomination from Nagpur. Tamil Nadu BJP President Annamalai files his nomination from Coimbatore, and DMK leader Dayanidhi Maran from Chennai. In Chhattisgarh, an encounter between the security forces and Maoists, and 6 Maoists have been killed in the Bijapur district. This after they allegedly killed 3 villagers on Holi. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat, and our top story: the government today held a 40-minute meeting with the United States Acting Deputy Chief of Mission, who was summoned to the Ministry of External Affairs office in Delhi's South Block. This comes a day after the US State Department spokesperson said it is monitoring reports of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's arrest and called on New Delhi to ensure a fair and timely legal process for the jailed AAP leader. The US State Department's comments came in turn days after Germany's Foreign Office stressed that Mr Kejriwal, like any other Indian citizen facing charges, is entitled to a fair and impartial trial. At that time also there had been a sharp response from the Ministry of External Affairs. Well, let's go across to Kadambani. For more, and Kadambani, the MEA has also released a statement saying it takes exception to the remarks by the US State Department, and India's legal processes are based on an independent judiciary which is committed to timely outcomes.
Well, yes, it's a very strong statement, and we can understand what would have transpired in those 40 minutes when the DCM of American Embassy here in Delhi was meeting the officials here in South Block. This statement says that they have taken a very strong objection to the comments made by the State Department spokesperson who was asked this question, and he answered about that question on Kejriwal. Though Kejriwal has not been named in Indian statement, it has talked about a certain legal proceeding and has said that as a fellow democracy, the states are expected to be respectful of sovereignty and internal affairs of others, and the responsibility for fellow democracies is even more. Otherwise, it will set up an unhealthy precedent. So this is also a message to all other countries who might in future would have made any statement when a question would have been asked. So this is a clear statement not only for the US but others as well. Also, India has always maintained that its judiciary is free and fair, and that is what has been reiterated in this statement by External Affairs Ministry. It has said that India's legal processes are based on an independent judiciary which is committed to objective and timely outcomes. Casting aspersions on that is unwarranted. So it's a very clear, strong statement, and it should stay put to any other comments which might be coming from any other country.
That's right, Kadamni, but it also, you know, these developments, first Germany and now the US, show that the arrest of a sitting Chief Minister of New Delhi, attracting a lot of attention.
Well, yes, definitely, and we have to keep in mind that this will happen as far as Delhi CM is concerned, because look at Delhi, it is not just a city, it is also the national capital. The central government is run from Delhi. Almost all the embassies are here, situated here. They have a big diplomatic corps here. So whatever happens in Delhi does make sound much more than its size. So it punches much above its weight, and it is being watched all over the world. So a sitting CM being arrested, his bail hearings are going on. That has elicited comments from everyone, and we know, we have talked to different diplomats, and off record they do say that they have an eye on the Indian elections which are taking place. It's a huge exercise in democracy, and everyone is watching. India is in that position where everyone is watching what happens here, which shape the democracy here takes place. So this is something which has been watched, which is being watched by the entire world. And of course, when a sitting CM is arrested, the legal proceedings are on, the comments would be there, but India in this statement and this summoning of German and US envoy is clearly saying that please do not interfere with our internal matters, and the judiciary is fair and free, and in a time-bound manner it would do what is just and right.
And Kadamni, the fact that this meeting with Gloria Barbena took place for 40 minutes, quite a long duration for a meeting of this nature.
Well, definitely, it's a very long duration for a meeting of this nature, but we also have to see that India's relation with the US has a very wide dimension. To summon a US diplomat here in South Block and to tell that person, that diplomat, that what you are saying, what your State Department is saying, this is not right. And this is also because the first comment came on CAA. Even at that time, the envoy was not summoned, but there was a very sharp comment that those who do not understand the culture and the ethos of India, the history of India, they should not be commenting about it. But after that rebuke, now again this kind of comment definitely would have riled the officials, and a strong message was deemed necessary so that this does not happen again.
All right, Kadamni, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. So that's the big development today, a top US diplomat being summoned for a 40-minute meeting in the South Block. This after the US commented on the arrest of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Well, let's now get you election news from Maharashtra and muscle flexing in the MVA today. The Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena announced the names of 17 candidates, including for 4 seats in Mumbai. In fact, Sangli, which was under dispute between the Congress and Sena, has now been taken by Chandrahar Patil of the Shiv Sena. So till yesterday, Congress was keen on this seat, and it was considered a Congress stronghold. But the Shiv Sena, UBT Shiv Sena, they're announcing the candidatures. Mumbai Northwest was also under dispute between Congress and Sena, but now taken by Sena for its candidate Amol Kirtikar. But this has led to a sharp reaction from the Congress and especially Congress leader Sanjay Nirupam, who was hoping for a ticket. He has now hit out over this announcement by the Shiv Sena and said that it is trying to finish the Congress in Mumbai, and also asked the Congress leaders to end this alliance with the Shiv Sena.
आपने देखा होगा, मैंने प्रारंभ में ही कहा कि जिस तरीके से मुंबई की 6 में से 5 सीटें शिवसेना के हवाले कर दी गई, वो निश्चित तौर पर कांग्रेस पार्टी को मुंबई में पूरी तरह से दफन करने का एक कार्यक्रम है। लेकिन हमारा शुरू से आग्रह था कि आप 50-50 करिए, 3 सीट हमारा 3 सीट आपका। लेकिन जिस तरीके से शिवसेना ने जोर जबरदस्ती की है और एक तरह से कांग्रेस पार्टी को अपने घुटने पे लाके दे दिया है, वह निश्चित तौर पर शिवसेना के पूरे नियत के ऊपर सवाल करने वाला है। जो कांग्रेस का वोटर है वो कहां जाएगा? कांग्रेस को जो वर्षों से लगातार वोट करते आए हैं, क्या वो शिवसेना के इस हरकत के बाद शिवसेना के पास जाएंगे, शिवसेना को वोट देंगे? मुझे इस बारे में संदेह है। शिवसेना को इतना एक्सट्रीम स्टैंड नहीं लेना चाहिए। इससे कांग्रेस का जबरदस्त नुकसान है और कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व का ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं कि आप अभी भी इंटरवीन करिए, नहीं तो अलायंस तोड़िए। अगर पार्टी को बचाना है तो अलायंस तोड़िए और मैदान में उतरिए, लेकिन आप शिवसेना के साथ अलायंस करके अपने आप को हमेशा के लिए खत्म करने का जो फैसला कर रहे हैं, वो बहुत ही आत्मघाती है पूरे कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए, और इसका असर पूरे महाराष्ट्र में पड़ेगा, महाराष्ट्र से बाहर भी पड़ेगा।
आज शिवसेना उद्धवजींच्या शिवसेनेने यादी जाहीर केलेली आहे। खरं म्हणजे त्यामध्ये सांगली त्यांनी जाहीर करणं किंवा मुंबईमधलं सुद्धा धारावी जिथे तो मतदारसंघ जाहीर करणं हे योग्य झालं नाही असं माझं मत आहे। त्यांनी असं जाहीर करायला नको होतं ज्यावेळेस आम्ही चर्चेमध्ये आहोत। यामध्ये शेवटी एकत्र ज्यावेळेस आम्ही आघाडी आहे, तो आघाडी धर्म असतो आणि तो सर्वांनीच पाळला पाहिजे। त्यामुळं त्यांनी हे जागा जाहीर करणं योग्य नाही। आमचा आजही आग्रह या जागेसाठी आहे। एवढंच नाही तर भिवंडीच्या जागेसाठी सुद्धा आमचा आग्रह आहे आणि या बाबतीत जे जाहीर केलं आहे त्या बाबतीत शिवसेनेने फेरविचार करावा असे मी म्हणेल।
मुंबई में उत्तर पश्चिम लोकसभा की सीट 2014 में शिवसेना ने जीती, 2019 में शिवसेना ने जीती, तो 2024 में यह तय हुआ कि महाविकास आघाड़ी की तरफ से शिवसेना उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे के उम्मीदवार अमोल भैया कीर्तिकर चुनाव लड़ेंगे। आपके ऊपर अन्याय हो रहा है, यदि आपको टिकट नहीं मिल रहा है तो आप कांग्रेस पार्टी से जाकर कहिए, आप कांग्रेस पार्टी पर दबाव बनाइए, न कि टेलीविजन में आकर आप दबाव बनाते हैं। और हम एक महाविकास आघाड़ी में हैं, आप एक ऐसे आरोप लगा सकते हैं कि हम मदद करेंगे कि नहीं करेंगे। पार्टी मदद करती है ना, पार्टी ने तय किया है कि यह संयुक्त उम्मीदवार है, और आप तो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि 7 दिन के अंदर मैं अपने विकल्प ओपन रखा हूं। इसका मतलब आपकी किसी और दल से बातचीत चल रही है। जब किसी और दल से बातचीत चल रही है, आपके विकल्प खुले हैं, तो आप उस तरफ जाइए, आपको शुभकामना है, लेकिन हमारे उम्मीदवार के प्रति नफरत फैलाने का काम न कीजिए।
And more developments in the MVA today. Prakash Ambedkar announced that he would be going solo. He will be contesting from Akola. Remember, talks were underway with the MVA. However, he was pushing for more seats which weren't forthcoming. So the Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi declaring its first list, and it will go it alone in the upcoming elections in Maharashtra. NDTV's Radhika sent us this report.
UBT Sena released its first list of candidates for Maharashtra, which included 17 names. In fact, that has led to a lot of confusion, chaos and disappointment among the allies. In fact, several disputed seats have been taken by Sena. Congress not very happy with the list. In fact, as far as Sangli seat is concerned, there were numerous discussions that were going on. Congress wanted that seat. However, Sena has fielded its candidate in that particular seat, and several leaders within Congress unhappy over it. And even 2 seats within Mumbai, which include Mumbai Northwest as well as Mumbai South Central, which were also under dispute, which the Congress wanted, have now been taken by Sena. In fact, Sanjay Nirupam taking a press conference, hitting out at both Congress and Sena, because Sanjay Nirupam had been eyeing this particular seat. He'd been saying that Congress is bending over backwards for Sena, and Sena is dominating and will destroy Congress party. In fact, he's also given an ultimatum for Congress to decide on this seat within a week, or he will have other options to look out for. So many within Congress unhappy with Sena's list, because they feel many of the disputed seats were still under discussion and were still to be decided. But before that, Sena has staked claim and announced this particular list. Now, another setback for MVA is after VBA, in fact, broke away from the MVA. In fact, they were in talks for a possible alliance and for possible seat sharing. However, VBA has decided to go solo in the elections. This is a big setback. MVA was ready to give about 5 seats to Prakash Ambedkar's VBA. However, VBA deciding to go solo, not wanting to join hands with MVA despite long discussions and talks over the last few weeks. In fact, VBA has also announced its list of 8 candidates. Now, this is as far as the entire Sena list and the reaction to it, and also VBA breaking away ties and deciding to go solo is concerned. As far as Mahayuti is concerned, we are yet to come up with they are yet to release a list for both Shinde Sena as well as for of Ajit Pawar NCP. Most likely it will come out with names tomorrow. BJP has of course released its list of at least 23 candidates. There are many disputed seats among the Mahayuti also, so those differences need to be ironed out before a formal announcement by Sena and Ajit Pawar NCP is made. Most likely there will be some sort of consensus on the seats tomorrow.
Right, moving on to news now from West Bengal, and the Prime Minister today continued with his series of phone conversations with candidates. Remember, yesterday he spoken to a candidate who was from Sandesh Khali. Today he spoke with Amrita Roy, a member of an erstwhile royal family there, and BJP's Krishna Nagar Lok Sabha candidate. She's fighting the election against Trinamool leader Mahua Moitra. During the conversation, the Prime Minister said the BJP was committed to uprooting corruption. He also said he was working to ensure that money looted from the poor people in West Bengal and attached by the Enforcement Directorate was returned to them.
अमृता जी नमस्कार।
नमस्कार मोदी जी, आपका बहुत आभारी हूँ। आप मुझे चांस दिए हैं लोगों की सेवा करने के लिए। हम 100% कोशिश करेंगे।
आपका चुनाव अभियान कैसा चल रहा है?
अभी तो हम निकले हैं, तो एक बीजेपी को उनका पिता का देहांत हो गया, हम इधर ही आए हुए हैं, तो अभी वापस जाके हम प्रचार में ही निकलेंगे।
अमृता जी, आप महाराजा कृष्णराय चंची की विरासत को आगे ले जा रही है।
एक बात आपको हम शेयर करना चाहेंगे, हम क्या कह सकते हैं?
जी जी जरूर, मुझे अच्छा लगेगा।
ये जो महाराजा कृष्णचंद्र का हम फैमिली है, तो उसका भी ये लोग विरोध कर रहे हैं। क्या बोल रहे हैं कि वो ब्रिटिश के साथ दिया था, फिर वो मैंने हम लोगों को गद्दार समझते हैं। क्यों किया वो नहीं बोल रहा है। इतना जमीन दान किया, इतना सब लोगों के लिए किया, भलाई के लिए किया, वो सब नहीं बोल रहे हैं। लेकिन क्या बोल रहे हैं, तो हम बोला कि क्यों किया ऐसा महाराजा कृष्णचंद्र, अगर नहीं करते तो हमारा सनातन धर्म तो पूरा खत्म हो जाता है कि नहीं। तो वो बात है, क्योंकि तब का वो जो नवाब थे सिराजुद्दौला, तो वो तो बहुत अत्याचारी भ्रष्टाचारी थे, तो उसीलिए उन्होंने तो अकेला नहीं किया, बहुत सारे राजाओं के मिलन हुआ, उसके बाद सभी ने किया। जगत सेठ भी थे और राजाओं थे, तो उसी सभी के मेहनत से ये काम सफल हुआ। तो अगर नहीं होता, आज हम हिंदू नहीं रह पाते, हमारा भाषा दूसरा होता, हमारा वेशभूषा एकदम अलग होता और सभी अलग हो जाते। हम तो दूसरों के अधीन रहते ना, यही बात है।
अमृता जी, बचपन में हमारे यहाँ हम लोगों को जो पढ़ाया जाता था, उसमें कृष्णचंद्र राय की समाज सुधार का काम, बंगाल के विकास का काम, बंगाल के विकास के मॉडल, ये सब सुनने को मिलता था बचपन में। अब देखिए, ये वोट बैंक की राजनीति करने वाले लोग हैं, तो बहुत ही अनाप शनाप आरोप लगाएंगे और 300 साल पहले की घटना निकालेंगे, 200 साल पहले की घटना निकालेंगे और बदनाम करने का प्रयास करेंगे। ये खुद अपने जो वर्तमान पाप है उसको छिपाने के लिए वो ऐसी चीजें ढूंढते रहते हैं। लेकिन जब भगवान राम की बात आती है भगवान राम की बात आती है तो वो कहते हैं कि सबूत कहाँ है, इतनी पुरानी बात क्यों निकालते हो। लेकिन जब कृष्णचंद्र राय की बात आती है तो वो तुरंत निकालते हैं। तो इस प्रकार से उनके दोगलापन होता है और आपको इसका बिल्कुल मन में प्रेशर नहीं लेना चाहिए। आपने तो बंगाल का उज्जवल भविष्य और आपका स्वयं का जीवन भी लोगों के लिए रहा है।
हाँ जी।
और आपके सामने बंगाल की विरासत को बचाने की भी चुनौती है। और आप इसे कैसे देख रही हैं आप?
हम पॉजिटिवली देख रहे हैं। हमारा लड़ाई जो है लोगों का सेवा के लिए है, करप्शन हटाने के लिए है और वंचित लोगों के उपकार में आने के लिए है।
All right, so that was the Prime Minister's conversation with Amrita Roy, and let's now get to the latest on Mohalla Moitra, who is the Trinamool Congress candidate who is contesting against Amrita Roy. Mohalla Moitra has now been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate for questioning in an alleged foreign exchange violation case, according to sources. The agency wants to question Ms. Moitra over transactions linked to a non-resident external NRE account, as well as a few instances of foreign remittances and transfer of funds, according to sources. The agency's summons, that's its third to the former Krishnanagar Lok Sabha MP, came days after the CBI filed a police case and raided Mohalla Moitra's Kolkata home in the cash for query case that led to Ms. Moitra's hugely controversial expulsion from Parliament in December. The Trinamool Congress has said that Mohalla Moitra is being targeted for being outspoken against the government, central government, and criticizing Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So Trinamool Congress claiming that the agencies are being used against Mohalla Moitra. Now she has been summoned in this new case, an Enforcement Directorate case related to FEMA violations. Well, let's go across to Dr. Shartarupa, spokesperson of the BJP. Your reaction to this allegation by the Trinamool that Mohalla Moitra's summons and her targeting by the probe agencies is politically motivated?
Good afternoon, Gati. You see, Trinamool has a habit of saying anything everywhere is politically motivated. In fact, I would like to give them a thesaurus so that they can at least, get in different words instead of saying politically motivated. No, this one, if you remember, I don't want to go through the details over and over again. Mohalla Moitra has been giving away her password merrily to, somebody outside, and all her questions have been typed from outside. Now, the logic is that she's been saying that she was fully aware every time her account was accessed because the OTP came to her, which in my opinion makes it even worse. So here we have an elected representative from Krishnanagar who goes to Parliament and plays havoc with the IP security of Parliament. With this access, anything could have happened, I'm sure. She's given away as a member of Parliament.
Right, so that case is being investigated by the CBI. This seems to be a fresh case. Enforcement Directorate now alleging some kind of FEMA violation and summoning Ms. Moitra. She's already complained to the Election Commission about the CBI, saying that, this is all targeting at a time when she is busy campaigning in her constituency.
Kargi, this is actually all related to the original case of giving away her password. She has been happily accepting cash, which she keeps saying that where's the cash? There are only some gifts, one lipstick and a bag. But there is a lot of cash involved, as her the friend of hers, Hiranandani, has been very clear. No, not Hiranandani. There's another man. I keep forgetting. There's so many names. Now, this friend of hers has been saying that he has seen cash being transacted between the two. So therefore, I think the CBI was on an inquiry based on a direction from the Parliament, and ED has latched on to this because CBI does not make direct arrests. It's the ED which handles all the financial misgivings or the mistransactions, and then I don't know whether she will be nabbed, but she's been called for questioning. So let her go.
All right, well, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us on the program. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center, a show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. What I have with me today is real special. It is the latest EV from Audi, Q6. What's special about it is it's based on a completely new platform, PPE, Premium Platform Electric. This platform Audi has developed for their electric vehicles, and it has a lot to offer. Company says the new platform PPE helps Audi Q6 e-tron achieve 30% less energy consumption with 33% better system performance. With the Q6, Audi is also introducing its electronic architecture E3 1.2, which allows customers to experience digitalization directly in the vehicle, making Audi Q6 e-tron a truly tech marvel. So here it is, all that you need to know about Q6 e-tron. Audi Q6 e-tron is the upcoming EV from Audi's stable and is expected to come to Indian shores by the end of this year. International launch is expected in second half of this year. It is a 4.7-meter SUV which will occupy the space between Q4 and Q8 e-tron. It will come in two variants, Q6 e-tron Quattro and the more powerful SQ6 e-tron. What we have today with us is the S variant. What I want to show you, the first in the look of Audi Q6 are these DRLs. They are matrix LED DRLs with active signature. That means you can change the pattern that gets projected from these DRLs, and they also move while the car is on the move. That means you can actually have an active DRL. And I believe this feature is the highlight of Audi's upcoming baby. Up front is the grille. Now what I want to show you is this single frame grille. Audi is calling it inverted single frame grille, and it looks very interesting. It's all closed off but looks very nice with these piano black inserts given here. And then we have seen these very flattish Audi logo in other products, but here there is a little bit of 3D element in the logo. Now you have to notice this very prominent shoulder line which goes all the way to the tail lamp.
Welcome back. Let's get you news now from Karnataka, where resentment is building in Kolar and Congress troubles for the party ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. MLAs and MLCs from this Lok Sabha constituency have threatened to resign if Karnataka Minister K.H. Muniappa's son-in-law, Chikka Pedana, is fielded from here. 5 MLAs and 2 MLCs raised this and even met with the Speaker at the Vidhan Sauda. Sitting Minister MC Sudhakar initially alleged that Congress High Command paid no heed to their demand, but later claimed they have been asked to wait for some time and that the High Command as well as the state leadership would arrive at a decision soon. K.H. Muniappa is Food and Civil Supplies Minister. His daughter Rupa Shashidhar is already an MLA. And today is the last day of nominations for the first phase of the election. So some big names are filing their nominations. Union Minister Nitin Gadkari filed his nomination from Nagpur, where it was a show of strength. He was accompanied by Devinder Fadnavis and Praful Patel as he filed his nomination there. Also, Tamil Nadu BJP President Annamalai, who had taken out a Pad Yatra in the state, also filed his nomination in Coimbatore, while DMK leader Dayanidhi Maran filed his papers from Chennai today.
ट्रैकिंग की बात से इनफैक्ट याद आया, गाइस, डिड यू नो कि आप अब ट्रैक कर सकते हैं अबाउट योर कंट्रीब्यूशन टुवर्ड्स ए हेल्दियर एनवायरनमेंट? बिकॉज अगर आप ऊबर यूज करते हैं तो आई एम श्योर आपको अभी पता होगा कि उसमें देयर इज एन ऑप्शन कि आप इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स को बुक कर सकते हैं इफ यू प्रेफर गोइंग सस्टेनेबल। लेकिन अब यहाँ पे एक ऑप्शन आ गया है जहाँ पे आपको ऊबर दिखाता है कि आप क्या सेव कर रहे हैं कंपेयर टू अगर आप एक नॉर्मल व्हीकल में जाते हैं तो आप कितने कार्बन एमिशंस होने से रोक रहे हैं, और वो आपको दिखाता है इन फॉर्म ऑफ ट्रीज बीइंग प्लांटेड। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये एक अच्छी चीज़ है जहाँ पे यू कैन कीप ट्रैक ऑफ योर योर कंट्रीब्यूशन, कि आप अपने डेली हैबिट्स में जब आप सुबह ऑफिस के लिए ऊबर ले रहे हैं, जब आप शाम को कहीं बाहर जा रहे हैं, अगर आप एक ईवी यूज़ करते हैं, सो हाउ मच एसेंशियली आर यू कंट्रीब्यूटिंग टुवर्ड्स द एनवायरनमेंट। दिस सर्विस इज लाइव नाउ इन मल्टीपल इंडियन सिटीज़। तो नेक्स्ट टाइम यू बुक एन ऊबर, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट कि अगर आप एक इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल यूज़ करते हैं, इट विल kind of contribute towards the environment, or you can clearly track in form of number of trees being planted. So I'm sure normally we friends sometimes we see each other's Uber ratings कि किसको कितने स्टार मिले हैं, किसी की कितनी रेटिंग है। तो I'm sure going next this could be a thing that we all might track कि अच्छा मैंने कितने trees को plant किया by going electric, या कौन आगे जीत रहा है। It's a nice thing. Did you know this? If yes, amazing. If no, please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism.
Welcome back. Let's get you news from Karnataka now. In resentment in Kolar, Congress troubles for the party ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. MLAs and MLCs from this constituency have threatened to resign if Karnataka Minister K.H. Muniappa's son-in-law Chikka Pedana is fielded from here. 5 MLAs and MLCs raised this issue and even met with the Speaker at the Vidhan Sauda. Sitting Minister MC Sudhakar initially alleged that Congress High Command paid no heed to their demand, but later claimed they have been asked to wait for some time and that the High Command as well as state leadership will arrive at a decision soon. K.H. Muniappa is Food and Civil Supplies Minister. His daughter Rupa Shashidhar is already an MLA. NDTV's Nehala spoke with Mr. Sudhakar.
I have all respects for the party High Command, but here we want others to be given representation. See, that is the only issue. And since some people are trying to put pressure on the High Command to get the seat, so I thought we can, there's no point continuing, but rather sit back at home rather than continuing.
So we have with us K.H. Muniappa, Karnataka Congress Minister. Sir, the resentment brewing in Kolar Congress. What is your statement for that?
Congress party is a big party. Naturally, these things will be happen. But unfortunately, it has reached to the peak. I was surprised on that issue because we all together, called by the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister, we met and we explained our problems and we appealed to them. I never lost in the election, only one time I lost. You give an opportunity, I will win the seat. I have got my own experience. And they also told, we want some people, they also proposed. Ultimately, we all, Ramesh Kumar, both the ministers, Bharati Suresh, Dr. Sudhakar, myself, and all MLAs, together we have taken a decision. It will leave it to the High Command. The Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister and the President of the PCC can take the decision. We abide by it. That was the end. Thereafter, this is surprise development has takes place. On this issue, I don't want to say anything on this issue. I am the sincere and a disciplined soldier of the party. Whatever the decision the party will take, I will abide by it.
So, but also most of the rebel leaders have been stating that they will be waiting for a decision from the High Command.
Okay,
Suppose the High Command's decision is not in your favor, sir.
Whatever they take decision, I will abide by it. Thank you.
So much. That was Mr. Muniappa talking about whatever the decision of the High Command, they will abide by that. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV. So we have with us K.H.
All right, let's go across to Pratibha now for more. So Pratibha, resentment in Kolar against this nomination by the Congress, and now the Congress High Command and the state top leaders are going to look into all this and take a decision?
That's right. In fact, it started off with a meeting between K.H. Muniappa as well as Mallikarjun Kharge this morning, where they did speak about the resentment that has been brewing. It snowballed into a bigger issue around afternoon, where 5 MLAs as well as 2 MLCs went to the Vidhan Sauda to meet with the Speaker, discuss about the concerns that they have. One of the main concerns that they raised was that they have been treated as slaves, quote unquote, under K.H. Muniappa, and we have to talk about the kind of portfolios that have already been given to Mr. Muniappa as well as his kith and kin. They did point out that his daughter is already an MLA who's also the chairman of one of the boards here, and the fact that the son-in-law would also be given a ticket proves that dynasty politics exists in the Congress, and this needs to be eradicated. These were some of the concerns that were laid out, and the Congress High Command as well as the state leadership has taken note of this and has also brought in some amount of time so that they could placate these leaders or bring about some kind of a solution to this entire problem that is brewing in Kolar Congress.
All right, Pratibha, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. So some infighting there in the Congress in Karnataka. Well, news now from Maharashtra, where also there has been some amount of infighting in the Maha Vikas Aghadi, and you've had, after the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena announced its candidates for 17 seats, including 4 seats in Mumbai. Congress leader Sanjay Nirupam has hit out over this announcement and also said that the Congress should end its alliance with the Shiv Sena. Sangli was also under dispute between the Congress and Sena, but that too candidate has been announced by the Shiv Sena. Till yesterday, Congress was keen on this seat, while